Hey, SBG solution based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy, and the Waters. Wake up morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lurk. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution based gang.
Oh, let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing? Wake your ass up. Hopefully you're doing good. You're doing great. I am. How about you? You know how we like to start these beautiful day. When I say good day to you, make sure you say that, because I could feel that great productive energy through the screen. Yes. And today, somebody sent me a video. They said, Sharon, we need to break this down. I was like, okay, we need to talk about it. Let's play it. Let's see what's going on. I got a couple of videos that people sent that they want me to review. I also got the drip show that they want me to review. I haven't seen it yet as well. They want me to review that as well. So we got a couple of things that we got to go through, man. I appreciate y'all. Make sure you're hitting that like and the share button. That helps the channel out the most. Hopefully you missed me this weekend. Hopefully you missed and you understand that these other people, they content create. I despise that. I create content. That's the difference. You understand? There's a difference. They got people that, they content create. And I think it's dope. And then they got people that create content. I think that's dope as well. But I just want to let you know, it is a difference. So this video we're about to review, it's a round table of men having a conversation about what they learned and how they're going to unlearn it and how they're going to move forward. And I'm interested. I'm curious to see what it's all about. I have not watched it. I didn't get a chance to watch it. I believe it just dropped. Shout out to the channel. They are called, is a beautiful channel. What's the name of the channel? Let me make sure I get them name proper. It's called Sister Song and Consciously. Shout out to them for putting this thing together, because I know this is not an easy round table to put together. It got celebrities in this table and everything. What up, Shiesty? Good day to you, beautiful. How you doing today? Today we are talking about this round table of different ages of men. What up, ADS? Oh, damn. Seriously? What Jesse Jackson are you talking about? Hey, babe, can you look up and see if Jesse Jackson passed away? Man, that coffee be having my tongue so tongue-tied. Yeah, Shiesty Bum. This is the one with Clifton Powell. This is what they sent me. Did you watch it already? Yeah. God damn. Rest in peace, Jesse Jackson. Wow. Good day, Southern Charm. Wow. Sheesh, how old was he? All right, so Shiesty says she didn't see it. Is it good, Shiesty? I want to check it out. So I got like 2-3 emails for me to check out this damn video. Woo, Jesse was 81 years. Woo. Shit. Rest in peace, Jesse Jackson. American tradesman. Clearly, we see what side of the fence that he's on. He want to come to my show to promote a person that talks down about black women and black children. American tradesman, that is sad and disgusting. Oh, he was 84, the civics professor said. American tradesman, that is crazy that you still willing to promote Corey Holcomb after all the crazy things that he said. American tradesman probably don't have no daughters, maybe. Because that's insane for you to come to my channel and promote another channel that is way bigger than mine. It's insane to me. Hopefully, when you go to 5150 show tonight, you go over there and you represent the SBG Nation. Since you over here every day, you have 5150 once a week. So maybe you'll go over there and say, hey, over at the SBG Nation with Sharon Bracey. Hopefully you say the same thing. It's crazy how people will push out clout. Ugh. Shout out to Southern Charm for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Southern Charm. Yeah, Civics, that's kind of crazy. Hopefully, American tradesman, he would go over tonight at the 5150 show and say, hey, Sharon Bracey, I'm over there every early in the AM at the Wildest Wake Up Show. It's going to be fire in the morning. Make sure y'all go ahead and watch that. Hopefully, American tradesman, go ahead and do that today. The way how he's coming over here promoting Corey Holcomb punk ass. Insane. But let's get into this. Let's check it out. Let's see where it's at. Shicey Bum said it is worth a watch. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully we get some good nuggets. If not, there's a bunch of stories out there. We got the DJ Vlad Shicey Bum. What's going on with that? We got Michael Jordan. I don't know what's going on with that. We got stories out there. It's a wild time. Let me go pull up this video. It's a wild time out here. All right, this is the video. Let's check it out. It got Clifton Powell. It got the singer Luke. It got a bunch of black men, different ages. Oh, damn. MJ's a what? It got a bunch of different men, different ages. I think even different races. I think it also have, it don't look like they all black. Like it's that man. I don't know. I didn't see it yet. So let me not pass judgment yet. Let's see what is going on.
Talking about I'm 70 years old. So I come from a whole nother era than any of you Negroes is talking about. And what I've learned, and I'm not saying I'm right.
Okay.
I think everybody is right because there's so many levels to this. But most of
I think that is interesting already, right? And I just want to say, because I think him and Uncle Jeff are around the same age, and Uncle Jeff also comes into a heated argument saying the same thing. Hey, I want to say everyone is right. Is it a tactic? I don't know. Hey, Bubba Homeschool, that was a little strange when Michael Jordan thought that was a good look. He had been doing some strange things in the past. We just try to look over it because we only know him for basketball. We don't really understand Michael Jordan for anything that he speaks of, right? So again, like people would say, oh, now we're trying to do something to Michael Jordan. No, now we start to see more things about Michael Jordan. He speaks more, he's out in the public more, and all these things, then we'll find more things out about him. That's just how it goes. People was very private back in the days. You didn't hear nothing about Michael Jordan besides riding a motorcycle and playing basketball and gambling.
this was laid on our parents' parents.
Yeah.
My father was born in 1915 and his parents were slaves. Well, his grandparents were slaves. So what I've learned is it's not your mother's fault. It's not your father's fault. It's not your fault. We were born into 450 years of post-slavery PTSD. I am 69, be 70 in March. I've just learned how to love.
That is... Good day, Corinne. That is wild. He 69, about to turn 70 next month. And he's just learned how to love. OMG. Ishatera, this is wild. And this is the problem that we've been having for a long time, Soul Provider. What's up, Jay Villa? King Picks, you are more than welcome to hit any link that I ever post, and we can have a conversation about it. I do not understand what that have to do with any conversation because I don't use her as a talking point in any conversation. So no, that's a stupid question. Insane. People ask some weird things. I don't know. I don't know what your issues be when I have a link every day and you could address me personally. So just saying nonsense in my chat. Disagree with my words. Stop trying to paint a narrative of something that I'm not doing.
Our parents didn't know how to love. Their parents didn't know how to love. And if I could say anybody maybe had an edge, it was the women. That's why I celebrate Black women. I live with a psychiatrist, forensics detective, gangster, loving, Scorpio, Pisces, Cancer, who's just been patient with me to teach me how to love. But in closing on this, because I don't want to get...
That is so interesting. That is so interesting. What up, Truth? Good day to you, Conversation with MJ. This is so interesting to me so far. So it's good so far. I'm appreciating it. I'm appreciating it's nice and slow, moving slow, so I can really process what he is saying. Shout out to the Time Out to us. Good day. We don't mourn each other. To the Bracy family, I believe that's what he meant to say. Shout out to the autocorrect. Thank you so much, Shadow. I appreciate you. That's great, productive energy. I really appreciate you, man. I really appreciate it. Man, this is crazy. 70 years old, MJ. This man said it took him 69 years because he's turning 70 in March. And he's saying that at this big old age, that he learned how to finally love his woman, which is a therapist, a psychologist, a gangster, and all these other things. 70 years old. This is wild. Shout out to that. What?
About to be a situation. Hey, hey,
hey. Shout out to Full Circle 1959 with the big old 20 ball. Sharon, I didn't forget. I appreciate that. That means a lot. It really does. I really appreciate that we can have strong dialogue with each other as brothers. And even though we agree or disagree, that doesn't matter. It's nothing personal about our thought patterns. It's what our experience is. I appreciate that. Seriously. Thank you. Let's see, Clifton. This is wild, Cliff.
Too deep. I called my buddy, man. I said, I'm fucking up, bro. Really bad. I'm fucking up. So I never been monogamous. So I don't fucking know what
age did you become a monogamous?
Today.
What? What? This is the issue, goddammit. This is the crazy issue right there. What do you mean?
Bro, really bad. I'm fucking up. So I never been monogamous. So I don't fucking know
what age did you become a monogamous?
Today. No, but let me just say what it is.
To know.
And we don't talk about this. We don't talk about dopamine being in a pleasant center of the brain like we talked about. About oxytocin is the hormone. It's called the cuddle hormone. So a lot of times we're just talking in generalities. And that's why I think what you said about counseling, because a counselor is going to get inside of this from a real, not even white people perspective, just from a scientific perspective. And let's.
Okay, I like that. You know, because recently I was having a conversation, Victorious one, about how men need to go to therapy, and so now we got Clifton Powell saying, yes, we need some goddamn therapy. God damn it! Stop it, Shiesty. We are loving. Clearly, they are too loving, Shiesty. But yeah, I do believe that a lot of men, if you have some issues, you need to go to some kind of therapy and talk this thing out. Woo, this is it's interesting. So it took him up until today, he's 70 years old, to understand that monogamy is the way to go. I wonder how long he's been with this woman. That's the crazy part about it.
Science is not wrong and the brain is not made with this. So when I hurt my girl, which I've done over and over, and I commend her for even being is not made with this. So when I hurt my girl, which I've done over and over, and I commend her for even the brain is not made with this. So when I hurt my girl, which I've done over and over, and I commend her for even being is not made with this. So when I hurt my girl, which I've done over and over, and I commend her for even being with me. And I said it in my podcast, and I'm gonna say this and stop. I called one of my partners who was brilliant. He said, when you hurt somebody, where you leave them is where they stay. So I think our parents, he said, when you hurt somebody, where you leave them is where they stay. So I think our parents, our grandparents, our uncles, our, you know, the people that raised us, those men who treated the women outside the house nice, but then put the thumb on the grandmama and put the thumb on the girlfriend or whoever, they are all, it all comes from out of all of that. And I think that's what makes me excited that we're going to bring the women and the uncles and we need to bring them all in here. But go ahead, what are you going to say?
The one thing.
Damn. And this is why these conversations are important, that we're starting to get them out. It took a very long time for us to actually have conversations with each other and converse about our faulty thinking. Because he said he heard her over and over again, and he commended her for staying with him through all these trials and tribulations, which we hear often. We hear often that a lot of the men that eventually respect a woman, they had to put their woman through a whole lot of degenerate things. And this is why we are just trying to communicate with our brothers and saying that, hey, one of the solutions that we have over here is that you take lust and degeneracy from the top of your value system and bring it somewhere down in the basement. Right? Because we understand that a little bit of degeneracy and lust is going to always be a part of you as a man. But it shouldn't be at the top. It should not be at the top of your value system. There's no way that a 70-year-old man is saying that he just learned how to love. It is no way a 70-year-old man should be saying that I put my woman that I love so much through a gauntlet of things that she should not be with me because I was misplacing her trust. We have to make sure when we speaking to our young brothers and our young sisters that they have an understanding of what is going on. This is crazy. We have to at least get with one solution that lust and degeneracy should not be at the top of their value system. It should not be there. Your woman should not have to go through years of pain of getting hurt over and over again for you to realize how much maybe this woman is the one for me. And maybe now at 70, after I did all my thing, and now that my penis is not working the same how it used to be, now I'm deciding that, I want to be monogamous and be with one woman because my thing ain't moving the way how it's supposed to be. Interesting. I like it. Make sure y'all hit that like and that share button. It really helps the channel out. I appreciate y'all. Exactly, Dre. That's what it seems like to me. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Voice of Venus? Good day to you. You let me know, Venus. If you want, I could drop the thing for you in the private chat before the people come up. Cause I know, Venus. Hopefully you still my peoples. What up, Goat? Hey, Goat, I see you out here grinding, Goat. Shout out to the Goat, man. I appreciate the Goat. I would have loved if I'd have known about this situation. So Goat had some backup 10 years ago, because I'd have been here in the trenches with him. Because it's crazy. I'd have loved to be in the trenches with him back then. Shout out to Shadow the Time Wilder $2. Is polygamy or polyamory degenerate? It's a great question. I'm gonna have to think about it as this video play.
Now, I just want to talk about in Luke. Make sure I say the name right. Crop this part out. Okay. What Luke brought up was like accountability. Like, yes, we can talk about, you know, what our families did to us, all this, all that. But eventually, and I know why people try and say this, and I really don't like that, but eventually it comes a point where you have to decide, how do I want to live my life? I haven't talked to my daddy in 6 years. I don't give a fuck about what my family has gone through. I know where I will go. So it's like, you know, you can only say that for so long. Black women are tired, and, you know, kind of like putting onto them like, hey, like, you didn't do this entirely, because everybody in here, several people have talked about, like, you know, going to counseling. Have that upon yourself. Stop waiting for a woman to tell you what you need to do. Take that upon yourself.
Let me address that real quickly. For me, I didn't know fucking how to
Can I say one more thing? No, I have to say this, because another thing that happens is, too, you live your life for so long, and I'm not meaning no disrespect by this.
It's all right, just say it, bro.
But when you hit your 60s and your 70s, I want to be right.
Okay, but let me.
I want to live my life right. I want someone to take care of me.
Hey, my man, I don't know if he's, you know, playing the tambourine or not, but he hit that one. He knocked that one out the park. He knocked that one out the park. You can't wait till you 60, 70 talking about now you want to be right. You want to live your life right. It's over. What? What are we talking about? That's crazy. It's kind of late now, my brother. Shout out to Brownsville, New York with the $4.99. Peace and love to the SBG fam. Thank you so much. Especially the SBG Queens. Like, share, support the show. Has Full Circle decided to start walking in a straight line?
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
You say he ain't going to Full Circles no more? He's a fool. Oh, man. That's crazy. I'm not sure if that brother's a tambourine player or not, but he hit that one out the park though. Shout out to him.
Protect me, and that's what a lot of women have issues with.
Because I'm living it right the fuck now.
As I said, I said 60s and 70s.
Let me say this.
Don't overtalk me.
I'm gonna fucking overtalk you because you're talking out of line.
But you're not gonna disrespect me.
You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
I am.
I do. Love it.
I do.
You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Oh, I do.
You can't.
I do. I do.
You don't know it, nigga.
I do. And these are the, hey, look, I know they think that this is just, it happens just on the panels, but if we actually have these type of conversations in person, this is what's going to happen, because emotions get high, because clearly Clifton Powell is living this out right now. He said it earlier. He started it saying that, hey, his woman is all these great things that his woman is. A psychiatrist, a boss, and this. And he went down a whole list of attributes that his woman is, but he was disrespecting his own woman. This great, beautiful woman that gave him time, chance after chance after chance after chance of him breaking her heart. And he commends her for that, which is the wildest part, that a lot of men in this age group, they push this, they was pushing this on to young men as well. saying that, hey, listen, you gotta ish test her. And if she was the last through all the degeneracy, by the time you 70, then that's when you know that she's for you, because you shitted on her by cheating on her, by treating the other women outside better than the one that's in the house. So when you turn 70, hey, yes, that's when you realize that you should be monogamous with this woman. When at this time, when you are slowing down sexually, at this time when you are on your way out, that's when you find the monogamous. It is crazy. Yeah, that's Clifton Powell. That is Clifton Powell. He's 70. He's going to be 70 in March. It's crazy, man. I'm telling you, it's wild when you see it in real time. He good. He good.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Fuck out of here. I'm living. You can't tell me what the fuck I'm living, nigga. I'm living it right now. You cannot fix no shit that you don't even know is happening.
I think there's a misunderstanding.
No, but he's generalized. You can't. No, listen, bro. Let me stop. This is what it is. Let's get to the truth of this shit. You can't fix no shit unless you meet somebody who is on another level to help you elevate to understand. I'm not indicting anybody. I'm telling you. But the shit can't fix some shit that you don't know about, bro. Yeah. You can't. And then you get there at 69 or 70 and say, I thought I was being loving all this time. That's what our parents have gone through. And that's why we all so fucked up right now.
You asked, how do we love Black women?
Yeah.
That's right.
Damn, that shit is crazy. I don't think it's random young dudes. I see some of these people, other actors and other singers, other people in the entertainment field as well. But man, it is wild, man. Like to see, and I just think that it is dope to finally see that when we had the conversations come out and people start being honest about what they've been doing for all these years. I believe men like me and the GOAT, we get vindicated for all the things we've been saying. Like, hey, bro, it's been a long time of men preaching and pushing the wrong kind of conversations out there in the world. And that's why that's why brothers like me, Taz, or Brownsville, especially Brownsville, get so much pushback by just saying take lust and degeneracy at the top of the values they're bringing down. And for so long, for a very long time, and GOAT is probably, he understands this probably 10 times, right? Is that when you push forward to hold brothers accountable and just get women to get brothers to understand that women deserve respect. Those were not the men that was pushed up in the front like, hey, maybe we should have at least a listening ear. It's always asking for just at least a listening ear. Talk about the things that I'm saying. Don't try to call me a panderer because I'm just want women to be treated with respect. I'm not a panderer because I want women to be treated with respect, because I have aunts, I have cousins, I have daughters. I just want when they get outside in the world that they get treated with respect. That's it. Don't call me a grifter and a panderer just because I don't believe you should take advantage of a woman until you 70 years old and then say, now I understand all of my wrong ways. And now I understand how to love, where all you had to do was show a young woman that you are interested in some respect. You would have learned how to love at 30, not 40 years later. But no. You gotta call us grifters and panderers and all this other shit just because we telling you that, hey man, what you doing is foul, it's wrong. And this is the reason why it's foul and wrong. And it makes me get a little bit of a side eye to the people that kept pushing these people up. Because what we did notice is that, hey, if you go against and you talk down and you be disrespectful to a certain group of women, you get rewarded for that for a very long time. You get rewarded for it. But let's see if we can start changing the tone. Make sure you're hitting that like and the share button. Let's see where we at with the likes and the shares. Let's see. I wonder. Or maybe this is just not, degenerate enough. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe I need to be a little bit more, because I know I would get rewarded. I know I would get rewarded if I talk down, if I talk the opposite. And I always got to make the decision to stick to my integrity, or do I turn this into and be proper and right and treat YouTube as the business as it wants it to be. They want certain type of things going out there. It's such a difficult decision. I'm not sure what's wrong with it's so interesting to see these people that just want to come and say craziness. Let me put you on timeout. How about that? You on timeout, sir. It's crazy. Make sure y'all hit that like and the share button. Somewhere we can get
right here. Trust Black women and listen to Black women, because they know more than we do what it is that they need.
I don't think that's true either.
As men,
there's a lot of Black women who don't know how to love.
I'm not talking about what they know how to love. I'm saying what they need as far as the reproduction.
I get that.
We're talking about, that's what we're talking about right now. Also, if we're going to use our privilege and power as men in society, how do we show up and be accountable? Like you said, the way to be accountable is to dismantle patriarchy, because patriarchy makes it so that men have the power and women do not.
But you can't get there unless you listen to him. We got to go, and you may not agree. We got to go to therapy. I should be in therapy right now. My girl should be in therapy. We all come from generations and generations, and you can't motherfucker sit here and tell me when I'm going through at 70, I just realized, but listen to what I'm saying. No, let's be good, bro. It's not gonna get out of control. This is real shit. Bro, this is real shit. I'm telling you, you can't love a queen. Some of these girls out here ain't queens because their daddies wasn't there. If your daddy ain't there from 12 to 25, you're going down a rabbit hole. Promiscuity, drugs, gotta read more. Gotta stop getting so fucking defensive and read more, because I read. I know what the fuck I'm talking about because I'm living it. Until you meet a real motherfucking queen who had to figure out her trauma, you can't even learn how to love a Black woman.
So here's one thing.
That's what we got.
Until you find a queen that went to therapy, you cannot love a Black woman. That is. And this is one of the issues that we keep on having. It's an issue that we keep on having. Soon that, it's a bunch of men here. Have a conversation about men needing to move better. Like, hey, bro, you learning to love somebody at 70 don't have nothing to do with that woman. You said you disrespected that woman over and over again, and you commend her for sticking with you, bro. Yeah, listen, lust and degeneracy is a big problem. It's huge. Degeneracy and lust is a big problem. And I do agree with the reading part. I do agree, right? We need to start reading more, stop being so goddamn defensive. That's why I allow people, even though sometimes it's a detriment to my own channel, that I allow people to say what they want to say because they take advantage of it. However, it got to stop. We got to start pushing productivity through our men. Stop worrying about some goddamn women all the damn time. It's insane.
Here's one thing with the because I think I agree.
Let me see.
That you can't wait until you
gotta hold yourself
accountable. We get to if you like,
but you gotta let other people talk. Hold on.
I got you. That's why I can't do this. I got you. I'm on. You can't. You can't.
The arguments are important.
Hey, I just want to say, hey. All these people like a lot of people don't know what they are talking about when they're saying that we try to push up these arguments and it's all grift and pandering. No, this is just real human beings. When we are communicating and we don't get we don't understand how to articulate ourselves, it's going to get like this and everybody's jumping in. This is just what it is. So I don't understand why they keep it. But what it goes to show that a lot of our content creators don't understand how humans actually communicate. This is why I kind of despise content creators. And I keep trying to tell them, is the difference between a content creator and the one that creating content. Those are two different mentalities I'm starting to understand. We don't have to separate those people as well. It's people that content create, and then they got people that create content. And I'm starting to recognize it's a huge difference between those two different things. You can hear the difference in their mentality, the way how they communicate, the way how they will paint narrative, they will lie, they will read something and figure out a way to turn that truth into a lie. But for some reason, you watching it. 10 out of 10, you watching it. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share, but let's prove to the algorithm that we do not just want degeneracy communication. All I'm asking, let's get to 60 likes so we can open up the panel. Make sure we're hitting that like and the share button. It shouldn't be that difficult to hit a like and the share button. It shouldn't be that difficult for us to promote productive communication with each other. So I don't know what 10 out of 10, maybe on the platform you watching is only 9 people. And for some reason that means something to you. A lot of people feel like the only good shows is the ones that have a lot of people there. Like they only want to watch shows that have the clout attached to it. It's a very interesting thing. And usually the shows that have clout attached to it, they ain't talking about nothing. They're not talking about nothing at all. But yet they will come here and tell me what I'm not doing. But they'll go to a show that got 1,000 people talking about nothing, talking about gossip, literally. Interesting.
Yeah. This is how black men talk to each other. So I want to make sure this is what I want to make sure we're framing properly, because at a lot of the time we think, because you're talking about your privilege and your power and how you use it. A lot of time we've been taught our power is how we control a situation, and we try to control that situation by dominating it, by shutting other people down, by overpowering them.
Right.
And I think that is something that, I mean, monogamy, just to be real, is not the end all be all. That's not the best. It's the only way. It's not the only way to live, and it's not just men or women. It's literally there are other ways to be. And so some people value monogamy more. That doesn't mean that you have sin and you dead and you evil if you haven't been. But the problem is, most of the time the way that we're living is by telling somebody that we are monogamous when we're not.
There we go. That's the real issue. Majority of these men are not letting the other person know this, and this is where we get this whole idea that women want to be lied to. No, people want to believe the lie. This is why they love liars, because they will hear them say something and they just want to believe what that person is saying. So it's not that we want to be lied to. We want what you are saying to be truthful, but for some reason, man, liars, they get it. The person that has actually put it in the work, nah, not the person that's actually put it in the work. The person that's putting the work and going through the different mental stages that you got to go through on a day-to-day basis. That person don't get no love. It's a person that's constantly lying to, constantly changing their perspective, constantly through video, There'd be one way at this video, then there'd be another way on this video. Oh man, it's insane. It's kind of crazy when you really think about it. I don't know. You ever notice every time you think you've seen it all, life says, hold my drink. So as we watching this round table of grown folks, real conversation, and Clifton Powell is sitting there 70 years old, looking peaceful, moisturized, and unbothered. That's what he's looking like right now. And he says something, you know, somewhat beautiful. He says, finally, he understands love at 70. And, you know, the whole room got quiet. 70? 70? Because that's not the age people expect you to find love. That's the age where people expect you to find coupons. But he's glowing. He's talking about commitment and loyalty, monogamy, all the things women been begging men to understand since the invention of language. And then we got this young dude, you know, he might be a tambourine player. He jumped in, he said he's not having it. He's like, wait. Women gotta wait until men turn 70 to understand them? 70? Not growth. That's a warranty expiring. It's like, you know, those damn phone calls. And the room, rightfully so, it explodes. What happened, babe? I need more water. Yes, I know. Let me drink some water. Let me calm my ass down. Let me calm my ass down. Sheesh. Because you know how men get when you talk about accountability, they start sweating like someone asked them to read out loud. Right, so you know the young dude said, hey, women been asking for the same three things, right? Respect, honesty, and don't embarrass me. Why men gotta be one hip replacement away from the afterlife before figuring that out? Why? And Clifton is sitting there like, brother, you know, life teaches you. Life teaches you? Life been teaching men for centuries. Men just been skipping class, right? The young dude also said cheating ain't a mistake, right? A mistake is forgetting your wallet. Cheating is a whole field trip. Because the problem is that men love to act like cheating is something that just happens. Like they tripped and fell into, you know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, women are out here doing emotional calculus, trying to keep the family together, trying to communicate, trying to build something real. And men are out like, I'll be faithful when my back hurts. Ain't that right, Navy? They be out and say, I'll be faithful when my back hurts too much to cheat. These are the things that they're saying. And that's the problem. Men don't become monogamous. They become tired. They don't stop cheating because they learned. They stop because they can't remember where they parked. But here's the twist. Right, we understand Clifton isn't wrong either, because sometimes it does take men a lifetime to grow up. Not because they're incapable, but because nobody ever made them. Women grow up early. They taught responsibility, empathy, and communication. Men get taught don't cry, don't feel, and don't talk. Just figure it out. And then we wonder why men don't understand women until they are 70. They spend the first 60 years trying to feel anything. So now you got two generations arguing. One saying, I finally get it. And the other saying, you should have gotten it sooner. And both are right because love is complicated. Timing is messy. And growth doesn't happen on a schedule, right? But here's the real truth. Women shouldn't have to wait for men to grow up. Men should grow up because women deserve it. Imagine if men understood women at 25. Imagine if men value loyalty before their AARP card arrived. Imagine if men need heartbreak, divorce, and a doctor said you need to sit down before they learn how to love. The world would be different. But here's the beauty. It's never too late to learn, never too late to love right? Clearly, never too late to show up as the man you should have. The man you should have been. And that's why the conversation matters, because it's not about age, it's about accountability, it's about growth. It's about men finally realizing that love isn't something you stumble into at 70. It's something you build every day. So that's my thoughts on that short clip so far. Let me see if we got the likes up to where we can open up the panel. No, we still need 8. That's crazy. We still need 8 more likes. That's crazy. That's insane. Shout out to Ogun with the $2 because every single man cheat and you are perfect. I don't believe I said anything about being perfect. I don't think I said anything about every single man cheating. And this is the issue that we be having as well. All I'm saying is that once we know better, we should do better. We need to implement the things that we learned today. And we find some information that is going to benefit our family. We should not wait till tomorrow to implement it because tomorrow is not on the calendar. We need to do it today. So if you know cheating on your woman is not proper for your family, you should stop. It's not about me being perfect. And I think there's plenty of men out there that could be in a monogamous relationship without cheating, but those men, they get treated like they did something wrong just for communicating about it. Like they say things that I'm trying to be a perfect man just because I'm attempting to be better every single day. Because all men need to grow up a little bit sooner. All men should not wait until they're 70 years old to grow up. All men should not have to wait until they back hurt to understand that, oh, maybe I shouldn't be cheating. If men could learn how to have respect for the opposite sex at 25, we'd be in better positions as men. That's what I'm saying. So all of our brothers need to grow up a little bit sooner. You cannot wait until 70 to grow up. That's what I'm saying, Ogu. So this way you're clear. So if I did say all men, that's what I mean. I think society could benefit if all men grew up by the age of 25 and made proper decisions about being honest. That's what I'm saying. So hopefully that cleared things up for you, Ogu.
Hold on. That's lying.
But let's hold on, bro.
So that's dishonest.
We can't talk about monogamy. No, we gotta talk. No, we gotta talk about
you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm agreeing with you. Hold on.
Men are not. First of all, this is not our culture. In Africa, it's polygamy.
No.
Men
It's
not
the
monogamous
only thing.
biologically,
It's not
is
the-
it?
it's some people do believe that monogamy is the most healthy thing.
97% of
thing
married
for
men cheat,
them.
bro.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's
85% of
what
married
we've
women
also
cheat.
been
Nobody
taught.
is being.
What? That is wild. We made it to 60 likes. Let's keep it going. Let's get up to 100. That is wild. Africa, 97% of men cheat that are married men, and 85% of married women cheat. This is wild rhetoric, and this is why it took them all the way into 70 years old to find love. Welcome to the show, BMU. Good day, sir. How are you doing, sir?
Good day, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you well.
Sharon. Did you watch the entire interview or are you just watching this clip? Okay, I can't hear you. You muted?
Yes. Yeah, I just started. Where you seen is where I started at. I try
You
not
gotta
to. I'm gonna get my fresh thoughts, so I try not to watch it before.
Yeah, you got to watch the whole thing from the beginning. That clip right there is 50 minutes in. I watched it from the entire beginning, and dude, the man is talking about. We have to look into context. The man is saying that he found love this late because he has studied his roots and he's studied his past and his ancestral stuff. And he's talking about PTSD, post-slave traumatic syndrome, is what he's talking about. And he talks about how his dad was born in 1918 and his dad's parents were slaves and they passed down that slave mentality to him. And then that slave mentality down to, his other siblings and his other children, and how they suffered from post-traumatic slave disorder. If you guys haven't seen the post-traumatic slave disorder, it's a Black woman teaching it. I can't remember her name right now, but if you go on YouTube and look up post-traumatic slave disorder, she does an entire 2 hours on the effects of post-traumatic slave disorder in people who are living today, how it was passed down from one generation to generation. So he is correct, and he's well studied, and that's why he's telling the young gentleman, you need to go read, because this is in the books. This is factual. This post-traumatic slave disorder is a real thing that's passed down from generation to generation, and most people can't succeed. Most families can't succeed. That's the first thing. So we have to look at it in context. The second thing is, if you're going to have a round table of Black men, why would you go and get a trans man, a gay man, 2 actors at the table who play gay men in TV series? You have a table full of flamboyant, fingernail painting men sitting at that table. The only person at that table is the host. I think he's on the straight and narrow. I think Clifton Powell, the 70-year-old guy, he's on the straight and narrow. And I think the guy who plays the pastor on a TV show called The Chi, with the big eyes, the short guy, he's on the straight and narrow. But the rest of those guys, they play gay characters in TV shows. The other guy with the beard used to be a woman. He's trans. And then the big gay guy, the sissy, who is arguing with Clifton Powell, is gay. Why are they at a table all together talking about Black women and how things should be with a Black woman? Why is a trans man who is a woman sitting at the table with a bunch of men claiming to be a man having this discussion? I am so confused by this entire round table. This is not a Black man's discussion. This is a table of mockery. This is blasphemy that is sitting at this table, because these men are not heterosexual men. They're not.
Conscious Lee got a whole wife, fam. I agree with, some of that, but Conscious Lee got a wife. But I'm inquisitive about weirdo stuff, right? So what is post-traumatic slave disorder? Could you lay that out for me? Because I honestly feel like people like you who say stuff like that, you don't have the intellectual capacity to lay out what that is.
Okay, and some people don't have the intellectual capacity to listen. So let me rephrase it for you. I said I watched the entire interview from the beginning, which you probably have not either.
No.
And I watched it from the beginning. Okay, and Clifton Powell said he's done his ancestry. He's done some digging. There is a young lady. I wish I was in front of my computer right now. I'll give you her name. She teaches a class, and she teaches this in college. It is a college curriculum, and it's called post-traumatic slave disorder. She teaches it. You can go on YouTube right now and type in post-traumatic slave disorder. A picture of her face will come up, and she teaches it to colleges. She teaches it to.
I asked you what it was, though, fam.
Right. So post-traumatic. Okay, yeah. Let me help you. So post-traumatic slave disorder is people who have experienced any type of. Let's just start. Let's say, for instance, you were born in 1918, and you went through a traumatic time in slavery. Saw your mama get raped, right? Or you saw something happen to your sister, or something to that matter traumatic, or something happened to you traumatic. Well, you didn't get any help for that trauma. So what you did was you didn't get help for that trauma, so that trauma turned into fear.
Bro,
hold on, let me finish. I'm getting somewhere. You asked me a question, let me answer.
Yeah, I mean, but you've answered enough, bro. So I just want to ask a question because I get where you're going. So doesn't that apply to black women too, though? Don't black women have post-traumatic, like you act like they weren't slaves?
Okay, hold on. So did you just come on the show? Because I know I spoke about this. Clifton Powell in this clip. Did you just watch the clip with Sharon?
I'm asking you. You referred to post-traumatic slave disorder.
Yes.
Black women don't have it too. Wouldn't black women have it as well?
Sir.
It's just yes or no.
No, sir. I respect you, but you're not listening to me. I didn't come. I respect what you're saying right now, respectfully, but I did not come on here and say one bad thing about women. I was talking about Clifton Powell.
Okay, so maybe you're not understanding. You implied that Clifton Powell's argument has a foundation. That foundation being post-traumatic slave disorder.
Yes.
So I'm asking you, because the conversation centers around relationships and women, wouldn't that same post-traumatic slave disorder apply to the women as well?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
That's it.
Oh yeah. It applies to male and female. So I misunderstood you. So I apologize. But yeah, so male, it applies to both male and female. The things, and especially the females, because they went through it a lot. And so yes, it applies to the male and female perspective, and that's why he was saying when Sharon. That's why I told Sharon to drop the link a few minutes ago when he was talking about when Clifton said he's 70, he's learned how to love, and now he met a queen who also has experienced something traumatic in her life, and those things were passed down to her. And now they see the flaws in each other, and they balanced each other out. And now he's able to love and to flourish where he was not able to love and flourish over the years that he's been alive, over the last 69 years, because he felt like he should be like father, grandfather.
But being you, fam. But listen, all Sharon is saying is we shouldn't wait till we're 69 to get there. What's wrong with what Sharon's saying? Because it shouldn't take that long.
I'm not disagreeing with Sharon. It shouldn't take that long. But the things that you and I, can we agree that the things that we're privy to today, they didn't have 70 years ago for black men? 70 years ago for black men, or even 60 years ago, 50 years ago, there was no therapist. There was nobody that 60 years ago. Just think about it. 60 years ago, we were still white fountains and and black fountains. There was no therapy for black men who went through traumatic stress or walked down the road and seen a man hanging in a tree in southern Mississippi. There was no therapy for that. So what do you mean?
I mean that families were more intact back then than they are now. So I don't know point that they obviously didn't need therapy because they were easily able to get together, easily able to create families that lasted longer.
So let me help you. So let me say this too, because now I'm going to give you something Clifton said. I'm living it. I have a grandmother who is 93 years old. Shout out to my grandmother. Love you, baby.
Shout out
93 years old. She was married to my grandfather for 68 years before he passed recently. My grandmother deals with, and I wish I could do an interview with her. My grandmother deals with some of the things that we're talking about now. My grandmother was alive when there was civil rights movement going on. My grandmother was alive when my grandmother in the South, so we're from Louisiana. So imagine, my grandmother had to drink out of the black fountain. She had to do all those things. She's 90. Go back 93 years and tell us where we were. And so when I'm talking to my grandmother and my grandfather, my grandmother can tell the stories, and she tells us the stories of how she had to do things, how my grandfather was discriminated against, how my grandfather felt less than a man when a group of white men approached him at a gas station asked him why he need gas, what he needs gas for, and those fears being passed down to my father. You see what I'm saying? And passed down to my father, where my father started behaving in a manner of, okay, when you see them white people, you move a certain way. So those things are passed down. And my grandmother to this day is still alive, and I can still sit and talk with my grandmother today, who's in her 90s, and she tells these stories. So I'm telling you, the traumatic stuff that they went through, my grandmother especially, she cries, and still to this day. And this was 80 years ago, and she still has tears in her eyes from the stuff that she's seen growing up as a little girl.
Much respect to your grandma, bro.
So that's why I'm talking the passion of it, because my grandmother said, I've seen, when we went to go visit in Mississippi, she said it used to call, and I know you probably know this term, strange fruit. In the South, they call it strange fruit. Strange
Absolutely.
DMU. So the problem is, right,
Yeah.
that's her actual experience. That is not PTSD from passed down to her through the bloodline.
Right.
So now when we having the conversation of this man and his experience waiting, turning 70 to understand that what he was doing to his woman, that he explained why she's such a great woman, and he put her through all these things, and he commends her now because he put her through all those things and stayed with him. That's the problem that we keep having when we having these conversations. Men need to grow up sooner. You cannot have a generation keep on pushing that 70 is when you grow up, when your goddamn back hurt and the Viagra doesn't work anymore.
And so if you go further along in the interview after this, like if you keep going a little bit further,
that's what I just said.
No, I understand what you're saying. We just want to bring some clarity here. He's going to say exactly what you just said. He said that we should learn from him. We should learn that it shouldn't take that long. We should learn that from him. Hey, I had to wait to 70. You don't have to wait to 70. You can do it now. In 30s, you can do it now in your 20s. You can do it now in your 40s.
I've been talking about this for the past 3 years. GOAT probably been doing it for the past 10 years. Why somebody like me and the GOAT gets so much pushback for saying the same thing that you actually agree with?
Well, on what part? Give me your perspective on what part you're talking about, sir.
Because you want me to go ahead and listen to Clifton Powell that took him 70 years to get to where I'm at. 30.
Well, you're not 30. You're not 30. But we'll start. That's just a joke. But I think that because, like I said,
so like I've been married I'm almost married for 20 years. So what I'm
saying. So am I.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that for a very long time, I already had the mentality that monogamy and having a good woman, understanding how to respect my woman as a human being and not act as if she's supposed to do what I say, and the patriarchy, and all these other things.
Right. And
I got about how men supposed to interact with women and not treat them less than human. Pretty much, I've been fighting this for the past 3 years that I've been on there. And he came to me telling me, Sharon, you don't understand, and I didn't believe him. And guess what? The men that talk about degeneracy, they get pushed up
to the top.
And I agree 1,000. I think that evil, and I see Brownsville. So I'm glad.
But the problem is, you are one of the men that push up the negative thought patterns of men.
No, what I talk about is when I say something about something, I'm well versed in it. I'm not going to sit up and just make up lies, and I'm going to tell the truth. And I think that even as a father to your children, you love them every day, which I love my babies extraordinarily every day. But I also have times where I have to be honest with my child about the things that they do and about their behavior. And I think as leaders in the community, we should be able to love, and we should also be able to correct. That is what we're called to do as leaders. And you talk about leadership all the time, and that is the qualities of a leader. You have to be able to love, and you have to be able to correct. At my job right now, I'm a leader here at my job. I'm very good at it. And sometimes I come in and I bring in food and I bring in joy. We have great meetings and laughter. And some days I have to pull them to the side, have a one-on-one, or pull them out and say, hey, listen, this is incorrect. These are too many errors. I'm going to have to do this, and we'll have to do this. I have to reprimand you for this. So there's always good leadership and good. And then sometimes you also have to be stern in your leadership as well.
And that's just what it is. I didn't see you correcting men on a horrible leadership in this goddamn red pill incel manosphere, these no good sucker space. You are
I don't be on nobody's panel. I don't be on nobody's panels. I'll be
you
on
are
mine and yours.
you are part of the manosphere that is saying that women need to change.
Of course, I think that because even in this interview that you're watching right now, they're talking about how to respect the black woman. I think that looking at even and shout out to you for respecting my grandmother. Even when I talk about my grandmother, when I talk about my grandmother, I speak highly of her and I speak highly of my mom. My mom and my dad have been married for 47 years. And I see marriage in my family in Brownsville. I'm proud of Brownsville. Brownsville been married to his family. He has a beautiful wife and beautiful children. I respect the fact that his woman respects him. I respect the fact that your wife respects you, Sharon. I am about women who love their men like I saw my grandmother love my grandfather until he passed away. She loved that man unconditionally. So when I
That's
talk
great.
about
But the
hold on, when I
problem
talk about, but let me finish.
hold
When
on,
I talk about
BMU.
the
So
behavior,
the issue is that we never talk about how the men that respect their wives, they need to get that love and respect too, because those men are called simps. Those men are called weak. Those men are called that you cannot follow them. That's what the manosphere produces. They produce that men that respect women as weak men.
I never agreed with a husband. That's like me saying, hey, you know what, Sharon? You in Brownsville, y'all simps because you love your wife, you take care of her, you buy her things, you go to nice
Shit, where
places.
was you at?
That is the dumbest shit ever for a man to call a man who take care of his wife and his family a simp. That is the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my
I
life.
ain't
You
never
never heard
seen no
you
pushback.
never heard me say that.
But I've never seen no pushback from the inside on that either.
Right.
It's easy to say it to us now, but I ain't never seen y'all push back against each other on that. Because that's foul when they say that. But they've been saying it for years.
There's never been a man in my presence that said to me, hey bro, I think you a simp because you take it because you take
BMU, I was on your channel and BMU, they literally said it to me on your channel. Do you agree or disagree that those men they say that they literally would say that I'm pandering to women because I want women to be respected? Is this not a true statement?
No. Oh yeah, that is a true statement.
Just like
You
the
have
taste out of
said
your
that.
mouth. I'd like to see it.
Goddamn. It says kick BMU. He's a liar. They put a 20 ball on your head, sir. And so it's $20 to bring back BMU. Any of the brothers that think that he was out there riding for these so-called great men that was out there pushing monogamy, you could bring him back for $20. But I just did not see these things at all. Not even a little bit. Let me also welcome into the show. Good day, Brownsville, New York. What is your thoughts, sir?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Yes, sir. We can hear you good.
Yeah, man. Let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room, cuz. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M. DB, Shiesty Bum, Maya Reed, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, it's me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, the Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, Conversations with MJ, Miss J. Lynn, Genesis, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, Talking to Kinfolk, M. Mills, Zero Tolerance, the Victorious One, Black Beauty, Pink, Reese, Renee, Keisha G, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Cuzzo, I got two thoughts, right? Listening to
Salute
Clifton.
to you, Brownsville. Salute, bro.
Salute to you as well, King. Listening to Clifton Powell say that he's just now figuring out how to love at 69 years old, it gave me two different thoughts, right? The first thought was a positive thought, right? Because he is living proof that it's never too late to recalibrate. We talked about that last week, right? It's never too late to recalibrate your value system. You know what I'm saying? And Clifton Powell is pretty much telling young men and older men, hey, I've recalibrated at 69. You can recalibrate as well, right? The other thought I had though is sadness, right? Because Clifton Powell is a man who is a father, right? He's also a grandfather. His son, Clifton Powell Jr., is almost 30 years old, close to it, right? A lot of people know that he's dating Sasha Obama. That's something totally different, right? However, he even had a previous relationship with the woman where he created a child, right? So Clifton Powell Jr. came from the broken home that Clifton Powell Sr. created, because through his own admission, he didn't know how to love, right? And then now his son also created a child, and he's not with the woman that he created the child with, right? He's now with Sasha Obama. So we have to be mindful as Black men, right, to not repeat these toxic cycles that we create, these generational curses that we create, right? Because we don't understand how to love a woman, right? And what it really comes down to is prioritizing the wrong things, right? When we prioritize degeneracy, lust, ourselves, right? Trying to be the man, trying to stand out, trying to be a player, right? What happens is we hurt a lot of people in that process, right? So we hurt all the women we encounter. And then if we make and create children with those women, now we end up hurting those kids because we're not teaching them in real time how to love by loving their mother, right? So I'm interested of hearing Clifton Powell continue to tell his story, because his story is a story that needs to be told, right? Because it's time for men to start waking up, right? And recalibrate their value system. Remove lust, degeneracy, and selfishness from the top of their value system and replace it with God. Add some honor, integrity, self-respect, self-discipline, empathy, right? Patience, some solid values, solid virtues underneath that, so that you can learn how to love, right? And to land it, 1 John 4:8 says, if you don't know how to love, you don't know God, because God is love, right? So even if you don't believe in God, you can replace God with love, because they're synonymous, right? That should be higher at the top of your value system, right? You should be loving on your family, loving on anybody who is giving you the opportunity to be in your presence, right? Because there's a certain energy that we create when we surround ourselves with people that we love, that can have a multi-beneficial result if we're willing to commit ourselves to doing that. So this is an interesting conversation. I don't understand BMU's point of view, and bringing in that slavery talk. As Black men, we have to understand to stop blaming other things and other situations and other people for our selfishness, for our lack of recalibration, for our waywardness, right? For our degenerative ways. It's not because of slavery that you're a degenerate. It's not because of the white man that you don't understand and know how to prioritize loving a Black woman and treating a Black woman right, right? It's not nobody's fault but yourself if you don't know how to pour love into your family, pour love into your woman, pour love into your children, right? So we got to take ownership and accountability for all of our mistakes and stop looking for somebody else to be a scapegoat because we've prioritized being selfish and degenerate over creating positive and productive relationships. But I'm interested to see what everybody else has to say, man. Peace and love to everybody.
Yeah, that was good. Shout out to that. Hey, Goat, why do you think people when he didn't repeat himself, he was saying all productive things. Why people want to silence things that's moving in a productive way, Goat?
I don't know. I really think what people have gotten used to is the degenerate side of the conversation. And I really think that people haven't even seen how it could be productive. And so when we get to conversations like this, I think there's like a search for the bad example. And when you do have the good example, or the person that's been married, the person that praises, uplifts, supports their wife and whatnot, I really do think there's so many more of the people on the other side that they kind of just get to mail it in that something is wrong because it's more of them, it's less of us. And by default, because of that, most of us had the experience. That little experience they going through over there, that marriage stuff, oh yeah, that's abnormal. That's not normal. But it's more of us over here where it ain't working, where people aren't married, where we are just, running through women and whatnot. So, I mean, again, I just think a lot of this come down to like Brownsville was saying, because the only thing I really disagree with him on is like people like Clifton. I don't think we need to hear his story. I think he needs to sit his ass down somewhere because you've already failed multiple generations. Go sit down. We don't need to hear that no.
That's a good, strong argument at the end. I like that. Let me also welcome in Kulu. What is your thoughts, Kulu? That was a good argument. Go. I like that argument.
Yeah, what's up, Sharon? Brownsville Go panel. Can't see your names. What's up, chat? My thing when it comes to the situation, sorry for the background noise, that's a train going by, is I think that he's too old to be trying to tell us how to find love and things like that, man. Like, I'm glad you found it, like, before you passed away. But a lot of us who are intelligent understand, love and understand how to treat our women early in life. You know what I mean? And we don't need to be 70 on a panel at a round table talking about, what we need to do when we already figured it out at a way younger age. I disagree with BMU. I think he always finds a way to turn it into like a culture war, trans gay issue. And it don't need to be that. Those are black men, whether they're homosexual, trans, or whatever. And I think that it's the bigger point is the reason why they're like that is because of the lack of, love and understanding in a household, potentially, you know what I mean? So I understand the post-traumatic slave syndrome. It is a real thing, but do I think it pertains to the conversation that we're having? No, you know what I mean? To being selfish? No, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. But overall, it's not that hard to treat a woman right. You have to be intelligent and you have to understand that, and you have to be selfless, like in a way, like you understand that life's not going to be your way. And if you're going to be wrong like a bunch of times throughout life, you know what I mean? Like, especially in the marriage, and just treat people fair. Like it's that simple. Like it's not some math equation or some rocket science equation of the universe that you got to figure out. Like it's very simple. And if you're a kind, honest person who has integrity and all the different things that it takes, you figure it out early, in life. So that's all I got to say.
Nice. I like this build. It's a good build. Let me read a couple of these super chats. Yogi Fish with the 199. Weak men cheat. Agreed. Ogun says you're not a bad dude, bro. You speak some facts. My main disagreement with you is your lack of balance. With equal treatment should come equal criticism. Wow, interesting. Phil James, 499. You can't pass down traumatic stress. It's either something you experienced or it's something you have not experienced. Interesting. Also, we have the Cash App. It says, support the show. It's $2 Tuesday. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Yes, I would appreciate everybody with their $2 on Tuesday. Shout out to y'all. We got 130 people watching. If everybody would donate $2 or $1, that would be awesome. It's okay if you can pocket watch it, you can do the math. It is what it is. It's okay. It's okay to support productive conversations.
Sharon, can I ask them real quick? So the post-traumatic slave syndrome thing. So like to give a small example that she gave. So when like using it on black men, like back in the day, you know, when this, you know, she would use that the slave owner will come and ask how the boy's doing or the girl's doing, and the mother or the father would always purposely talk negative about the child because she or he didn't want the child to be sold, right? So the highly she spoke about the boy or the girl, you know, the more likely that he would want to sell her. So that will translate into years down the line, you know, not receiving positive affirmation from your parents, you know, and things like that, you know. So she spoke on stuff like that, but I don't get how BMU brought it into the conversation with this 70-year-old man. You know what I mean? But that's just an example, like just one example, but there's many examples that she talks about.
Yeah, it's definitely concerning on.
Man, that shit an excuse, bro. Like, listen, man, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. The amount of slave narratives in Black history I've studied, I should have PTSD from reading this stuff, bro. If I don't have PTSD from having years and years of information at the top of my head ready to debate at any moment, if that don't give me PTSD, I don't want to hear that, bro. I can start naming you victims of lynchings right now. Okay. That is insane to say that 100+ years later, we're still struggling with understanding a history. We shouldn't be traumatized by that. And so if people I would say go get some help. Stop out here in front of the world.
But do you know what epigenetics is?
Absolutely.
So that's like the passing of traits, behaviors, traumas through genes, right? Through blood. So it's a real thing. And I agree with you, with your bigger point, but it does exist in some forms, just not the forms that being used.
I agree. It exists in some capacity. For just a quick example, a couple years ago, I was riding through Mississippi, right, in the middle of the Delta. And I'm looking around and I could literally feel that history. You could feel the history. So I get what you're saying in those terms. But outside of those terms, it becomes an excuse. Post-traumatic slavery ain't keeping you from treating your woman right. Get out of here with that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, and especially if we keep with the trend. So that means after years of it not happening to you, that it should be passed down less and less through the blood as well, right? So we are at the point where by now those epigenetics they got to stop somewhere.
Yeah.
No, that's a fact. It's the better we do in our lives, the more therapy we get, like the better that we choose our behaviors, our thoughts. It's definitely gonna be passed down. So you're 100% correct, Sharon, and that will, uproot like what has happened. So you're definitely right on that.
And I just want to I was driving through the South as well, and I seen a cotton field, and I was like, woo, felt something. Yeah. I drove through, I believe it was one of the Carolinas. I forgot which one it was, but I took the back route, and it literally still had the small shanty shacks of slavery there, sitting on the side of the road, like where slaves lived, and you see how small it is, and I felt it, felt that shit. However, I still understand, like, we move forward at the same time. So you could definitely feel the history of these things, especially like if you read enough about it, you communicated with enough people about it, so you could feel it. However, to say that I'm passing that down to my relationships is wild, especially somebody like Clifton that said he is very well read. Like, you read enough to not have these goddamn, like, you should have fixed it way before 70. Like, but you should have to put your woman through all these different, because he said he put her through situation after situation after situation, and he commend her for sticking with him. And this is something that we know for a fact been passed down through generations of men, saying, hey, you got to shit test your woman and you got to do all these things, and you cheat on her 10 times and she keep coming back, then yeah, But by the time when your back hurt, you can't go outside no more. Now you know that's the one for you. That is a problem. That's what's really been passed down. It ain't no goddamn post-traumatic disorder through slavery. No, it's Viagra. That's the problem.
But the issue is, and here's the reason why I kind of disagree with the GOAT and Kulu on this, right? Because Clifton Powell is not an outlier, right? There's a lot of men who are in their 40s, 50s, and beyond in these spaces that hit panels every day, that when they express themselves and communicate, you understand they don't know how to love, right? Big J Triple X is one of them. He's here every single day, right? And he can't even express himself without getting into anger and rage, right? Because he don't have a woman. He don't know how to love a woman. He don't know how to love, right? Jay Prince for president is another brother, right? He's about to be 40 or maybe 40 right now. He don't know how to love, right? He has a crazy ideology, and these brothers, what is apparent about them, right, is instead of actually doing the work and taking accountability, they'll blame someone else, right? So they'll blame the woman, they'll blame society, they'll blame slavery. But you got a 69-year-old brother, Clifton Powell, saying, well, no, I had to recalibrate, right? And now I had to take accountability and realize it was me all along. It wasn't the sisters. It wasn't the environment. It wasn't society. I was the one who was wayward and degenerate, and my mind wasn't right. So I think it would be beneficial for brothers to hear him, right? So that they can understand, well, now it's time for me to look in the mirror and undergo some self-reflection and understand that I need to recalibrate because it's me.
So the problem is, before I pass it to the GOAT, is that he's saying the same sentiments as like people like of the red pill incel manosphere space. These no good suckers. He's saying, no, you can't love a woman until she go to therapy, is what he just recently said. And that's the issue with him. He's also a part of the women gotta fix themselves, and then once they fix themselves, then I could fix me. Go ahead, GOAT.
And see, and again, I don't think you way off, Brownsville, but I think if we try to get a message across, because you know what I'm saying, I got a son that's in his 20s now, and one of the things I'm learning is I gotta say this shit now, because the older I get, the less likely he is to listen. And so when it's somebody like Clifton Powell, bro, just being honest, people wanted to hear that when you was on top, fam. People wanted to hear that when we saw you in every movie. We needed to hear that when you were important. You're a nobody now. So at best, you will be looked at as pandering or trying to get back into the good graces or trying to be seen again. And I'm not saying that's obviously the case. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's the excuse to not listen to him. He don't have it no more. He's lost it now. You're not the guy anymore. You're not him. So of course, now you're ready to settle down. I'm saying young men know that. Young men can look at him and say, yeah, bro, you was him when you was running the streets. You was him when you was getting that attention. Now that you ain't getting it no more, now you ready to settle down. Get up out of here, OG. That's what that, you know, I got a son, fam, in that age range. That's what you gonna say.
And you're totally right, Go.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I totally agree with you, right? So the young brothers, they not going to listen to him. They're going to tell him, sit down somewhere. You a failure. You had your opportunity and you wasted it. We don't want to hear nothing you got to say, right? But the brothers like Big J Triple X, Full Circle, and some of those older brothers, right? He might benefit them because they might listen to him and then decide to look themselves in the mirror. Well, if he's 69 and he can recalibrate, maybe I could recalibrate at 46. Maybe I could recalibrate at 40, right? So he has a specific targeted audience that he could possibly reach and lead out of the waywardness of degeneracy and into the marvelous light of learning how to love.
But Brownsville, you saying he could lead Big J Triple X to the light? I need you on a record saying that, bro.
Hey, Go. It's possible, right? Nothing is impossible.
Nah, Brownsville, bro. That ain't happening, bro. I think some of them just gone for good. The things that they kind of stand on, they're where Clifton would have been 20 years ago. And if anything, we'll hear from Big J when he gets 70. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think some of the people that's been doing this 10 years like Big J are going to be quick to receive a message from, somebody who, again, he's not in his prime. When you're in your prime, it's easier to get people to sit down and listen to you. You're past your prime. We ain't even seen you in a movie lately. You know what I'm saying? And so I just know where it's going to land at, but I do think you have a point. It could be a benefit to somebody in the future. So I can't say there's no benefit, but it's like, ooh, I don't think so.
In Brownsville,
I agree, and I think that's why it's important for Kulu, myself, Brownsville, and the GOAT, because I believe all three of us is different generations, and we could show that, hey, you can have a strong respect for women, marry your woman, respect your woman, raise your children at all different tax brackets, at all different age levels, and deal with the situation at hand. And 97% of married men are not cheating on their wives. That's what Clifton just finished saying. And 85% of married women are cheating on their husbands. That's just a wild statement. And there's an excuse to not be monogamous, to be honest.
yeah, and to respond to Brownsville, my bad, go, but just real quick, you're right, Brownsville. Yes, I'm 30, right? And when I heard him trying to preach to us about love at 70, like, come on, bro, like I don't want to hear that. Like you done figured it out at 70, that I done figured it out at 22. When I met my wife. So, and I'm not perfect. I still got areas of improvement, but it's like don't try to preach to us like you just found something new that nobody knows about, and it's like. Then when the guys start to question you, it's like you get all emotional. You want to hop off the show. Oh man, I can't do this and whatnot. And it's like all that love talk that he was just talking to me went out the window when he was like getting emotional with the men around him. You know what I mean? At the panel. So it's like, man, dudes like him, Big J, and others, if they ain't figured it out by now in 2026 with technology and stuff like that, they're never going to figure it out. And I think that not you, Brownsville, or Go or Sharon believe this, but this idea that every man's going to be married and have a child and have a wife is just not reality. Only a certain sector of men have reproduced, have had families, and raised their children. And I think that that's always going to be the case. So it's men like him, men like Big J, Full Circle, and others that are part of the sector that's just never going to be able to get it. Like no matter how many people that that get on podcasts, no matter how many books they read, like it's just not within them. Same thing for Jay Prince. Like it's just not within them, in my opinion.
Sharon, can I say
Yes.
something right quick?
Yes, you can. Go ahead, Jalen.
Hey, it's so bad now that the new age modern women are teaching younger women to be miserable monsters and telling them to be single. Am I right or wrong?
Thank you, Jalen. I appreciate that.
Just a question, sir.
It's okay. And welcome to the show. We're gonna answer that. Don't worry about it, Jay. We will answer that shortly. Welcome to the show, Shadow, the Titan Wasp.
Hey, good morning.
Good day. We don't mourn each other over here.
Fine. What's up, panel?
Hey, what's your thoughts?
I mean, Kulu, it's weird. Despite me and Kulu looking at things from different angles, we can often see the very same scenario. People not understanding how love works or how marriage works at 50, much less 70, doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I also believe a lot of that's because a lot of people aren't even exposed to it throughout most of their life. Most people don't know what love is because they don't know how to put somebody else before themselves. Especially the last two generations were incredibly selfish. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of how the game works. And you can't be selfish and understand love in the same context. That's it.
Okay. So with this video, I'm gonna jump back into it. Should I jump back right where, or should I go forward a little bit? I was thinking going forward a little bit to see where it progressed to. I'm gonna go forward just a little bit. Let me see. Let's go about like 40 minutes forward. Let's see what it's talking about. Let's see if the conversation progressed.
The idea that being a good man, or a man
It's a mix.
is being like or men are natural protectors or natural providers. I don't think that's the case at all. Men are not. You can't be a natural protector and provider when you are the one that's causing harm.
Right.
Yeah.
So what are you protect? You're protecting. So you say you're protecting women.
You said that so eloquently.
You're saying
so simple too.
He said it the way I was trying to say it.
You're protecting yourself.
Then he be doing this motherfucking hands like this. Like, I'm gonna fuck you up.
So that is largely how we wrong.
And then we talk about masculinity. So when we're teaching young men and boys.
Hey, shout out to them getting through it and shaking hands right there too. Whatever they was going through, they went through it and they was able to shake hands. Shout out to that because we need more of that. And I do think that it is interesting as well, the fact that, you know, men are always preaching that they are these protectors, but they also the main ones doing the violation of protection. 100%. That is a very interesting point of view. We can start with the GOAT. What's your thoughts on that, GOAT? Men are claiming that they are the protectors, but they are also the ones that is violating the protection. GOAT is not there right now.
I didn't know I was muted. No, that's one of the biggest issues with the conversation about protection is all men want to be seen as protectors, but then when you get into it, you realize that they don't actually want to protect the women. They're kind of more interested in protecting men, and you know what I'm saying, that sometimes you don't even hear them being protective of their children. So, you know what I mean, although I do think there's a real conversation that needs to be held, a lot of that conversation I think has been lost in people just trying to sound right, not wanting to sound like a simp and this and that. So yeah, I think we definitely need to be willing to proudly say we're protectors, but it's about people fitting in and sounding right and all of that. So some people just will never say it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think certainly we are, and we're supposed to be.
I like it. Let me also welcome into the show the verbal assassin. I know she ain't got much time, so I want to get her in there real quick. So my brothers, hold your thought real quick. Go ahead, verbal assassin.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday.
Peace and love.
Well, good day, good day. Hey, Taz. Okay, so I just have this quick question to Brownsville. So I'm listening to you, and I'm not really sure I understand why you would think a man like this at his big age would be any way beneficial with what he's up here on this on that little podcast saying, because to me he still sounds like a degenerate. Just because he's 70 years old and he's just now saying, hey, look at me, I know how to love, like it's kind of too late. And he's not even taking any real accountability. He's still blaming others for the way that he has behaved all his life. And I don't believe he learned how to love at all. I believe that his pain stopped working. That's what happened. And that's what happens with men like that. You know what I mean? They go through life. They've had many men like him in his position have met a ton of women who could have made great partners, who could have been good wives, and they could have had a happy life with them. But because they're so greedy and selfish and they have lust at the forefront of their mind, they don't choose those women. They don't settle down with those women. They actually abuse and use and discard those women. And now when he needs a caretaker, now he's realized how to love. It's absurd. If he was showing, I will give you this, Brownsville, if he was at his age and he was talking to younger men and he was saying, these are the exact things that I did, these are the ways that I went wrong, without blaming the women or making their faulty, whatever is faulty with them throughout his life being the reason why he couldn't do something, then you would have a point. But I don't hear that from him. So am I missing that?
No, you're not missing that, Queen. And I agree with what you're saying, right? Which is why I mentioned that there's a specific targeted audience that he may be beneficial to them, right? Because I believe that some brothers need brothers who may not be fully recalibrated to speak to them and tell them different um ways that they went wrong, right? He's admitting, right? Showing a little bit of vulnerability, saying, hey, I'm 69 years old and I'm just now figuring out how to love, right? Because the big J triple X's of the world, they don't listen to me, right? They're not going to listen to the younger brothers either, right? They believe their issue is with the woman, right? So you take a brother like Clifton Powell, who's 69, and he has a conversation with Big J Triple X, and he tells him, hey, take the triple X out of your name and focus on learning how to love and just be Big J, right? And I can help you walk with you through this recalibration journey because I'm currently walking through this recalibration journey. That's where I believe he'll be able to be beneficial to the community.
But what has he said to show that he is taking full accountability for his behaviors, though? That's the part I'm asking you. Where is he saying that? Because that's what I would like to hear to give him any sort of grace.
Well, he
And
he admitted
and he
he
sounds
admitted.
performative to me. Okay, did
Well,
he
I don't.
say specifically what he did? Because all I heard, and granted, I have not watched the entire video. I did see some of it like last night or yesterday, but what I saw was not impressed with. And then his level of anger because he's sitting there amongst men and they have a different view and he gets immediately upset. He also was cutting people off, and the man was acting a damn fool. So what has he exactly actually learned? Because part of so-called learning how to love also requires humility and vulnerability, true vulnerability. That means you can sit in a space with other men that you are, if you are
She probably got a phone call.
okay.
Okay, there she go. You back.
Okay. What did you guys miss? What was the last thing you heard me say?
Oh, you said vulnerability. That's the last word I heard you say.
Yeah. Okay. So basically what I'm saying is there's genuine vulnerability, and then there's performative. He wanted to sit up on that panel at that round table, and he wanted to act as though he's the all-wise teacher without any pushback. As soon as he got the pushback, rightfully so, he got angry. There's no true vulnerability in that or humility, and that is not the signs of a leader or someone who can actually teach anybody anything.
Well, that I totally agree with you, right? And I'm not saying he needs to be a leader or that he's not he doesn't need more recalibration, right? But him, being at the place where he is, right? He may be able to reach somebody who's more of a degenerate than he is, right? And I do believe him admitting, you know, at 69 years old, that hey, I'm just now figuring out how to love. I do believe that's a moment of vulnerability because he didn't have to disclose that, right? We wouldn't be talking about it now, and it wouldn't be like a viral clip if it didn't come out of his mouth, right? Because the whole thing is, well, he's an old man, right? And he's now just admitting that he did not know how to love, even though he has kids and grandkids, right? So I do believe that that's a story that could be beneficial to the older degenerates who are still not undergoing self-reflection and still have this mindset that they're just blaming women and blaming societal factors for all of their shortcomings.
So you think they're going to listen to Clifton Powell?
I think it's a possibility because they're not listening to me. They're not listening to other brothers who may speak differently, who may carry themselves differently, right? Who have more self-regulation, who have more self-control, right? They might identify better with a brother like Clifton Powell who can go off the rails, who can get a little, emotional and different things like that. They might be able to relate to him more than they can relate to me. And maybe, he could, say some things that will force them to actually look in the mirror and undergo self-reflection and see at least one thing that maybe they can fix, one thing that maybe they can change. And we just, as men, see, I'm not a proponent that we can save all men, but I am a proponent that we should try to recalibrate and help men recalibrate, because that's more beneficial to our community than to just say, hey, we need to just throw everybody out. I don't believe that. I believe that there's a possibility that some men can be reached and some men can recalibrate, and it might take somebody that they can relate to where they can finally get a message that they need to hear.
So did you hear him? I don't know if you watched the entire video or whatever. Like I said, I didn't.
Did
you
not.
hear
I
him?
did not. I just heard.
Okay.
I just heard what Cuzzo played.
So anyone who has, did they hear him explain when he says, "I'm just now finding out how to love"? Did you hear him explain what that actually looks like in his life, the steps that he took to actually get there, and then how he practices that in his daily life? Or is it just a pretty phrase that he said and he thought he was going to eat with that? And I say that too because you're saying, oh, this wouldn't be a viral moment. It's going to be, lots of things go viral for all types of different reasons. And I think for this, it went viral because he sounds ridiculous. He got mad. There was a big argument. That's why this went viral. And because it's Clifton Powell, who, is an actor or what have you. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it went viral because he's so profound. I'm just not seeing it. I mean, I understand where you're coming from with it, but for this particular man and what I've seen him up here saying, I'm not seeing how he's gonna help anybody, honestly. But that's all I have to say. I gotta drop down. I'll talk to y'all. I'll be in the clouds.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Verbal Assassin. Yeah, that's an interesting perspective, and we didn't get to that part where he possibly explained or expressed those type of feelings. Also, let me welcome into the show, Full Circle. Good day to you, sir. What is your thoughts so far?
Greetings. Thank you, Sharon. Greetings to the panel, the men, the ladies in the chat. My thoughts so far is to Brownsville. And this is going back to when we had the conversation, the conversation. I gave props to the men that were married. I forgot even about Taz and Nyla. I mentioned them, but they're a couple that have been together for years. Let me bring it forward. I can't learn anything from Clifton Powell. Even with that short video, there's nothing, and nothing against you, Brownsville. When you threw in Big J, he can speak for himself. I'm here to speak for myself. I can't learn anything from this 70-year-old man. The one person I can learn from, and I mentioned it when I was previously on before, is my father, Sharon. My father is 80 years old. I mentioned that in the last discussion. I lost my mother September 2011. My father remarried. So I give thank you, sir, major props to my father. Ex-military, paratrooper. So that's where I get all of that. My value, my skills, my qualities, my love for life, my love for women. My father was a ladies' man. Detroit, Michigan is where he is. That's where he resides. So from Detroit, myself to LA. So I'm a lover, not a fighter. So what you previously saw with the back and forth, that's honestly not me. But for those men like yourself, Brownsville, Taz, even the young man that mentioned it, he said, I'll never get it. Been there, done that, sir. But honestly, Sharon, I protect my energy. I don't give my love to just anyone. And there's a time and a date, but it definitely won't be 70, 80, and 100 years old. But I am that lover not a lover of men, but a lover of myself. I truly love myself, Sharon. Thank you. And I'll land.
Okay. Also, before I got a question for you, let me also welcome you to the show. Uda on go. Good day, sir. What is your thoughts?
Good day. I'll get back to it. I'm here. You know I'm here. Good day
All
to
right.
everybody on the panel. Salute to everybody in the chat. Salute y'all.
So do you so Full Sir, you said you don't think we could gain anything from what Clifton is saying about, he learning it at 70. Do we have a issue with our brothers understand the power of monogamy at the age of between 25 and 30?
Yes, there is a problem because in my mind, my thoughts, they don't have examples and fathers, if anything, if they're not orphans or they've left their lives to pass, generation after generation down of teachings. Once again, like examples. There's no examples. Where are they going to find examples? On television and movies? These ones at that age are just going off of ones that they see that are out in the streets, just going from one woman to another woman to another woman. And in 2026, we've realized that's dangerous. That's not the way to go. What's the results? Multiple children, baby mothers. We flip around and we put it on the women. At the same time, we're not being that man that woman expects to be. And I'm not putting on the women. Once again, remind you, I'm sticking with your question. It's, with the men. We haven't been raised. Our young men haven't been raised. And as I mentioned before, we need our fathers, the elders, the older ones, the great grandfathers teaching those fathers, and the fathers teaching ones like myself. When I get to my age and I decide to, hey, I'm there, but not at the age of 70, 80, and 90. Trust me, that's too old.
What is your value system on the situation? You believe in monogamy, or you what is your idea of the relationship factors that is plaguing us? Do you believe in monogamy?
Okay. I do believe in monogamy. When you're younger and you're a bachelor, you're single, you're learning life, you're exploring life, you're having a great time. Sure, you're gonna no judgment to any of those ones at that age bracket. Been there, done that as well. Multiple women.
What age bracket is that from? The
25 to 30, 35. And when right up in there. When you start to get to 35, 37, 8ish to 40, then you need to put the brakes on. But that's just my opinion. I believe in monogamy. Yeah.
Let me get an understanding. So you're saying around 35 to 40 is when you should start considering yourself as a man to be monogamous.
Start slowing it down. You should start younger, but if you don't have any guidance and it's just you don't have the cliff notes, then somehow start to look within in the mirror and see that this might not be the way. And you could ask around or look to ones that are older that have more wisdom than you. Because if you notice in Clifton Powell's case, he has the children, he has family, but he doesn't have that one because he's going to get there to a time where he's going to need a nursing home, hospice. Many men at that age, it's going to happen. You'll hear, if not yourself and the men on the panel, Brownsville, yourself included, the ones listening in the chat, you hear stories all the time. And it's the women that are the nurturers. They're all around us, but that takes patience. I'll give you an example. Allow me, Sharon.
Example. I want to build on the 35 to 40 thing.
Okay.
Move on to the example. The only issue I have with the 35 to 40, majority of men, I believe is 90% of men at that age bracket have children already. So with that being said, would 35 to 40 be a little too late for them to start slowing down?
No, because before that, you have to take into consideration, and my question to you, sir, are they married? Are they in a relationship? Or do they have someone? Or that's the major thing. They've got the families, but you have your divorces. Some marriages don't even last past 5 years, in today's world. So some out there aren't into running the streets. They're looking and seeing the forest before the trees, as they say. They know one day, knock on wood, they could get to that age, only if they take care of their health. What if it is 35, 40 to 45, 50? Are they going to continue to run the streets? But that's within each individual person to recognize and know within themselves, I can't keep doing this. As was mentioned with Verbal Assassins that was up here, men go through different things, not the same as women, but through different things. In that part of what? Viagra. I'll just be straight up honest. Men get to a certain age. That's the elephant in the room. People don't want to talk about that. Men don't want to talk about that. But it's something within men that they go through. And that's just being honest within oneself. A part of it is perhaps running the streets, just banging, 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 banging. Yeah, it takes its toll on a man, and it can. But you have to know within yourself when to put the brakes on. I'll land.
And that's why I think we definitely gotta get in communication of get men to slow down way before 30s, because majority of men are going to have children at that age, right? So if they are getting into a relationship, like you said, so it's just that's just 35 to 40 is just statistics of men having children. It doesn't say if they married, divorced, and all those other things. And so if we know for a fact that 90% of men at that age is going to have children, we need to get them to slow their brakes around like 25, so this way they can make the proper decision and not cheat on their wives and put themselves in these situations where they are breaking up they happy homes or potential happy homes because you want to shit test your woman all the way up until she's 70 and then say, I commend her for staying with me for all these years. I think that is the main issue that we have to start addressing in today's time.
Okay, can I add to that, Sharon? May I? I have to say this. I think we should focus. I understand and respect what you just said. We have to focus on keeping these individuals together at that age. That's a young age, 20, 21, just getting to learn the world, know the world, get themselves wet, so to speak, get their career together. It's a matter of when they get married at that age, and along with that woman, usually they're younger. How do we keep them together? How do we honestly keep them together to where when they get to that point or that time, like that couple that's the ones that recently broke up and they're YouTubers, that young couple. What happened to that? I forgot the name. Do you remember the name?
I do not. I don't know the name of the couple that you're talking about. I do know that majority of the younger couples, they tend to get caught up in the brothers normally, right? Because we do understand that nothing is 100%. But normally the brothers are the ones that's out there risking it all for some tail, and we cannot expect our brothers to go out there and say, all I did was sleep with her, but I love you. I told her the truth about you being that I have a wife. And we know majority of men, when they say they have a wife, that's just so the other woman understand that you are going to be second in command. They're not saying that I have a wife because your vagina is off limits to me. They're saying because, hey, I want your vagina, but you can't go out there telling that we cannot be committed. I can't spend the night. We're going to have to do, February 15th. That's how a lot of men think. They like, if they have the opportunity, they would jump inside that vagina. And that is what we got. That's how we be able to keep brothers with their wives and let them understand that it is okay to communicate with their wives, to respect their wives, to be vulnerable with the wives. That's the woman you chose. So you need to fully be immersed in that woman. And majority of men feel like, especially at the younger age, they could be fully immersed with their brothers instead of their own woman.
And Sharon, I want to add to this. Oh, go ahead, Brownsville. Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So first and foremost, full circle. My condolences to you for losing your mother. Right. That's probably one of the toughest losses anybody could ever go through. So hopefully you'll find some peace from that situation. But the reason why I thought that Clifton Powell would be a good messenger to you is because when I listen to you, I'm understanding that you still haven't made the decision to recalibrate just yet. And you are an older man, right? You're not a young man anymore. You're an older man, right? And you mentioned your father. You said your father's 80 years old. You said he's the only man you can learn from, right? But you didn't mention what your father taught you in terms of about love. What you mentioned about your father was that he was a ladies' man. And we understand when it comes to monogamous relationships, that's not a term of endearment. No woman wants to be married to a quote unquote ladies' man, right? Because there's a certain level of you know, I guess lack of loyalty that's attached to that moniker of being a ladies' man. That means you're gonna be out there flirting, women gonna be out there flirting with you, you're gonna be out there in all the women's faces, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? And you know, talking to you and listening to you, right? I don't know what your relationship preference is. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if you, because it almost slipped out. You almost said that you was a lover of men, but then you said you was a lover of yourself, right?
Go
So
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm kind of confused as where you are in your recalibration process when it comes to finding a relationship. And also what's problematic, you said, well, men need to slow down when they're 35 to 37. And I think that's pretty ridiculous, right? Because we understand that the majority of men, when they reach that age, they've already had a child, right? So if they haven't slowed down prior to having a child, that means that they've already created a toxic situation, which is a broken home, right? We need them to learn how to love and learn how to be disciplined way before that age. They should be dating with intention way before thinking about bringing children into the world, right? So it's just a way that men need to move in order to be better for our community. And that's why I thought that Clifton Powell would be a messenger that you, Big J, Triple X, Man of Yesterday, and brothers who are in your circle would appreciate. Peace and love.
Okay. Can I respond, Sharon? May I? Thank you, sir. When I mentioned that my father was, what did I say? He was a ladies' man, Brownsville, with all respect. This was prior to my mother that passed away in 2011. I love my father. And when I say lovers of men and it slipped out, that's actually what I meant. I'm also a lover of men that support other men when it comes to information. I personally love that. Any type of information, even technically, any trade or anything like that. Absolutely, sir. I'm a lover of men that can give me and grant me information that's going to help me in my life. I can't speak for every man out there, but at the same time, my father, what he gave me quality wise, as far as strength, mentally, mental support, he did tell me, he guided me, slow down. Not that I ran out there and I was a runner, but he wanted me to know, don't be like me, son. I have two sisters. Okay. I thought, hey, it's just me. I didn't disappoint him. My father's very proud of me, very proud of me. And I'm thankful for even having him still in my life. Do you want to know what I did, Brownsville? I took my father and I showed him my mother's grave. This man, this military awarded man of honor, had tears in his eyes. You want to know what he said? And he's on his second wife. She's alive as well. She looks after my father. I love you, Annette. That's my father's wife's name. He had tears in his eyes. He says, he didn't even have to even say, but he says it often and off the record where his current wife doesn't know. I loved your mother. I loved your mother. And I'm like, thank you, Dad. So that was passed down to me. So when I say he was a ladies' man, that was prior. He's military, Brownsville. In the military, come on, don't judge, sir. Men do their thing. But when he got out, he made something of himself working at the factory, the car factory. Remind you, Billy, GM Chrysler in Detroit. I go there often. My sister, I just attended a wedding. My sister just got married to a younger man. Fabulous wedding. Cats from Detroit, New York, out there where y'all are at. We had a ball up in Detroit just May of last year. So Clifton Powell, once again, can't say or do nothing for me. You want to know once again who can? My sister, who recently got married, who's younger than me. My father, my sister, once again, that I love. I love my family. They're not out there hoeing. They're examples for me. So I'm not downplaying what you said, Brownsville, but I don't have to get it from no one else but my family. None other than my family. And I support and I stand on that. I'm done. I land.
Yeah, and like, you know, listen, I commend you for loving your family, right? because at least you've learned how to love somebody, right? So that's I mean, I can get with that, right? Every man should be a lover of their family. But when you mention being a lover of men, that kind of brought another layer of confusion, right? Because most men would say they're a lover of women, right? So once again, I'm kind of like flabbergasted, right? Because I don't understand what your relationship preference is, right? Because I know you're not married, right? You said you don't have any children, and you're in these conversations when we're talking about relationships, and every time you're in the conversations, you try to in a sly, cunning way, you lift up men over women, right? Maybe you don't understand that you're doing it, but everybody that understands what you're saying, that's what they're getting from it, right? And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. And that's why I liken you to somebody who may benefit from another brother who was also once a lover of men, once a lover of himself, right? Because we got to get out of that mindset of being a lover of men, being lover of ourselves, right? And really focus on loving the people that we want to be with, right? So that is, and unless, I don't know, unless your preference is to be with a man, right? Now, if that's your preference, then that's when it'll make sense to me. But if your preference is to be in a relationship with a woman, then you should be lover of a woman, right?
Let me say this. Hold on, brother. Not cutting in. I'm gonna be nice about this. I won't disrespect you if you don't disrespect me. I've come on the panel opening up, and as Etherman said, Sharon, and mad respect to you, sir. I've taken down my wall. Please do not disrespect me, sir, because you're saying slick remarks, and I put that in the past. I haven't come aggressive. I haven't been aggressive. I haven't been abrasive. I'm communicating. I'm translating. I'm being informative. Don't do that to me. I'm asking you because I see what you're doing. Let me throw this at you. I have an ex from my past, a sister who has a twin. I helped her through school, Arizona, Phoenix. Okay. I helped her get her technical degree as a web designer. She's a millionaire because she has a hair business, bundles of hair, all types of hair, her and her twin put this together. I bought the computer. I backed her up with her schooling. I even financially backed her up. And I'm proud of her. She's now married to someone else. But that was years ago. She was out dating and dating and dating. She lost her parents, mother and father, on crack, literally. Her twin sister will vouch for me that this man was there. My mother, when she was alive, met her. And I stood by her until we separated and broke up. Do I have any envy or strife or any spite or any hate for her, even though it didn't work out? No, I'm glad that I was a part of her life and what I was able to contribute to her, Brownsville. Other women that I've ever come across and managed to come across and help, I've always helped them. It's not one of those ones, as I believe Etherman said, shacking up. No, it's the other way around. I've always supported the men. The men, but I've supported the women. And don't take that always slipped out. I support men and women, but I'm a man. But the women in my life, I love. Let me throw this to you, Sharon, and I'll land. I have a mother right now. On the back chat, we got together when the show was over. Brownsville will never tell you this. I didn't get a chance to get this out to him. Well, actually, I did. So I'm appalled. It's like, like you wouldn't bring this up, Brownsville. I have a mother, Sharon, that's in Virginia. Her husband has Alzheimer's. Late last year, I went to go visit them in Virginia because I had to handle and conduct some business on a military base. She's dealing with him now. They've been together for years. She's by his side. Huge man in the photos, standing 10 toes down, a real soldier. And now he has his wife Do you know I just called her yesterday? And why I did that, Sharon, because previously of the show that we just had, when I was being aggressive and how I acted, I said, you know what? I got something I got to do. I'm going to call and check on my family. So going back to the quote unquote Clifton Powell, they can't once again for the 100th time do nothing for me because I have my own family that have military men that are still here and not still here. And I tell the women that I love, my aunties, I'm so proud of you for standing by your husbands. They said, what else would I do? Not divorce, not mess around, not separated, none of that. They're standing with their men and they have 60 plus years, 59 years. Hoorah! What can you say about that, sir? So please stop with the little shots that you're taking at me. I am, once again, as I said before, Sharon, I am secure in my manhood. I love myself. I don't know about others. I couldn't say the same about you, but I'm not going to say that to you because that's disrespectful. So please, for the something time, stop trying to disrespect me. Because once we get started, and you saw what went on the last time, this ain't going to be an anti-Corey, and I'm not shaking, but I'm trying my best to give you respect. Thank you, Sharon. I'll land.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to disrespect you, my brother. I asked you a question, and it was a valid question based upon what you were expressing, right? You mentioned you was a lover of men, right? Now you mentioned, hey, you was in a relationship with a woman and you did everything for, you did this, you did that, you did this, and that relationship didn't work out. But then she found a relationship that did work out, and ultimately she's married and she's happily married, right? But you haven't mentioned
Go ahead, Bronxville.
Right.
Go ahead.
We had a conversation, my brother, after the show, right? Oh, now you want to talk.
Brownsville,
Okay, cool.
no,
Hold on.
Brownsville. I put myself on mute. I put myself on mute so you can talk. I do that for myself. You need to stop doing that just because I didn't answer. I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to improve. You know how over talk and all that? I just had you on mute. You need to stop doing that. And you have that quality of judging people and putting the cart before the horse. That's a bad trait. If you want to talk about value, sir, and as far as the woman that went on with her life, someone told me through the grapevine that we're mutual friends with that, hey, your ex, Letitia, she got married. I'm so proud. I'm going on with my life and I'm happy for her. So I don't know if it's happy, if it's kids involved. I don't know because that's none of my business. I'm not a weirdo. I'm not a stalker. Everyone has gone their way. But you know what? If I came across her, do you know she'd give me a big hug? Because she's a good friend. If I was to see her today, I have no animosity and vice versa. You need to stop that. And start off with stop judging. You're still stuck with the whole lovers, what you were trying to do that last time, or lovers of men. Once again, I'm secure in my manner. Just like when they would make Sharon jokes about you with the eyes and the twerking and this, that, and the other. Do you know what? When I observed Sharon, I said he's secure in his manhood. He has his family, regardless of who he had previously, and he loves his daughters. Hoorah! I'm so proud of that. You need to stop, Brownsville, because I'm going to really, really check you because you're trying to put me in a corner. And where I'm at right now in my life, very happy. I'm a bachelor. I know where I'm going. You can never box me and put me in that box. That particular box or the LGBT or gay or love of them, you will never on this planet. You will burn in HELL before I let you put me in any box or corner or hole. Hoorah.
Yeah, the thing is, I wasn't trying to put you in a box or corner. I asked based upon your rhetoric, right? That was a valid question because I didn't bring up love.
Sharon, I'm going to leave because this is going in circles. I thank you and I bless you and I got you. Thank you, Sharon. God bless. I'm out. No more.
This is the issue, man. Like, we need to be able to have conversations where we don't agree and you're able to maintain self-control. You're able to regulate yourself emotionally and just have the conversation, right? Unless, like I say, what do you have to hide? What is missing, right, from your conversation? Because here's the thing. I asked valid questions based upon what you said, right? And it's like you're taking that as if I'm disrespecting you. And you can just answer the question, right? A question is not disrespect, it's just a question. You can either choose to answer it or not answer it. But at the end of the day, yeah, we got to do better, man. Like, you know,
All right.
got to do better.
Let me welcome into the show. Good day, Supreme Goddess PH Diva. How you doing?
Wonderful, sir. Good day, everyone.
What would you like to? What's your thoughts?
I was cracking up at how what's the guy's name? Clifton Powell, like turned into Pinky. Like, sir, the movie over. I mean, but I think he's not an anomaly. There are plenty of older women who they even have like a saying for what he talked about. They call it not a saying, but like a word for it. It's called coming in, right? So they'll say, my husband finally coming in, meaning he finally done stop, ain't able to take his dick on the road, and so he coming his ass in the house and sitting the fuck down somewhere. And so a lot of those older women were, waiting around for that type of thing. So, I'm sure the woman is, happy about that. But yeah, he's telling the truth.
Damn, coming in. I never heard this saying before, Diva.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have some older lady friends, and so they talk about that type of stuff.
It's wild to man. Clearly, this kind of conversations is highly needed, and it's not just a panel situation, right? We see these type of they get heated even in person because it's two ideologies keep fighting with each other. Even though I see BMU keep trying to bring up the fact that clearly this man that has a beard is originally a man. I don't know how he did that, but clearly that's what that is. And it also have and they both Spanish too, and that's interesting. So the man with the beard, he's Spanish. He used to be a woman. And also the man that's playing the tambourine, he also looked like he's Spanish or something of that nature. But it doesn't take away the fact of what they are actually saying. You attacking their sexuality has nothing to do with the words that they're using. And I always find it so interesting that they attempt to use other things other than the words that the person is using to attack the person. Like, it's okay. Clifton is talking about degeneracy that you gotta, it took him 70 years to figure out how to love a woman. That's crazy. He said, today is when I figured out how to be monogamous. That's crazy. Because that's also another suggestion that he wasn't a monogamous until, I don't know. It's just all weird to me, to be honest. But I'm glad that he said it because now we could keep the conversation moving forward. Let's see what else is happening.
Young boys.
I think we on to something here.
Yeah.
I think we on to something.
What masculinity is, it's always an antithesis to femininity.
Exactly right.
So then it's just like, to be a man and to be strong and to show up means you don't be like a woman. So a woman is less than. It's always going to be down.
Right. So let's go back to what we were talking about. Okay, listen.
Right.
What I was trying to say to you is this.
I think
out of everybody in this motherfucking room, I'm 70 years old. My mother committed suicide when I was 4. My father was a dysfunctional alcoholic.
Damn.
I'm just learning. Like you said, I think when you learn, you gotta do better.
Yeah.
So now I'm trying to do better. So we talking about trusting Black women, because that's why the fuck I'm here.
Right.
And I don't like doing this kind of shit.
Right.
Because I my brain is on another level because I live with the boss. I live with a queen who's a boss that if you saw me, and I'm just saying this, and that's why I got emotional, because I'm living it right now. Every 18 seconds, a woman gets beaten in this country by a man. When a woman is killed, it's by the domestic partner. So it's a lot of things that y'all are talking about that's true, that in order for us as Black and Latino men, or you Latin?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm half Latin.
I'm just saying.
No, but I'm just saying. What I'm saying, nobody at this table is wrong. In order to love Black women, we got to figure out where we are as men.
Now, let me ask you this question, Cuzzo. And be honest with me, right? When you just heard Clifton Powell speak just now, didn't it sound like Full Circle was speaking?
No.
What's the difference?
The difference is Full Circle is not practicing the way how Clifton is. Clifton was all the way up into 70 practicing being a degenerate. It doesn't sound like the Full Circle is practicing being a degenerate.
No, I'm talking about the way they articulate themselves, right? How he was just, responding to that situation, right? It's like a similar mindset, right? Even though, yes, Full Circle's younger, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know what he got irritated because I was asking him questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Clifton Powell is somebody who will get irritated if you ask him questions, right? I just see a lot of similarities there. And I think Clifton Powell is saying, hey, I'm figuring out things at 69 that I probably should have figured out a long time ago. And, I'm trying to help the brothers get this thing figured out a long time before they reach 69, right? So we know he's still in the process of recalibrating, but just the way he speaks with so much emotion, right? That's what I hear when I was, in a conversation with Full Circle.
So I think for me, just to try to make a comparison, the difference is that Clifton is injecting himself into the conversation instead of keeping it general. And Full Circle, he got so-called emotional by the questioning that he felt that you was disrespecting him with the question, right? So I think that will be the difference. I don't think Full Circle was injecting his personality into the conversation. It was just he was upset at the questions you asked him. So that will be my difference. Clifton was absolutely 100% evoking his emotional situation of whatever he didn't have, or at 70 years old that he finally figured out, and he was upset that the young men checked him on that, like, nah, you too late. You cannot be talking about how all of a sudden you got it right now at 70. Even though, he's a tambourine player, and the other one with the beard, clearly BMU said that used to be a woman. I don't know. This is my first time seeing these people. Welcome to the show. Truth. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
What's up, Bruce? How you feeling today, brother?
I'm doing well. Appreciate you.
Already salute to everyone on the panel. I heard bits and pieces of what people shared. So what is the gist that you guys are trying to surmise here?
For me, a couple of people told me to watch this, to review this. So far, what I got from it is that for a long time, women been waiting for their husbands and boyfriends, lack of better words, to come in. Meaning, PhD just brought in the fact that, women been waiting for men to come into the house and stop slinging a peen all around. And men are waiting until they're 70 years old to realize how to love a woman monogamously. And that's a problem, because what it seems as that you wait until you at the end of your progression in life, you at the end of probably even you able to perform in a physical way. You're waiting to when you're just waiting till you at the end to say, now, after I put my woman through all of these things, I'm going to commend her now because she stayed with me even though I was treating her bad.
Ain't that the very thing that dudes were saying that women do? So hold on. So the conversations that we've had where they saying women are waiting for such and such umpteen years to get themselves together, so on and so forth. We have a actual man that operated in that format.
100%. He waited until he's 70 years old to say, I learned how to love a woman. After he put his woman, he said it himself, he put her through time and time again of disappointing her to finally realize that he needs to be monogamous and love her properly.
Yeah, he better be thankful that somebody actually do care about him. And the fact that yeah, because he blessed. Because once again, I don't think no one should subject themselves to trauma that has nothing to do with them.
Right.
If a man has stuff that he needs to work himself through, you know, that is unfair for him to bring his garbage and put that on to his person who he's in a relationship with. That's, for me, that's inconsiderate. That person did not deserve to have all those things given to them. You know, whether the emotions, the highs and lows that you're going through, whatever you got to deal with, whether it's grief, you know, depression, anxiety, any of those things that you're trying to work through that you're using as a catalyst for the reason why you couldn't commit and be honest to this one woman. You know what I'm saying? No woman should you know, put themselves through that, you know, because it's unhealthy for them.
Right.
And which will cause them to have problems later on when they have a man that is just as healthy as they is. They would then internalize those things because of what they've been put through. Like the old moniker, hurt people hurt people. You feel what I'm saying? So but yeah, this is crazy. So let me ask you a question, Bracy. Do you believe that men actually love women as a whole? What I mean, do they know exactly what love is, and do they love women as a whole for being a woman?
I think 3 years ago I would have said yes. After my experience of these past 3 years doing these shows and panels, I would have to say no.
Okay. Okay.
And it's sad to see so many men are willing to fight against monogamy, loving a woman that clearly loves them. They would do, and clearly it's because maybe they don't have a certain respect for themselves. So they'll do everything in their power to make that woman leave them. Because they know they got that woman and she is way better than him. That's what I'm starting to realize that most men do. Like Clifton Powell, right? He tried his best to probably push that woman away. And for that reason, she stayed. Yeah. And then now he realized that, damn, I was the one that's whatever therapy he had to go through at 70, and he finally figured it out at 70 that, oh, it was me this whole time. It had nothing to do with her at all. If I would have just did my own self-reflection throughout the years, I could have been a better man for her. And don't actually have anything to do with her at all. And then, and, you know, and it's just weird to get so much pushback when, you know, people like GOAT been here for 10 years promoting that type of mentality. They got me for the past 3 years, not knowing how bad it was. You know, me even, you know, truth, you telling me, hey, some men, hey, you know what I'm saying? You like, hey, I'm telling you, I know you're trying to see the good in people, but it took me a while to understand, like, damn, it's worse than what I thought. We do have to throw some men away.
Yeah.
You know
we had those conversations. Same thing. And it's funny that you gave that timeline 2.5, 3 years ago. That's the same thing when I had the conversation and I finally realized that it's not enough. It's a very minuscule amount of men that actually want a relationship with a woman for the sake because she's a woman and her differences is what makes her beautiful.
Right.
And the things that we are trying to achieve, we could only get that through a relationship and a marriage with a woman becoming your wife. So even down, I know you remember this. We was on another show and they had, the title was, "What is a woman good for other than her box?"
Crazy.
And majority of the men came up there and said a woman is not good for nothing else but her box.
That's it, right? And we had a long conversation about that.
Yeah,
Right.
we had a long one. Because that one show then stressed out. Many people were asking that, other shows about the same thing. And majority of men were saying the same thing. So then how can we then get upset for women saying, hey, you don't love us? All you are trying to do is be perverted. It's not about family or marriage, because you actually said it. You said, I'm only good for is what's between my legs. I have nothing else to offer you. You said these things.
Yeah.
So then am I supposed to believe in the contradiction of, hey, yeah, I said that, but I really meant was I believe you're good for marriage and all these things. When somebody asks you initial question, you emphatically said no. They're really not good for nothing. I can get everything else except for a box from a woman.
Yeah. Some questions that we are starting to deal with now. And one thing I am proud of is that I think the pushback is finally starting to settle down, and younger men are understanding it more than ever, which is a great thing. I don't know if maybe this whole epigenetics, I don't know what it is, but it's starting to pass down where our young brothers don't have to wait till they're 70. And I think as time moved forward, we would start to get degeneracy lower and lower as time goes by. We got to stop allowing the degenerate men keep getting pushed into the atmosphere, because we've seen for the past 10 years that the ones that talk the worst about women is the ones that get rewarded with even women platforms, with women going to those men platform and have discussions about women being degenerate. Women, you know what I'm saying? Like, they get rewarded for that.
Right.
They get to go to the bigger women platforms to even be interviewed. They get more women camming up than any other show. Any other show. The men that are for the past 10 years that have been degenerate towards women, those are the channels that women would cam up day after day. And the men that is actually fighting with and for them to have a real equal footing of thought pattern, not even rights in the world and laws and all. I'm just talking about just an equal thought pattern.
Right.
Those men get the most pushback. Those men are looked at as panderers and liars and grifters. And other people just allow that to happen. But the men that are degenerate, they get rewarded, and it's always pushing this a difficultness of what is actually better business wise. The people that are not the people that are not pandering and grifting, those are the ones that is being told they are pandering and grifting.
It's pandering and grifting, yeah.
It's wild. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, my life is like, the things that I'm talking about is a reflection of my life, of where I've been at and where I'm attempting to go. But they say I'm pandering and grifting. It's mind boggling. I don't know.
And so many times I've got pressed about, being in agreement with you and Brownsville. But the thing is, if you take yourself out of the situation and just look at it directly, what exactly have you guys that said was a lie, though? That's the problem.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. We might not like it.
Right.
It might be something that you don't like.
Right.
And we, me and you, we've had disagreements. Mike don't like it, or like the way you said, but has it been a lie? Am I in disagreement about what you're saying? The answer is no.
Right.
The answer is no.
And I think that's
then
what
you got other men. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you good. Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying you
men.
got other men. They want you. They press you about you guys and saying, "Hey, are you in agreement with that, or in agreement with how you guys view them?" If I take myself out of the equation and make sure that just because I like you or something like that, that holds no bar, the answer is yes, they're correct. Yeah, yes, they're correct. Do you not want them to be correct? If
Right.
they don't want you to be, if you don't want them to be correct about it, we all have the opportunity to do what? Change, right?
Yeah.
So that's it. It can be very simplistic if you want to do the right thing.
Yes, it is. It's very simplistic. You just yeah. It's 1% every day. Keep striving for better. Once you know better, just do better. Implement the correct information in your life at the moment. If it's the correct information, you agree with the information, implement it. Don't wait. You know, that is just that simple. Once I realized I was doing the wrong things and I got better information, I just continuously to do that as I kept moving through the ages of my life. I just kept on, oh, no, I was shit. That was wrong. Drinking, that ain't nope. Smoke, nope, that ain't it neither.
Right.
Nope, that ain't it. Being aggressive, that ain't it. You know what I'm saying? And then I just implement the correct thing. That's all. It's not about anything. And we, as men, we got to start maturing a little younger. We cannot wait to 70
I
to
like
be mature.
that. Yeah.
You know what
Maturing
I'm saying?
younger.
Yeah, we gotta figure out that. You know, we gotta figure out a way to get men to start maturing at 25. Maybe things will probably be better off instead of men maturing at 35, because that's the issue that we've been having, right? But most men are getting married around 30s, 35, 40, and most likely had a kid by then. They most likely did a whole lot of effed up things that they can't unsee. And then it makes them the woman that they did finally choose, they still looking at their woman with a side eye because all the effed up things they done did.
Exactly. And this is the biggest the question that I have not got to answer as well. How do you expect yourself? Now, let's say you have put yourself in continuous, habitual, promiscuous behavior. We're talking about umpteen years. You're telling me all of a sudden now you're cognitively going to be able to disseminate and discipline yourself to be beholden to one woman?
With the first 25,
right?
Or the first 35, I should say. The first 35, that was not the right mentality.
Right. So you're telling me it's a light switch that just flip on. You can just click it, and all of a sudden you're going to be this stand-up, disciplined, decent man, not cheating on your wife. You know, making sure that you adhere to what she has to say, be in consideration of what she's doing. Make sure that you put your family above all things, even your job that you make money for. Make sure everything revolves around that, and make sure, most importantly, that God through Christ is your first love. You're saying that you got a light switch that's just going to flip like that. That's a lie.
And
that's a lie.
And so so this is the problem, right? Is that they say your brain doesn't even fully develop to a certain age. Emotional maturity comes a lot later, and that's why we have to move the needle forward earlier. Because if they don't develop to after 25, so if they have an idea of how to move a certain way, and us as a collective of men, we say, hey, this is how we supposed to be moving. And then at 25, it would click. Oh,
yes.
That's what he was saying, all those things. Because one thing, shout out to the 130 people that's watching the show. Make sure you're hitting that like and the share. We should be getting we should be at least 100 likes by now. Shout out to that. So recently, I was hanging out with all my children. I got them all in one place. And, recently my son was not communicating with me because of whatever he was going through, right? But I had to give him that space to grow how he needed to grow. I cannot force him to do anything. But all the lessons I gave him up to it clicked that day. He was like, hey, thank you.
Yeah.
Right. So all those years, even though he so-called wasn't, according to Charlie, he wasn't developed yet, or he wasn't emotionally mature, whatever the case, whatever, he had to go through what he needs to go through. But it doesn't mean that I'm not supposed to give him what he needs. So when it does click, He's like, I understand the full circle of what was going on, the mistakes you made and the things that you was trying to correct. It's not like I was a perfect parent. No way. I had to learn some things too.
Mm-hmm.
So
like
if we could teach that earlier at 25, it would click sooner than it clicking at 35, 40 is all me and Truth is trying to really come across.
Yeah, but you gotta get beyond the surface level of teaching, right? Because you asked an important question. You said, are men prioritizing protecting their women, right? And you was about to go around and ask the brother the question, right? And when I think about protection, I think more than physical protection. When you ask a man in general, he's gonna bring up how he's protecting his woman physically, right? But there's 4 types of protection when it comes to protecting a woman. Physically is one of them, so I'm not even gonna go into that one, right? Mentally is another form of protecting a woman, right? As a man who loves his woman, you need to understand when she's feeling stressed. Understand when she's worried about something. Understand when she's anxious about something, and foster and create an environment to where you can provide reassurance and you could let her know that, hey, whatever is bothering you, I got it. You know what I'm saying? That is how you protect your woman mentally, right? The third form of protecting a woman is protecting her emotionally, right? The way you protect your woman emotionally is by understanding when she's in a certain mood, right? Understanding when she may be snappy, or she may have different inflections of her voice at different times because maybe she's going through something with her hormones, right? But instead of you as a man making yourself a victim and provoking an argument because she's in a certain mood, why don't you provide understanding? Why don't you, say, okay, provide a certain environment, right, to where you can relieve her of that negative emotion and foster positive emotions? Why don't you give her a foot rub? Why don't you take her to dinner? Why don't you take her for a walk and tell her how much you love her? That is how you protect your woman emotionally, right? And then the fourth form of protecting your woman is spiritually, right? Whatever faith that you ascribe to, right? You and your woman ascribe to, you should be able to teach it. You should be able to participate in it in a genuine way. You should be able to, be able to lead and guide your family spiritually, however your faith is set up for y'all to go as a man, right? And that's another way to protect. So I want men to be able to focus on all 4 ways of protecting your woman instead of just protecting her physically.
Okay, I like it. I just got Shadow back in here, so I want to get Shadow's point of view. Go ahead, Truth. I know you like to have a conversation about protection. Go ahead, Truth. What's your thoughts?
Oh no, hey, everything everything you said, right on it. You can go to the next person. I 100% agree.
Oh, okay. All right. So also
I knew what you was trying to do.
Oh shit. Let me read a couple of these. It says thanks as always. Also, it says Truth, not today. But and then they said, you know what? Forget it. You're too late. So Sometimes I be getting too caught up in the conversation. I didn't see it in time. So I guess sometimes it works out. So so the person says too late. So that person got some credit. That is hilarious, though. Don't be acting like you know me. Oh,
Yeah, crazy, right?
oh man.
I just wanted to break in with some news. Reverend Jesse Jackson has passed away. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Did they say what's the conditions? Old age or something? He was
old and sick. Like he had been down bad for a minute. So we're gonna close the show by singing a rendition of Lift Every Voice and Sing, the Negro National Anthem, for those of you Negroes who do not know the Negro National Anthem.
That's a great
I know that song now.
way to end it.
Oh,
But Diva, give us a little bit of it so that
I
people
was
could,
just playing.
get in.
I was just
God, he was messing with y'all.
I was being funny. I'm sorry.
that was too funny.
They taught me that song.
let me get back to the since they said it was too late. And truth, you get to stay up and kick it with us, goddamn it. So hey, shout out to them for changing their mind. But everybody
shout out to
careful.
them too. Yeah.
they got
Shout
credit, so y'all be careful out here. Let's see. Man, this is a class. This should have been a goddamn the thumbnail right there. That looked crazy. What's up, Kasim? Let me see what else he's saying right here.
And how to get away from what you said, that patriarchal kind of bullshit that we've been taught. Like your dad, be nice to everybody else, but got his thumb on your mother's head.
Damn.
That's not love.
So what happens when you come to a woman that you don't see as a queen?
Okay,
real fast. Right now, we just got done doing the No Kings rally, right? Talking about kings, talking about Donald Trump. You see what I'm saying? We keep on talking about a queen, it automatically places a hierarchy. So what do you do to women you see as peasants, and or what do you do when a man does not see a woman as a queen?
Okay,
I think that's a part of the issue.
Real quick. Wait. So I think that there was something really important that you bringing up and that you bringing up when we're talking about it.
I need a drink.
When we're talking, well, here you go.
You gonna take?
Yo.
I said I need a drink.
Yeah, yo. They need to put that drink down.
Oh man, that was interesting. The patriarchy has failed black men. Are we all in agreement? Let me also welcome into the show, Jalen. Good day, beautiful. How you doing? Woo, that was an interesting segment.
Good.
What's your thoughts, beautiful?
Clifton is crazy, and he don't be acting. He be doing his role because he's always played an evil villain.
Damn.
Shout out to him. I think. Have y'all got to his outburst? Because I watched this whole thing on my own, actually.
We got through one outburst when he was arguing with the dude, but now they already shook hands. So we at that part where they're past shook hands, and now they talking about. Seems like they talking about the patriarchy right now and how it's disrespected our women by believing in this goddamn patriarchy. It seems like that's what they're about to dive into.
So the patriarchy has failed black men.
That's what it seemed like he about to say.
If you think a patriarchal society and you getting the benefits of that patriarchal society benefits the black community, you're lost. You're lost.
Build on that.
I think that the qualities of a patriarchal community silences women or diminishes women's perspective in the reality of what they deem a beneficial society, because it's idolizing men. It's idolatry in its purest form. So you want to be idolized and you want women to be in a submissive role idolizing you, not taking into account their experience, what womanhood actually is, what femininity actually means to women, and how you find that as a woman. No, you just want us to perform automatically out the womb, basically, the way you see fit. And there's no discussion on any type of broader context of what that means for women. That's patriarchal. That's a patriarchal society.
Is Brownsville still here?
Yeah, he is.
Brownsville, can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Yeah. I have a question. Now, based off of your understanding of biblical the scriptures and everything, are you saying? Would you say the scriptures are opposed to what is considered patriarchy, or it is aligned with it?
I think it's opposed to it. I don't think it aligns with patriarchy at all.
Wow. Okay, give me an example.
Right, because God has the same expectations when it comes to men and women being followers of Him. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So He tells men and women a lot of the same things. You know, He says, hey, He tells the woman submit to the man, but He also tells the man and woman to submit to each other. Right. He says there's no male, no female, no Jew, no Greek, right? So he considers us all, you know, of equal value according to him, right? The patriarchy kind of diminishes woman, puts the woman underneath the man in terms of value, right? God doesn't do that. Christ doesn't do that.
Interesting.
Okay,
I like
and and that's the actual because Sharon, if you get a chance to I want to see what exactly, because I mean we done heard so many definitions of this patriarchy thing. I want to know what exactly it is.
I think that's interesting. I think most people look at the Bible as a patriarchy guidebook for sure. I think that's what most people look at as.
I think the
And I want
interpretation is patriarchal if you leave it up to the if you leave it up to people just putting their own spin on what they think scripture says and means. But I don't think that the Bible was meant to be patriarchal at all.
Interesting. Okay.
I think it was meant to provide structure to people's lives. And obviously marriage, I mean, gender roles and how we naturally interact with each other, that just naturally happens. Like I don't know.
Okay. PhD, but what you think? Do you believe the Bible is patriarchal?
Yes.
It's interesting. Shadow, do you believe, because I see you shaking your head, so do you believe the Bible is patriarchal?
Yeah, I'm shaking my head because I just listened to Brownsville completely BS that. And this is on a real note. Like, bro, if we're going to, I understand, you know, the egalitarianism, but we're talking about the actual Holy Bible now. This book is specific. Diva said it on point. Yes, the Bible is patriarchal by how it's written, because it was written by men. Come on, bro. Let's be real about this.
It was written by who?
The Bible was penned by men. Men penned the Bible.
Okay.
So yes, a lot of the interpretation in the Bible is also geared towards the men who wrote it.
So women shouldn't follow the Bible then?
Yeah. Didn't say that. Didn't say that either.
I mean, if you're saying it's patriarchal, then a patriarchal society is detrimental to women.
Actually, no, patriarchy isn't inherently detrimental to women. It's detrimental. It's detrimental to the overall independence of women, which again could be seen as detrimental, situationally speaking. I'm just saying.
So limiting a woman's autonomy is detrimental, right?
Limiting autonomy as a whole isn't detrimental. The Bible in itself does limit autonomy. It literally stops us from doing things that would be deemed dangerous. Yes.
Well, you said it's patriarchal, so now we're talking about men not having that equal limitation, right? Because you're saying it's patriarchal. In a patriarchal society, men don't have that limitation
No,
to
men
their
still do
autonomy.
have a. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. But yes, men do still have limitations based on the Bible. We
So
literally
how can
have
you
the
say it's
rules
patriarchal and it's not detrimental to women if it's patriarchal?
because the hierarchy listed in the Bible, it was intended to protect women and children, everybody under the man and under God, in that order.
Culturally, during that time, the way it's written in the Bible, they were not protecting women and children. A lot of stories, women were concubines actually were getting pregnant. Young women were getting pregnant or sold off, for dowry to the highest bidder. A bunch of examples in the Bible where women had no autonomy and they were basically property of men. So you don't consider being considered property like detrimental?
Hold on. The Bible's intent, which is what I said, and I specified that word for me.
Yeah.
The Bible's intent is designed to protect the hierarchy of the family, leading with God first. That's why it's God. The hierarchy listed in the Bible is just because a man isn't doing his job to protect doesn't mean that the Bible doesn't state that that's what his job is. Just because people aren't following the Bible, aren't doing what the Bible is telling them to do, doesn't mean that the Bible is not telling them to do it. Does that make sense?
So you
It makes
analyze
sense,
in the
but you didn't
Bible.
answer my question though.
Idols.
Like, how is it not detrimental to women if you're describing that women don't have autonomy? They don't have any say-so over their own dominion.
Because
And you're saying that's not
especially the
detrimental.
Bible. Well, no, the Bible actually does. Women do surrender their. Sorry, we had a big jump in my brain. Stopped. Hold on. Women, when they get into a marriage, do surrender that dominion to their husband, but men also surrender the dominion of themselves to their wife. That's the bridge that gets skipped.
Well, that's not
Where
patriarchal.
where the men lead, the women guide. It's still a hierarchy of command. It's still a order of operation.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's
Explain to us. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
All right, so other people want to join in on this part of the conversation. Let me also say the Cash App says spiritually, there's no patriarchy. It's about balance. Okay, and also
I agree with them. That's why I said I don't think
No, I agree with that.
the Bible was meant to be patriarchal. I think
And the
people
Bible
interpret
isn't
it that way.
anything dealing with balance neither. The Bible has no balance. Zero.
So
if
can
you
we
have a
explain?
hierarchy-
Oh, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
No, I just
If you
wanted to know,
see-
it's like, hey, as an example of this balance. Okay, so there is a place in the Bible where it talks about if a man violates a woman's autonomy and forces access to her body, he has to marry her. So where would be the balance in terms of that woman and being violated? Is the balance then that man has to marry her? Because that doesn't really seem like balance. That seems like more abuse, actually.
Well, I thought that verse said that the man was supposed to take responsibility, i.e., he's supposed to marry her and then take care of her. Because he violated her
with somebody
and
who
must now take
Okay,
responsibility.
now let's just translate that into real life. So you have a family member, she's been violated by a man. You would now say, hey, homeboy, you got to marry her now and take care of her. That's what you would tell him? Shadow?
Sorry, hands were full.
Say
So
that again?
hold on. I said sorry, my hands were full for a second.
Yeah.
So no, but again, I wouldn't have even walked down that path. But again, we're talking about what the Bible is. Y'all are just asking what the Bible says.
Right.
I'm presenting it as it is. That's
Okay, so
why I say it's very patriarchal.
right.
That's
So
why I'm saying it's patriarchal.
so
Because
is
in a situation that man's getting rewarded for violating. But there's also a part of the Bible that says that if you violate another man's wife in the same way, you're supposed to die.
Right. So then that's patriarchy, because it's the life or death isn't determined based on the man's actions. It's whether or not that woman is property of a husband. Right.
so, but Shadow agrees that the Bible is patriarchal. Brownsville's at the moment is he doesn't agree that the Bible is patriarchal. I believe Jalen
Because
does.
it's not.
It wasn't
Okay.
harmful to women.
Well,
Right.
when he asked me the question,
Yeah.
well, Truth asked the question.
Yes.
Does patriarchy and the Bible line up together? And the answer is no, right? Because a lot of the things that y'all are talking about in the Bible is the Old Testament, right? We have to remember that men fell away from God. They decided not to follow God, right? So then there was a structure created, right, to possibly restore them back to God, but it never worked, right? And then that's why Christ came. So my emphasis on the balance and on whether or not the Bible is aligns with patriarchy is based upon Christ's words and actions. Christ uplifted women, right? He did the exact opposite of what the leaders of that time were doing. He was having conversations with women in public. He was stopping women from being stoned. He was allowing women to listen and become his apostles, right? When Martha complained about Mary sitting by his feet and learning with the men, he said, no, she's right in her proper place, right? So he was rebuking the patriarchy. He was rebuking a system that promoted these men with dangerous ideologies. So, when you ask me a question, I'm going, from beginning to the end, and I'm staying specifically with what Christ said and did.
But that's disingenuous, right? and I'm saying this because Edith Man tried to pull this last week, right? So any other time y'all can quote scripture from any part of the Bible, right? And that's supposed to be a valid response. But it's only when we start talking about this type of thing, like women's position in the Bible, or how Black people should look at the Bible, then all of a sudden we got to start dissecting the Bible, and only very specific parts are acceptable. Right now we only going based on what came out of the God mouth himself. Right. And so that's very little of the Bible. And so if that's the case, and if that's the standard, then why not do away with all the rest of that crap? Right. Okay. So the Old Testament is invalidated. Right. We only using the parts of the New Testament where it's God saying something himself. So then that means all of that wives submit to your husband is gone, because he didn't say that. It was somebody else saying that, right?
But Diva, even Jesus
So
said that the
tell
blood.
us we only using what supposedly came out of God's mouth.
That's
to
Paul
begin
that
with. But
said
the
that,
other
right?
thing
The
is
submission part.
God
Paul.
was the one who impregnated a young girl, Mary, without consent. So any way you slice it is problematic.
And
Eva's
before
being
y'all,
very consistent.
Yeah.
She's being
yes.
consistent. So.
Also,
But here's
the Cash App says, can the Bible be mistook as Rim or LOM God?
Oh my God.
That's wild. That's wild.
Yeah.
I done gone too far, Biggs. But look, though, I would say this, right? Shout out to this movie. Y'all done went too far. But look, right? On the search, though, you know what I'm saying? They said that, yes, it can be considered, the Bible can be considered very patriarchal in a few ways, right? They say it's male-centered in the lineage. From the very start, the Bible emphasizes male lineage and inheritance. It goes into that. The leadership roles, property, inheritance, and tribal identity is mostly passed through men. Religious, political, as far as the leadership role, religious, political, military leaders are overwhelmingly male. But women occasionally appear in leadership, though. They said women occasionally appear in leadership as well. Then they go into legal and social norms that many laws in the Torah and Old Testament assume male authority, husbands over wives, fathers over children, and males over their heirs. Women legal rights were limited in areas like marriage, divorce, or inheritance. They got patriarchal narratives where stories often reflect male perspectives. Conflicts, adventures, and covenants are told from men's viewpoints. And women are frequently defined in relation to the men, wives, mothers, and daughters. And then they go into the New Testament where Paul also addresses the men and the women differently. So leadership roles in the churches were generally male dominated through women like Phoebe, Priscilla, and Junia, and exceptions is that. So there's nuances. While it's patriarchal, the Bible also elevates women in ways and challenge the norms of their time. So some scholars argue that its patriarchal structure reflects the historical context of ancient Israel and surrounding societies, but not a timeless prescription. So in short, yes, the Bible is patriarchal, but it includes notable exceptions and moments where women are empowered or pivotal to the story.
Was that ChatGPT?
Yeah, he was reading his ass off.
Very interesting.
Yeah. You thought that was I'd reading rainbow, reading rainbow, Bob, reading rainbow. Don't do that.
Because y'all know my stance yesterday was that the Bible, y'all don't know if it's God or Satan, right? Y'all don't know, but y'all idolize the Bible. Somebody up here, like y'all idolizing the Bible. Not even God. Y'all rarely speak about God, but y'all always talking about that Bible.
Well, Bomb, to be fair, the Bible is our guidebook from God, people who follow Christ. And hold on, Brownsville,
But
you
it's
just made
not,
it.
right?
Hold on.
Because
The
most of
Bible
it
is
didn't come
designed to
directly
be.
from him. It's coming from somebody else. And we were just told that we can only go based on what came directly from him. Even though non-consensual acts with a child or impregnation of a child was part of what came directly from him.
But Diva, even Jesus said he did not come to rewrite the rules. The Old Testament was not invalidated by Jesus. I don't know where that came from.
Well, this is what when you press these people, when you press people on it, then in an act, so you can't really nail them to that. Then it becomes, oh no, but that was the Old Testament. So apparently we don't use the Old Testament.
He want to eat pork. No, because he want to eat pork.
Yeah, God is
It
male.
just what God said, not what Paul said, or what which is what is always relayed to us, right? What Paul said about women and where they're supposed to be in relation to their husbands or whatever. So yeah, but now it's only what God said himself.
All right. I believe Jalen wanted to jump in there. Uda wanted to jump. Let's go, Jalen, then Uda.
Yeah, but back to what you talked about. No, I think it's very funny that black men thought they were going to benefit from patriarchy. I think that you were never meant to benefit from patriarchy. It's not a system that was created for black men or black people or minorities in general. And you need to accept that. That's not for you. That's not meant for you. Find something that is meant for you. Find your identity as a man outside of we need a patriarchal system. Like there's more to you as a man than that. I would hope that you need a system to solidify that you have say in your house. I don't know. Sounds a bit weak to me.
Okay, go ahead, Uda.
I want to get in after Uda.
Yeah, Beeville. No, I was going to actually say Gad Beeville. That's what I was actually going to say. Gad B.
Yeah, so I just think a lot of things is being misconstrued. You got to consider the time period. You're talking thousands and thousands of years ago. That's number one. And history is important, right? Which is why, the Trump administration and MAGA are trying to rewrite American history that we know to be true, right? They're removing slavery and other atrocities that has happened to black people in this country and try to make it seem like it didn't happen, right?
That's what that Bible did too, right?
Go ahead. I'll let y'all have it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Just
Yeah.
speak to the Bible, erasing
thing,
stuff.
The thing is, right? Men are gonna corrupt everything. And when I say men, I'm talking about men and women, right? Because we are imperfect, right? So we are always gonna corrupt anything we touch, right? Which is why I challenge people to find error in what Christ said and did. Now, what Diva pointed out, which was interesting to me, was she brought up Mary's immaculate conception, right? So it's not like God had sex with her, right? That's not
He
true.
didn't get her consent to use her body to birth his child.
But he did get her consent,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Yeah, if you follow the conversation, he sent an angel to have a conversation with her.
And
Right?
said what? Hey, Mary, he want to use your body for his child. Do you consent to that? Is that all right with you?
So here's the thing. I would encourage people to study, and then you come up with your own opinion on what you've read. I'm not here to convince anyone to follow the Bible, to believe the Bible, or any of that, right? You gotta, it's a walk that people have to walk individually, right? So whatever you subscribe to spiritually, that's your choice. That's between you and the God that you follow, right?
But that's it. With all due respect. So the thing is, if you said that though, the angel said something to her, right? The angel came to her, told her she was highly favored, she shouldn't be afraid, and she was gonna conceive by the Holy Spirit and bear a son named Jesus. Is that what the angel told her?
Yeah, paraphrasing, yes.
Right, but so that's not getting consent. That's coming and telling her, and she was a minor, remember?
But God, so you're talking God, right? So what do you mean? Like God, what do we gotta get consent? God doesn't need our consent to do anything.
Yes.
He can destroy the world by blinking
because
his
free
eyes.
will.
He doesn't
Remember?
need
No,
consent.
free will.
That's ridiculous, Diva.
That's not ridiculous. If God said we got free will and he ain't gonna force us to do nothing, well, then certainly he has to get consent to use someone as a portal to birth his child.
We don't control when we wake up. We don't control when we die.
That's not what
right?
God said. God himself said we got free will.
God controls that. What is some
No,
things
but
that
God
we can
said we
control,
got free
but there's others
will.
that we can't control. And you
Yeah,
know
but
this.
we got free will and we can certainly control whether or not we're impregnated. That's the whole issue of consent.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. God is I don't pretend to put myself equal to God and know things of God and know what God should do or shouldn't do. And I would suggest that, people don't do that as well. Because to me, that's kind of, ignorant to put
Thank you for
yourself
ourselves, you mean?
in a position to where you're equal with God and you can determine how God moves, thinks, and operates. Nobody can determine that. We're finite creatures.
I thought we
God
supposed to
is
get to
infinite.
know him.
He's all-knowing. He's omnipotent. He's omnipresent, right? He can do whatever he wants to do when he wants to do it.
No, that sounds like a get out of free.
Somebody suggested I read a specific verse.
I'm gonna lay it out for you right now, PhD. If I'm gonna lay it out right quick before Bomb get in there, right quick, and then you get in there, Bomb. Look, I ain't got to go into spit, but I'll tell you exactly where they come if you want me to. They said Gabriel tells Mary God's plans. They say, greeting. You who are highly favored, the Lord is with you. You will conceive and give birth to a son, and you are to call him Jesus. Now, in another part, they say in Luke 1.
No.
Hold on, look, we're gonna go down.
Okay, hold on. No, because now you're going back. Let me go ahead.
Yeah.
So
We
the
skip
Luke
past them.
first 1
Skip
and
past them.
38 says
There's a whole
no, this is
conversation
going
that
somewhere
happens.
different. I wasn't talking about that.
What? She concedes to it.
Mary
She said,
submits
I am his
to
servant.
it, right?
Can I hear
Behold,
it?
I am the servant of the Lord. Let
Yes.
it be to
138.
me according to your word. Now, this is an underage girl, and it says that she records her humble submission. What's the definition of submission? Yielding to the authority of somebody else. So she wasn't in a position to do anything other than submit, correct?
Yes, and we're not
Right.
into
So she did not have a
anything but
choice.
submit
It's
to
called, and
God.
it violates what God
That's
told
all
us
of us,
himself. We
Diva.
had free will. So thank you, wife school. But maybe you need to start reading for understanding, my love, because that doesn't change anything.
It's the same, right?
Right.
But you got to understand
Go
these
ahead and
men
ban
do
me for
not
Jesus
understand.
if you want to, but I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, the men are willing to have the power over women, so they're okay. But if it was men who have to submit to women, then they wouldn't like it neither, right? But this is the thing. I thought we supposed to read the Bible and his words for understanding. But somebody just told us, no, it's not for us to understand. We just need to follow. We need to follow whether we agree or not, because we can never understand because he's all-knowing. But he was all-knowing that he know we having this discussion today. He knew a long time ago we were going to have this discussion.
Let's read some of these super chats. Go ahead, Diva, if you're willing to. I'm not sure. Let me ask for your consent first. Yeah.
That's right. I consent, good sir.
Corinne
Corinne Mackey, $2. Hearts Love King, I got $1. Thank you.
This okay.
Phil James won $5. So I a great woman's experience passed to her child.
What the heck?
That's
They talk about the epigenetics. Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to say. Yeah.
Acid bath. What? B5G $2. This what religions do to get control. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Shiesty bum $2. Religious men are red flags. Kulu live streaming $369, $2. A minor can't consent to being impregnated.
Dang.
I never read the Bible.
We're all equating.
I can't wait to see what they say about patriarchy, though.
Where are all the women?
What that mean?
Wouldn't it make more sense that a woman is God than a man?
So
it would make sense that God is both in all of that. It
God is
embodies
not
everything.
a man or a woman.
It embodies all of that. And God,
He's a
God would
spirit.
embody a man
God
and a
is a
woman.
spirit.
Then
God
why
would
is he
embody all
referred to as he in the Bible throughout? He.
That's a good question.
Oh,
that's a good question.
That's a good
we
question.
know how to read.
I tried to run down that question too. I had tried to, but it leads you back to some kind of patriarchal type of thing, I think. Because I tried to run down that question.
Right, because the father is an inherent leader. Again, based on the Bible, so we refer to God as the Father.
But we are questioning the Bible. Why you keep giving us answers based on the Bible? We ask why,
you just asked,
and so I'm asking the question again. Why wouldn't it make more sense that God would be a woman than a man?
No,
God
is a spirit. God is a spirit. I am who I am. When they ask God, who should I say sent me? He said, I am who I am.
What does that have to do with my question? I am who I am. Could be saying his name or not his name. He said, I am who I am. He's not saying that I'm a woman or a man. So I'm asking, wouldn't it make more sense though? My question is, wouldn't it make more sense that the sex that birth children would be a woman?
Bob, the answer to your
Instead
question
of a
is
real
yes,
of a
it would make
man,
more
a
sense.
real of a man. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. Based on your question, God is a woman as well. God is capital I. God is not
well,
one
then why
or the
is he
other.
never referred to as she in there?
So
or
are we
even
saying,
they. Or even they.
Hold on. So what is God's pronouns now?
He.
No, they never automatically describe God as he automatically. And that made me think about it like a long time as a kid. I think I was young. I was thinking about that. Automatically.
Don't say it. Don't say
Yeah,
they.
but the God is a spirit.
Don't say he.
All right,
God has sex.
All right. So when he said he's a father, are we saying that he could be a woman too? So when women say, "Hey, I need my Father's Day card too,"
Don't do that, sir. Sir, don't do that.
It's so stupid.
I just want to know, is it all good? I just want to know, is it all good now? That's all. I just want to know.
You know, that's why I think the conversation in itself is disingenuous, because those monikers that are given to God are given by men, and God has always told humans, he says, my thoughts are not your thoughts, my ways are not your ways. That's what he said in Isaiah 55:8. And you'll find numerous and in a multitude of scriptures to where God is clearly separating from man and letting it know, no, it's a different level. I'm at the highest level that you could ever even imagine. Matter of fact, you can't even imagine in your finite mind the level that I'm at, right? So I just think the conversation in itself is kind of ridiculous.
It's not though. Because again, it says something, right? And it says he. It didn't say it. And even though these things have been translated, this is the stuff that y'all are taking and trying to put out there and tell women that we should base our behavior on. So then we can't say, you know, oh, well, don't really pay attention to this part or only pay attention to this, because realistically, even the stuff that came out of God's mouth was written by man, right? What man was there to hear God think through the process of creating the world in 7 days? Who was there to record that? Right? And so we know it's all written by men. But we can still go back to those original texts or whatever, and there are different words that differentiate men from women, right? And so even if we want to say God is he because he's the Father, then what about the Holy Spirit, which by all accounts should be the feminine principle of the Trinity, but it is not. The Holy Spirit is also referred to as he. And it's a spirit. It's in the name. So we know the Holy Spirit is a spirit.
All right. You got it, Mom. You want to?
No, I'm agreeing. The Trinity should, if we talk about well, I'm gonna leave it alone. Listen, they had other religions before Christianity, and they do believe in women who are gods. And so that's more balanced. It makes sense, right? It's balanced when you're talking about the femininity and the masculinity, the man and the woman. But in this Bible, it's the man, he's the head, and then the woman, and then the child. And so that's a hierarchy. That's no balance in that. But men want to be in control, and since they want to be in control, it makes sense to them that it's balanced because the man got to be in control. But that's not balanced.
Can I ask you a question, Queen?
Oh, most definitely. Mm-hmm.
So what book are you referring to when you say that there's a book that's more balanced than the Bible that prioritizes women as gods? What book?
Have you heard of Buddhism, Hinduism, the older religions than Christianity?
And you're saying in those books, right? They're written from a woman's point of view.
No, I'm saying that they believe in balance. They focus in balance. That's where you get yin and yang from.
Are you sure? So if I tell you that there's tenets in Hinduism and also tenets in Buddhism, which diminishes women, would you be surprised or shocked?
No, I wouldn't be shocked. Are you saying that the entire Buddhism and Hinduism are against women? Or because in those biblicals there are women gods, goddesses, and there's balance. If there's a woman god, then there's a male god in that same realm.
No, what I'm saying to you, Queen, is that none of those books, and there's no spiritual books that you can find that was written thousands of years ago that's written in a woman's point of view? Not one.
What are you talking about? Why do you think there's, so you're saying there's no women? I'm not sure what you mean in a woman's point of view. I'm not sure what you mean. Is your Bible written in a woman's point of view? You
What
don't
he's
even
saying
know
is like people are like, oh.
But I was talking about balance. So, you know, there's religions that believe more in nature, right? Like I said, yin and yang. Some of the most things that we believe that is morally balanced doesn't come from Christianity, Bible.
Okay.
So it comes
bomb.
Go ahead.
There's parts of the Bible that are written in the feminine voice.
Right. That's what I was about to say.
Songs.
Got Diva.
Oh no.
Wait, Diva was talking. That's why I stopped.
Oh, okay. No, so yeah, so we can, you know, and there are other books too, right? You know, quote unquote holy books that were written in by women or in the feminine voice. Right. So one is in Hedjuana's hymns. And that's from the ancient Near East, ancient Greece, Sappho's hymns, right? Gospel of Mary used to be a part of early Christianity, but remember a lot of these books get removed, and then there were, if we look at like Indians that were their Vedic texts, they have several that were written by women.
Also, let me while y'all think about what Diva just said, we got the cash up. It says, did the religion remove divine feminine energy?
No, it didn't. And I'm actually going to address what Diva said earlier. Actually, when they think about the Holy Spirit, it is considered God's feminine. It's why it's always referred to as the Holy Spirit in wisdom, the Holy Spirit in nature. All those aspects of the feminine nature are literally referred to as the Holy Spirit, which is generally presented as the dove. That dove is the Holy Spirit, the feminine aspect of God. God, the Father, is limited, is based on our creation, our body. But everything regarding the body, everything regarding our growth and wisdom are all referred to by the Holy Spirit, i.e. the dove. The Holy Trinity, Jesus was the balance between the two.
That
No,
wasn't the
because he's
question.
still referred to as he. The Holy Spirit is still referred to as he.
Not in Isaiah.
Oh, how many times? Okay, is Isaiah the only book that the Holy Spirit is mentioned in?
Not in Matthew.
Okay, again, is that the only book that they're mentioned in?
No, but what my point is, we're saying, so we as humans, when we interpret the Bible, interpret God's word or will, we try to humanize what we believe God's interpretation is. We try to diminish what's actually being said and done to satisfy our ability to miscommunicate with it. So in a way that we can understand, we're trying to compress the infinite into a finite amount. And because that's not really possible, because that doesn't actually work, we end up basically equating it to something we do understand. So when the Bible is written by men, they relate it to something they understand, men.
Oh, so they didn't understand women despite being birthed by women, marrying women, having girls as children who would grow up into women. That's not a real, regardless of why they did it, right? And so again, it's referred to as he in several books of the Bible, right? John, right? Romans, Acts, Ephesians, 1 Corinthians. And so to sit up here and try to act like a couple books where it may not be referred to as he is supposed to be our takeaway, that's very disingenuous. And one of the things that like confuses me is why Black Christians have such a difficult time dealing with the Bible head on. We just going by the words that's in it. which is what we're told we're supposed to go by. But then when we start going by the words that's in it, now we got to make all these different caveats, and we got to start dissecting it and throwing away some of it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But Diva,
you're saying Diva, but to break it down, instead of just thinking opinion and just what we think, all right, in biblical language, the original languages, Hebrew, the Old Testament, the word for spirit is Rosh, and which is a feminine in grammatical gender. So an example, Rosh Elohim is the spirit of God, which appears in Genesis 1:1. Now in Greek in the New Testament, the word for spirit is pneuma, which is neuter, not masculine nor feminine. An example in John 14:26, but the advocate, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name. So they said that masculine pronouns were used, but they said the early church fathers generally treated the Holy Spirit as a masculine when speaking in relation to the Trinity. So some modern scholars and feminist theologians point out that Hebrew roots suggest a feminine aspect to God's spirit, especially as a life-giving, nurturing, and wisdom-bringing presence from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So we seeing that more in the Old Testament and not in the New. This is what this would say. Yeah.
So,
it came.
I don't think Shadow answered the question, which the question asks, does the Bible suppress or whatever divine feminine energy? I think he decided to go on his own diatribe.
Yeah,
So could
I
you answer
apologize
that?
if I didn't answer that, but no, I don't believe it suppresses the feminine energy. I actually believe it nurtures it through that protection. Because you got to understand my belief and what I was raised to understand is the fact that men are by nature designed to give up anything for the women in their lives.
Are they doing that?
What they're doing and what they're supposed to do don't have to be the same thing. I'm just saying what we're supposed to do. You're saying what we are doing. That's a difference.
Right, but what we're supposed to do is irrelevant if nobody's doing it. Because
well, we can't say
what
nobody
women
because
are
there's
actually
good.
dealing with is what people are actually doing.
But Diva, what I'm saying is, while I understand where you're coming from, I'm disagreeing with you because you're making it a totality statement. Not all men are going against that overall protection and sacrifice for their wives. That's not something that all men are doing.
I thought
It doesn't have
women
to
and
be all.
children.
What percentage of people of the population would need to start revolting in order for to bring down the country? What
About
percentage?
about 38%.
No,
From what I
it's much less than that. It's actually about 3% of the population start acting up, and it's all gonna start tumbling down, right? And so, if we got as small as 3% of men of the population of men who ain't doing the right thing, right, then that causes a huge problem in society. But we know that the percentage is much larger than 3%. And so again, to sit there and try to harp on what the Bible say you should be doing when we got a lot of people who are doing the exact opposite, and society actually reinforces people doing the opposite, then it kind of becomes irrelevant, right? If it can't adapt to the situation that we actually are in. Don't tell me what we should be unless you got a prescription for getting there from where we currently are.
I do have a prescription for getting there. The prescription of getting there is to wait. No, but again, there is a prescription for getting there, but people don't follow said prescription. So the question is, how do we get people back to the prescription? We can't even start the race because we don't know what the beginning line is. Everybody's so stuck on individuality, which is not core to what love is. You have to understand two things. One, that God is, and two, that God is love. Love by definition is to put people before yourself. And you can't do that if you're focusing entirely on individuality. That's just not possible.
Do you believe in love? Are you a person who loves others?
Yes,
because
absolutely.
I've heard your viewpoints even politically. And no, you're not. You don't like y'all blind to what y'all reality. You're blind to what you even believe. See,
but I still believe in. Oh, sorry, Vaughn. Continue.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't know you were still talking. Sorry.
Okay. Well, you don't believe in love unless, you know, they got to be from a certain country, they got to be a certain color, they got to be a certain sex, they got to have a certain sexuality. Like, that's what that, and that's what I'm hearing from most of y'all who claim y'all conservative and that y'all believe in the Bible.
Wait, Bomb, on top of it, we gotta limit our expectations on what he can do financially. We gotta live the lifestyle that they want to live. Girls' trips, a lot of them don't want us to have fun with other women and be in communion with other women with them. Because if we do, they feel like we're gonna do some, unruly stuff. Like, it's just so many limitations around being a woman while trying to love a man. It's insane. She can't, it's like she has to turn into this whole new person that you deem fit in order for you to love her.
But Jalen, what you're saying, while not untrue, is also something that men are supposed to do for women. When a man and a woman become one, they
I
change
understand
the
they're
entirety of
supposed
who they
to,
are.
and that's a beautiful thing. But what do they actually do?
I'm speaking as somebody who did change when I got married. The person that I am now is not, but hold on. I'm one example, but again, look at Sharon.
But you
Sharon's
don't
an
believe in
example.
love.
Again, you can't tell me I don't believe in love when it's one of my core tenets.
No, you want to just love the woman you married, but that's not what God says. Why you want to just put on protecting your wife and your children, but love is humanity. If it's balanced, you should love others, right? And certain things about others, and you shouldn't not like them or not love them due to their sexuality, skin color. Like, I've already gone through this.
No, right. And so that's why
What were
I
you
was gonna.
about to say about
Sorry.
Sharon?
Like Sharon, when he was not married, doing whatever he was doing, but when he got married, he is a husband.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he moves as a husband does. He moves as a father does. But again, people who actually take that time to be better when you have to change for the person that you're with, the person that you're designed to protect, you are going to by nature. You have to, because otherwise y'all aren't going to make it. That's why the divorce rate is so high, because everybody's worried about what they get out of it first. I don't care what I get out of it. I care about, but again, hold up, but Bomb, let me address what you just said. Hold up, I need to, wait, do I need to address Jalen or Bomb first? Because I don't want to mix it. Sorry.
Really quick. I appreciate you giving your experience, and I'm not refuting your experience. I'm refuting you using your experience to paint a broad brush on what men do majority of the time, which they do not.
Jalen, to be fair, what I'm saying isn't something that is the experience that everybody goes through. But what I am saying is that a lot of people, as funny enough, based on the conversation that we're having based on this video, a lot of men are not taught to love broadly. They're not taught to put somebody else before them. They're taught to put the dick first. And if we're going to be real about it, that's counterproductive to love. People keep talking about all these females that are 304s and whatever the case may be. But guess what? It's the men who are helping create it. Women can't have sex by themselves. Women can't have sex by
So
themselves.
let me go back to
them
asking you my original question when we first started interacting. How can you say a patriarchal society is not detrimental to women when you can acknowledge the reality of what men do?
because I believe it is the abuse of patriarchy that people do. They take the power that's entrusted to them, and then they abuse that power to then take advantage of the people around them. And that's not what patriarchy is supposed to be. A true patriarchy is supposed to protect everybody under them, meaning women and children, no matter what the case is. But a lot of people don't want to.
Definition of patriarchy is, maybe I'm confused. Maybe
No,
am I
it's not.
confused or you confused? Because
I think he wants to paint a beautiful picture of what patriarchy is, but that's not what patriarchy
It
is.
embodies much more than that. It's an aspect of patriarchy because we lived in a time before when maybe life was more not least expectant. You know what I mean? People died, people got killed anytime. You know what I mean? So it was different. So that's where some of that structure came in. but I wouldn't say it's, you know what I mean, it could be a good thing for us. I wouldn't say that.
They say it's a social system which positions the authorities are primarily men, right? Controlled by the father and the eldest male. Groups of males.
He's frozen right now, so.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. I'm loving the build. That there you go. He's back now. You on mute, by the way.
Sorry, I was still listening. So, was that the end of what you were saying?
That's what it means. So I think you have your terms confused. It's not a good thing. It could be. I mean, no, it can't be a good thing. Now, matriarchal is controlled by women. So, which one you trust more in the world? If you want a safe place to be, because you have to protect women from whom? Who you have to protect women from?
Primarily men.
Okay.
But
so
again,
you wouldn't have to do that if the men wasn't as aggressive and thinking they could take somebody, and if he get caught, just marry her, right? Give her dad some money and marry her. Now she's forced to be married. She don't have no say with none of this. Her daddy and this man who took her. That's in the Bible, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. But again, patriarchy, like chivalry is part of patriarchy, right? And what is chivalry? It's literally, hold on. It's valor and integrity when regarding specifically women. That's why
Shadow.
Right. Chivalry is dead, right? That's what they've been telling us for the last 30 years. Chivalry is dead.
When the chivalry is put behind a wall of sex,
well, sleeping mean it ain't up and awake and doing its job.
When chivalry is put behind a paywall of sex, when you acknowledge that men think with their dick, then why, again, I'm asking you, how can you say patriarchy benefits with, like, you?
Because Jalen, abusing chivalry, i.e., only being chivalrous when sex is involved. It's not the same thing as being chivalrous. That is still making it transactional.
Let me put this in a
any
personal
relationship that is okay. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a daughter?
Yes.
How would you feel if your daughter got tricked out of her virginity because a boy told her that if you love me, you'll do ABC? How would you feel about that? If he ran game on her?
I mean, I'm a father, so I'd feel some kind of way about it.
Okay. So.
But as a man, oh, go ahead.
So if you would feel some type of way about it, what in a patriarchal society where our autonomy and our voice is taken, why would you still say that it's beneficial for us to be in that type of predicament when you know the nature of men in 2026 is not really that chivalrous, not really that of high morality? Like, you know this. You know men. You would warn your daughters about men, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Okay. So hold on, Jalen. So I'm agree with you and I'm gonna disagree with you at the same point. So yes, if my daughter was tricked out of her virginity because another little boy decided to run game, keep in mind, even in that sentence alone, you're running game. You are literally doing something. You're faking something with the intent of getting something beneficial from it. But
most men teach their boys about running game on girls, don't they? I've heard it. They do.
You know what? Actually, that's fair.
Okay,
but
then.
You got to But again,
so it's a reality that most
so
of y'all who are fathers that have daughters, more than likely she might be tricked or get her game ran on her at some point in her life.
But again, while I can even accept that, right?
So the protection is out the window. The value, considering us valuable, is out the window.
It's still supposed to be there. Again,
but it's
we're
not.
not teaching. Because we're not teaching, it doesn't mean that it's not supposed to be there. It's literally the
You're talking
conversation
about
we
what it's
have here all
supposed
the
to be.
time.
But
That's
you
what we
want
have here every day. This
okay,
conversation.
I understand that. You're talking about what's supposed to be. And I agree with you on what it's supposed to be. However, you're saying you still want to implement it knowing that it's not what it's supposed to be, which is why I keep asking you the same question.
Example. Just because there's a bunch of bad ICE agents doesn't mean that the ICE agency is a bad agency.
It
You see
is.
but it's
When
not.
it
It
is
has an
when
inherent
women
purpose.
commune together and can have literally the same story about how men have treated them disrespectfully,
Right.
unfairly, or have tried to run some type of game on them to get access to them sexually. If women can commune with each other and have that same experience, then how can you tell us that it's beneficial for us to be under you? If you
You know
don't
the answer to
value
that.
us and you don't protect us.
That means we need better men.
Okay, so it takes more than just one generation to create that, right? It takes more than just 2 years for that to happen, right? Like, as much as y'all want this to happen in your lifetime, it more than likely will not. And you will have to teach your daughters and the women around you how to protect themselves. Because under a patriarchal society in which we live in America, as much as y'all love to deny that it exists, it
No,
does.
it definitely is.
It's very
It's
evident.
definitely patriarchal. Yeah, absolutely.
You have to teach your daughters how to protect themselves because unfortunately most men will not do it in 2026.
Okay,
Right. So I had to. Oh, sorry.
Let me read this cash app. It says, ask the women, do the Bible put men in delusion? We start with Jalen.
Yes. Yes, because they feel as though they have all the tools to be able to live the way God has said they're supposed to live. And you're supposed to be living righteously. And most of y'all are not. You deserve an unrighteous woman if you're an unrighteous man. That's what the Bible says. So the fact that all of y'all who are liars, cheaters, manipulators, you steal, you've been to jail, you've done all this shit, and you still expect a righteous, good, like it's what? Like, and you haven't changed?
Damn.
But
That's
Jalen,
Can I say something?
I've been all the things you just named.
Let the ladies finish
Oh,
answering
I
first.
apologize.
Go
My
ahead,
bad.
Bob Curry. Do the
Well,
Bible
that was
put
PhD.
men?
Oh,
Do the Bible put men in delusion, Bomb Cherry?
yes, most definitely. They think they're supposed to be the head because they were born with a penis. You know, that's so they think they're supposed to be the head, and they supposed to have some woman who gonna, be after him and be submissive to him, just simply because he was born of a certain gender.
Damn.
And that's delusion.
Sheesh. PhD Diva, do you think the Bible put men in delusion?
No, but only because I don't even think they, read the Bible for real. They got a couple, verses that scriptures they can use to try to, use against women. But other than that, they aren't really even reading what the Bible says clearly. But again, I think they just think you want to use the Bible to try and control women's behavior. They're not really, about that life for themselves.
Speaking of reading, you want to read this, PhD Diva?
Certainly, sir. Full Circle, 1959, $10. Sharon, I forgot to let you know I recently purchased 2 books. The Evolution of Conscious Matrix for Cracking the Genetic Code and The Third Eye, Where It All Begins by Sophia Stewart, a Black woman. You forgot to close the first parenthesis, sir.
They tried to steal it from her, too. And she kind of won and she kind of didn't at the same time. Shout out to Sophia Stewart.
Is it good?
Saran?
Uh-oh.
I want to tell you something right quick. You know something, you know most black women love liars and cheaters and pookies and ray-rays. They don't like a good man. What you say?
I did not know that, Jalen. Thank you.
Yeah, most black women love jailbirds, They rather date a bum and a loser before they date a good man. It's just how it is. They do it backwards.
Are you a good man, Jalen?
That's funny because I do background checks on all men that try
Jalen,
to
are you a
catch
good
me.
man?
That's funny.
Are you a good
I don't
woman,
mess with
G.A.
fellas.
Steve?
I'm asking you. I just want to know: are you one of the good men that they're overlooking, or are you one of the bad boys that they chasing? Are you a bad boy, Jalen,
No,
or
I
a good?
had black women talking about, oh, you're lame and corn. They walked away from me.
Okay, so you the good man that
So
they
you're one of the good men that the black women be skipping over.
right.
Yes, right.
What makes you a good man?
Yeah, because black women love liars and cheaters.
What makes
No,
you a
what
good
makes
man
you
though?
a good man is what the question was.
Like doing things was right, and next you know they overturn me.
Huh?
Him changing his own diaper.
What?
That
Montel,
Vaseline that's on
something.
his
You a feminist.
Before it get
Montel, you are a
crazy.
feminist.
Before it get crazy, no,
No
Get pressed
way.
about what?
No way.
no, we in the green. We're gonna keep it that way. Goddamn.
Oh my gosh.
So I think there's something. How do we understand who taught us how to have power, how to exercise our power?
Let's
go.
This is what I was saying, guys. Just listen, try to hear me. I hate to sound like the grandfather, but I am. Is when you meet a woman who maybe has gone through trauma and has come out of that trauma and has fixed herself in terms of her tone and respect to a man, and she's gentle, she disarms you. But if you never seen that, you don't even know how to react to it. And in the beginning, when I met my girl, I was so fucking mean, and I was tough, and I was all out there, and I was all over the place, and I was disrespectful, and whether it's dopamine or oxytocin, I put all that shit in her face, and I crushed her. This really happened. And I called my partner, and one of my partners was a thug. He said, fix it. My other partner said, when you hurt someone, where you leave them is where they stay. If we talk.
What?
When you hurt someone, where you leave them is where they stay.
It's last interaction logic.
Again, we benefit from patriarchy. How?
I don't know what that has to do with patriarchy. That's just
by going through
abuse.
trauma, because after he
Are
put
these
you
the
on
men
that,
we expect them
that's
to
how
be
he know.
leaders? That you hurt somebody, you leave them where they at? What? Huh?
No, that's not what he said. He said when you hurt somebody, that is where they stay. What that means is if I sit here and me and you have a thing, and then I do everything in my power to break you down because that's where I want you to be, the next time you deal with me, even after we're done in the future, you're going to remember everything I did to you, and that pain is going to come right back with you.
Well, that's not exactly what he's saying, exactly the way you're saying. What he's saying is, if when he break this woman down, right, hurt her, then the next man or the next people who enter her life, she'll remember that hurt and she'll push that on to him. Because remember, she was vulnerable to him. She corrected herself, and out of some reason, he thought he had to crush her. You know, like when a woman says that she have black girl magic, or she's healed, or she's independent, right? Where she fixed herself, and then a man comes along who she opening up to, and he just want to smack her down, let her know you ain't all that.
Because he's not used to it. That's what he said. He said because he's not used to seeing a woman that is being feminine and friendly.
Again, the divine feminine that they love to say they want, but they always got to knock her down a peg. They always got to knock her down a peg to make sure she.
Feminists hate black men.
Those are not good men. You can't equate that to people who actually care. But there are men who actually care. Hold on.
Right. So, all right, so you
hold on.
So Jay, Josh, you say that to say majority of men are opposite of what Clifton Powell was talking about?
No, what I'm saying is most men who are actually good men, ironically, I agree with, I forget his name. Jalen. I agree with Jalen. Most men who are normally good men don't end up in relationships because they get looked over by the very women that are looking for them.
That's crazy.
That's
Because
crazy.
they
That you would
Creole
have
Hold on. Let's talk.
crazy work.
Hold on. Then let's talk actual statistics. There's a lot of women who have literally had kids with people that they have admitted were bums, who have admitted were bad. Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. Let me finish. Let me finish running it. Hold up. Hey, yeah, he was abusive.
That's your problem.
Yeah, he talked to me crazy.
You're rubbing it. Even when you're wrong, you just got to keep it because you got to get it out because, you're going to show me you masculine. Go ahead, baby.
No, it ain't about bomb. Come on. We're better than that, bomb.
That was a good one, bomb. I like it.
You're lucky you cute.
I don't want no smoke bomb. No, but there's a lot of people who would admit to have, I was with this dude who put his hands on me for 4 years. My comment would have been like, why the fuck were you? Sorry. Why are you still there?
That's $2.
Yeah.
Y'all know me. I'm finna save my money.
Have you ever got beat on like that? Have you ever got beat on like that? Clifton Powell just said it. If you hurt somebody that bad, that's where they stay, right?
Hey, hold up. Let me say my $2 real quick.
That's why she
stayed. I'll answer your question real quick. I need to send this $2 real quick.
Oh.
Not only that. Again, Kulu.
We know a bunch of dudes, and in my generation, and Josh knows this, Sharifa probably knows this, but there's a bunch of dudes that saw their girlfriend about to leave. They saw the signs, and they purposely impregnated that girl to try to keep the relationship going on longer. Like that.
I was watching Grits and Eggs podcast. Love him down. I love his podcast. He even said he know his homeboys personally that done trap women by getting them pregnant on purpose because they knew that she was leaving. What?
And it'll make it harder for the next one. That's her thinking is that as the next guy wouldn't want to be with them because they have they have a kid, and it makes the woman stay around a little bit longer because of the kid. You know what I mean? So I know a bunch of guys, it's majority of guys that did that were in relationships that were abusive, that weren't working out, and they purposely got the girl pregnant to try to keep the girl around. So that's like a lot of the cases that Josh is talking about.
Sure, I don't know if you reacted to the game at all and his baby mama and the podcast. I don't know if any of y'all have watched it. It's a very sad but interesting thing to watch. The game actually told his baby mama in front of her, to her face, I mean, I really only got with you because you were pretty. You were fine. And basically said he likes impregnating fine women.
Damn.
That was her purpose.
Yeah, these men been saying this for years. They've been coming on streams and saying they want to set her down. She's fine, and he don't really want to be with her, but he'll impregnate her and make her sit down. So now he got access, even though he don't really want her.
Damn.
He connected through a baby, but they claim that we will purposely entrap men.
I don't know how you purposely entrap a man when they gotta ejaculate. I don't know how that works.
Yeah,
I don't know how you entrap a man.
Before is that
not ejaculate.
We know
you just
when
not ejaculate inside her.
Yeah, we know when we're about to, finish or we're about to, come. So we can easily pull out 10 seconds prior to we know it's about to come. So I agree with you on that.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Let's see.
But hold on, this is the conversation we keep having. I always say this isn't a one-way street, and I don't like the fact that we talk about it as if it is.
It is. It's a one-way street.
I think if you believe in the Bible, Shadow, the accountability falls on you first, and because by proxy, it falls to me. But it's you first.
No,
right?
I do agree with that.
So
Yes,
that's why
that's
I'm
good.
making it. That's why I'm making it sound the way I do, because since y'all want to have the leadership role and you love patriarchy so much, guess where all the accountability falls, regardless of the decision I make, regardless of my behavior, it falls to you, because that's the reality you want to live in. So that's why I'm talking about it one-sided, Because in reality, the accountability usually is one-sided in a patriarchal system. It falls to you. My behavior
Now,
falls to you.
now
And
here's
it's
that.
so anyway, even if with no matter what you do, see, I taught my sons, you don't want to have children, don't give out the seed, right? Don't do it. You could cover it up with a a condom, or y'all, that pull-out method don't work all the time because my kids are pull-out babies. But anyway,
Shit,
what I'm
that's a lie.
saying,
That's a lie, bro. They ain't pull nothing out.
they didn't pull out quick enough.
I'm done with Bob.
He meant to do that, huh, Sharon? How he meant to do it?
Okay, bro. Good.
Yeah,
But I
I
didn't
believe
have
the
sex
truth.
with a woman either.
Thank
You ain't never
David.
had sex with a
Look,
woman, remember? Anyway,
I can't
so
pull
what
out
I'm
the
saying,
parking
Let
spot,
Bob
so
finish the thought. Hold on, y'all. Let Bob finish the thought. Go ahead, Bob.
yeah. So what I'm saying, I told them they can cover up, wrap it up, right? And then they'll have no reason to blame nobody except themselves. But if you uncover, baby, it's on you because she can't get pregnant without you.
That's it.
That's it.
And that's why we gotta focus on the focus. We cannot say, hey, we gotta make it equal. No, it ain't time to equal nothing out yet. Now until men get the proper therapy that they need, and then we could talk about the other half. But until men get their ish together, and we stop having 70-year-old men figuring out what love is and how to treat a woman right, we cannot be talking about the woman because clearly that woman was doing all the right things, dealing with. We cannot keep trying to make it like it's an equal thing, especially when men are coming out at 70 years old and saying all the wrong things that he was doing, and he didn't learn it until 7. So we can't keep saying, but the women's as well. We just
bro, he literally said he
You
didn't learn
can't
how to be
you
monogamous
can't
until the
keep
day
bringing
before.
up how it's a collaborative effort when you
right.
want it
It's
to
not.
be a hierarchy. Like how the fuck? What? It's
Right.
you.
So
It's
wait,
your
hold on.
fault.
No, there's a double side to that coin. If
No,
I,
it's
as a
not.
No,
man,
hold on.
hold on.
Shadow. But the problem is we can't keep saying that is double-sided to the conversation because he is self-admitting that at 70 he figured things out. Other men as well, they didn't figure it out until after they did all the until they woman was going to leave him. Then they realized how much they love their woman. Until
He's
this
probably not a
happened.
good example.
So that's why we can't keep trying to add women into it when we are talking about men need to change their part. Men need to get mature sooner, quicker, faster. We cannot keep trying to add women, try to put some kind of just because we have women that are bad examples in the world to try to put them into the conversation where we know majority of men are not doing the right things.
Okay, but here's the thing. Also, we need to stop as adults promoting to people, especially kids, teenagers who are going through the hormonal thing. Like here's the lesson. Once my first boy turns 12, I'm gonna tell him the same lesson I'm gonna give everybody else in that line. Hey, do not have sex with somebody you're not trying to marry. End of story. Because
But
that will prevent a whole lot of problems.
why'd you start the beginning of that statement gender neutral? Adults. Men need to teach that.
No, because get this, so actually I would have agreed with that if I actually, but most men aren't being raised by men.
And whose fault is that?
Like, wait, hold on. So now we're jumping
You're your
conversations.
hierarchy. Whose fault is
Hold on.
that?
That's a whole nother conversation. But
That's
I'm
not.
saying
It's not. You could just take accountability.
no.
To
Again,
be honest,
by even stating that it's clear.
Unless you like a collaborative lifestyle, which if you do, you do. But you gotta.
But hold on.
You gotta
I
pick
live
one.
a collaborative lifestyle. But I
Okay,
live a
so why do you
collaborative
talk about the
lifestyle.
hierarchy
Wait,
then?
based on because even when I'm the leader, I'm still making decisions that if I'm not sure what to do, who's the first person I'm supposed to go to? My wife.
The weaker vessel, the one
No,
that's below
wait a minute.
you.
You called it weaker. That's
Weaker
what you're
vessel?
putting on it, not what I'm putting on it.
That's how it's help me weaker vessel. A lot of men call us the weaker vessels. So, yeah, that's not a me ideology. That's a male ideology.
I mean, I'm telling you specifically, I understand what there is a specific role for men and women throughout
Yeah.
life as a whole. And again, and
Besides
understanding what
having
that role
children,
is.
what's besides having children, what is these different roles that just for women and just for men?
Women are specifically generally wiser than men. Like they mature fast. Yeah, I say that wholeheartedly. And I mean that shit.
Women are wiser than men, but
Are
men make
wiser.
all the decisions.
That's crazy work.
Because
What?
Hold up,
And
wait a
on the
minute.
leader.
Because hold
What
on,
the
so
fuck?
okay,
So who
hold
should?
up.
Okay, so hold on. Before we move forward, and we talking about wiseness. Who should be the leader in situations? The wise person or the person that takes longer to be wise?
I don't like that question, so don't
Of
even give me
course
that.
not, because you got
No,
to
that's
answer.
no, that's a really
You got
no,
to
that's
answer
a
it
really
truthfully.
no, that question.
give.
No, because that question is presented in a bad way, and I don't like the way it's presented. And me
It's
and
not
Sharon keep
presented.
getting
It's
into it like this.
presented
Oh, it
in a
absolutely
very.
is.
It's presented in a very fruitful way, right? So, who should be the leader? The more wise individual, or not?
The person who's going to actually get it done is going to be my answer to that.
Yeah,
And
but
sometimes you can be
but
so.
that person's
Sometimes
not,
you can
that
be so
person is not
wise that you
injected
don't
into the
pull the trigger.
conversation yet. It's okay to just answer. Should the more wise person be the leader?
Sean, you're not going to get me like that,
Right, because
I believe because what you're asking
hold on,
doesn't relate to what I'm saying.
Hold on. This is the problem that we be having as men. Is that we can't answer things truthfully sometimes.
Bro.
And just say, hey, you know what? With that question, the wiser person should be the leader. And then you can expound on whatever else that you want to say, move it forward in the same goalpost, whatever the case is. But when men are not able to just simply say, hey, the wiser person should be the leader, it creates a problem.
Here's why I can't say that. You can't say the wiser person can be the leader because you can be so wise while overthinking it that you never take the action to actually implement what's going on.
That will go
So
against. Hold on. I'm glad that you said that. Hold on, but that will go against the person being wise. The wise person person implements the knowledge and experience that they have into their real life. They don't philosophize. They're not philosophizers, as Corey Holcomb would say. The wise person actually implement the knowledge that they learn.
No, Diva put it in a really good way 2 or 3 days ago, and I can't for the life of me remember it.
Okay, we can ask her. She said, PhD, but what do wise mean? I guess is what he's asking.
No, that's not what I'm. See, that's not even what I'm asking. Diva, do you remember you made a comment? You were like, "There's knowledge, there's wisdom, and then there's something else." I don't remember what you said, but you said one is having the actual acclaimed knowledge of it. 2, how you apply the knowledge, and then there's 3, which is wisdom. Applied knowledge is wisdom, and then actually active or using that knowledge in an active way is something else. I don't remember how you explained it, but it would fit this conversation.
Well, the definition of wise is having or showing experience, knowledge, and good judgment.
Perfect.
Good judgment.
So therefore,
judgment,
hashtag SNL Sharon never lies. God
Sharon, how you gonna cut
Let's
Diva
talk
off
about good
mid-sentence?
judgment. Even though Shadow admitted that men be thinking what they dig most of the time, and all the men in the chat love to say, "Well, women have the most debt, and women do," and yet y'all get tricked into having babies with women that y'all don't like. I could use the same argument. Y'all be paying child support for children you never wanted in the first place, but somehow they here. Like we could
It's
keep
a
this
lack of
going all
wisdom.
day. Like,
And
come
No,
on.
that's a lack of wisdom.
Hold on, Shadow.
And
And
mind you, it wasn't even the women who said women are more wise. It was a man. So I don't know why y'all using women when women didn't say it. Shadow did. I didn't say
Women
that.
are wiser by definition. The Holy Spirit
Hey,
is
I
literally.
can say it
all right,
again
so
for the
listen,
men that
hold on.
talking shit.
All right, so pause there. So Shadow, if women are wiser, according to Diva's definition of wise, whoever the wiser person is in the relationship, shouldn't that person be the leader? Look at the
For the sake of this sentence, because you're not going to let me go outside of that, because you keep asking this question in a way that you know I disagree with.
You can't.
And I'm putting it on you. I'm putting it on you because you're actually doing it. Because I specified what I meant, And you're still like, so what you're saying is shouldn't a wiser person be in charge? Then when I specified it, you were like, oh no, I forgot to turn on my mic just now. Sorry, Shadow. So let me ask you again the same question.
Hold on,
you're
Shadow.
not gonna agree with.
Hold on. No, that's not what happened, Shadow. What happened was you wanted to inject Diva idea of what wisdom is, and she did.
Right.
She gave us the full idea. And you agree with her idea of what wisdom is. So now again, if women are more wiser than men sooner, who should be the leader in relationships at this moment then?
If we're just focusing on wisdom, I would say women. But get this. Hold on. Now you should let me finish. Can I finish my sentence now?
Anything after but is bullshit.
Nope, hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on. But see, now y'all stop me mid-sentence again.
You stopped yourself. I didn't say anything. But hold on. We do have an agreement that when you
anything
put the
after but is nullified.
Right, you negate everything else.
That's
We
just
know
language.
that's a part of the show, and everybody understands that, especially you. You put but, that means you negated everything else. So go ahead.
So, okay. Then hold on. Let me put my email suit on. Okay. Wow. Contrary to popular belief, contrary to this conversation thus far, even though women are wiser as a whole, because women also take the time to actually fully analyze things. There are times when action needs to be taken that action is not taken. And in a sense like that, the person willing to take the action, applying the wisdom that's there, is the person who should take the charge.
Perfect. And usually the wise person is the one that's going to actually implement, right? According to the definition.
So you just ignored everything I just said.
No, because according to the definition,
he said overtalk me anyway.
Hold on. Now you cutting. So according to the definition that we agreed on, the wise person is actually going to use their knowledge and use it and apply it to their life because they're making the better decision. So once they realize this decision is better, they actually go ahead and do and imply that wise choice. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, there you go. Sorry, for some reason the super chat wasn't going through.
Okay.
I will
hold
give
on, Jayla. I want to bring it 651 into the show, and I also want to bring it man. What's up with you? Good day. What is your thoughts? 651 Nick.
I don't necessarily. I believe the man should lead, but you shouldn't say but. A good leader is going to take advice from other people. So just because I believe the man should lead the household.
Why?
But if he's a good leader, he's going to take advice from his wife. It needs to be a hierarchy.
But why should he be the leader?
It needs to be a
why should the man be the leader?
Why?
Why can't he be the one
because
who gives the advice?
Okay, listen. I believe the man is he's typically the breadwinner. He has to protect the family, all of that. But when you're leading,
so hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
So with regard to breadwinner, increasingly that is not the case. I think the statistics show on average, black men earn about $3,000 more a year than black women. So even before taxes, that's a couple $100 a month. And so you think on the basis of a couple $100 a month, the black men should be the leaders in the household?
I mean, it's more than just money. It's also protection. It's also more guidance. But the point I was getting to.
No, but we want to.
I have another question.
Okay, go ahead.
I have another question.
Let them finish it first. Let them finish it because Jayla want to jump in there as well. Go ahead. Who was it on? 651 or?
Yeah, it was on me.
Okay.
But to be a successful leader, even at workplace, at home, you must take advice from other people. So for the man to lead his household, he can't just be going in there and say, I'm making all the decisions. It will fail. If his wife is good at, let's just say, legal work, he should take advice from his wife. if his wife is good at certain things, he should take advice from his wife. But I still think it should be some type of leadership to be a successful household, at the workplace, anywhere in life. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let me ask you, based on what you said, okay, because one of the reasons you cited was men are typically the breadwinners. Okay, so for a woman like me who out earns the vast majority of men, so let's say I get with
I
the
was just about
man,
to ask that. Great
right,
mind.
and I out earn him. Should I then be the leader because I'm the breadwinner?
I also said it's more so not just money. It's also
That's
I'm
one of
gonna
the
protect.
reasons behind it.
You cut me.
See,
You asked.
Don't cut him off, y'all.
no,
Hold
but
on.
I'm
Let
saying,
me get
the question, and you cut me off.
I got you.
You can't say this is one of the reasons, and then
That
when I
is
say,
one of the
okay, well,
reasons.
with using
Okay, go
this
ahead.
reason, then you say, oh, well, I use these other reasons, but you also use that one. So we're asking about this one in a vacuum. Like, let's just take this one.
PhD, you a professional. It takes more than one characteristic to be a good leader. True or false?
Jesus.
Yes.
Okay, so to be a leader is not just finances. It's broad.
Okay.
It's broad.
Oh,
That's
now
all
it's
I'm
broad.
saying.
So the
That's
fact
all I'm
that
saying.
so let me so generally speaking, black women are more educated than black men. So why wouldn't we use that as the basis for determining who should be
That's
a
fine.
leader?
That's fine. My ex was smarter. She was smarter than me in a lot of things. I would ask her for, hey, is this a good idea? Is this a good idea?
That don't sound
She already know. I was in control of everything, but I would ask her for advice to be successful. I just didn't go in there and say, this is this. I know everything. As a leader, as the head of,
did you
Go ahead.
ask her, do you think it's a good idea for us to stay together?
Okay.
So that's all I'm saying.
651.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think PhD
I'll just play with
probably
you, my
agree.
brother.
Don't you think it would take somebody with some strong positive characteristics to be able to make what PhD Diva and I make?
I mean, typically women that mates a lot are typically strong-minded female. So, it's
Strong-minded, even men, strong-minded.
Yeah, if you make
intelligent,
money,
disciplined, good work ethic. I mean, willing to take a risk if need be, because it's very risky to
I
make this
agree.
type of jump. At least my experience, very risky. You take a lot of risks to get that reward. A lot
I
of
agree.
long nights, long hard hours.
I
Okay,
agree.
I can attest to. All right. So when it comes to the characteristics of a person that makes that type of money, why do y'all keep saying that just being the one that makes the most money don't come with those characteristics? It's just you make money.
I mean, that's a good question.
It
Typically, I believe that, well, it shouldn't be, I believe, for anything to have a good foundation, even at the workplace, you have to have some type of leadership. So if I'm running my household, I want to be the leader, but it comes with that. I'm going to be the first one to protect my family. I'm going to be the first one to do all of that. That takes a leader. Even if she make more than me.
I got a question for you, 651 Mint, and I'm just gonna say, hey, Diva, you can lead me anywhere you want to, Diva. So, but I also want to say, hey, so should the security guard of the building be the one that is the leader of that building?
He have a supervisor. All security have a supervisor that they have to go to.
So again, because the security guard, he's the one that protects the building, right? But usually the person that got the brains, the money, and the power, and all these other decision-making skills is usually the owner of the building or the CEO of this said company of the building, right? And all the security guard do is protect the building. And what you are describing in reality is the protector of the house. So since when, if we have the CEO is following the security guard, the head of security?
Sharon, the workplace and the household are two different things. So you're comparing a household leadership to a workplace. That's different correlations.
Okay, let me tell you how it correlates, right? Because you're
Go ahead.
saying that you should lead the house because you are the security of the house.
It's more to it than that.
Right. And the woman is more to it than her as well, right? Because just because you are the physically strong one doesn't mean that she ain't the one that got you out of a dangerous neighborhood. It doesn't mean that she is not the breadwinner. It doesn't mean that she's not the wise one to make the proper decisions to get herself in a in a way where y'all are in a productive lifestyle and all these other decisions that comes with these multiple things that leadership does. So she could have, out of the 10 characteristics of leadership, she got 8 out of them, and you got the other 2: protection and whatever else you want to add.
Up.
Dang.
Standing up.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I've been in a situation. I've been in a situation where the women one of the women I was dealing with, she had more characteristics of leadership. She had more of it, but I still led. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why and
it's still functional.
Now, would you be saying that, right? And this one is really not a shot. Would you say that that's the reason why the relationship possibly fell, because you continue to wanted to be the leader of the relationship?
No, she started knocking over my shit at the house. So no, that's why that didn't work. She got getting physical. That's why it didn't work. That's
that one. All right, I didn't want.
Yeah, because you wouldn't listen.
Yeah, she bust him over and said, slap him right on his forehead. Hey, God damn. But I think that's the issue that we continue having the conversation of, that men believe that one last thing of being the protector of the social house, that they never actually show protection in the relationship, right? Most women never seen a man fight, and most relationships, the man do not have to put his life on the line for his household. That's just not a current thing, but it's something that men try to lead they hat on because they got to go outside and risk their life.
Sharon, can I ask you one question? Go ahead. Can I? Do you think I want to ask the women on the panel?
Okay.
Because you guys respect a man if you leading him. Can you guys? Because when I hear a woman, anytime I hear a woman leading her man, the experience I have witnessed, she doesn't respect him. So are there any situations where, ladies, that you was leading your relationship and you respected him? I just want to hear that question.
So yes.
Okay.
I think that is very possible. It's different if you're with an older man. I think if you're older, there's an association that comes with that. You're supposed to be more wiser than me. You're supposed to be more knowledgeable than me. So in that situation, I would not respect you because you're essentially my elder, which is why I choose to stay in my wheelhouse of my age. So with men my age, they are not fully developed. They possibly haven't figured out their purpose, or they're still figuring it out. Yes, you have to give him grace because you may be more knowledgeable than him in some moments. If you love that man, I think it is possible to be able to respect him.
Okay, let me see.
What about you, Miss PhD?
I'm a little confused by that answer.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Why?
Exactly.
Why?
Okay.
Because you go ahead. Oh
no, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Because you said you couldn't respect him if you lead him or whatever. Only if he's older, but you okay with it
older.
If he's younger.
Doesn't make any sense.
In her age group, yeah.
Yeah. So
what she mean by, and we understand what she mean by older, right? She's saying like somebody 10 years, not somebody that's 2 years older.
Yeah.
Right. She's saying
what she meant.
She's saying within her age group. So if it's like a 2 to 3 year difference, that's still considered her age group. Yes, he's technically older, but when she's saying older, she's talking about like if me and her was in a relationship, that kind of age gap.
That could be my daddy.
Right, but I guess my point is she's okay with leading the younger, but so it's not because he's older, it's because you would be leading him, I guess. Because
she's trying to explain it. Go ahead.
I'm
gonna let her. I thought I go ahead. I'll let her get a chance to explain one more time. But she's talking about age gap dating is what she's actually talking about.
Okay, so
Yeah,
but no, I get that. If she don't like older men, but remember she said she don't want to lead a man, but if he's younger, she's okay with leading him. But if he's older, she don't not okay. So it's not. Is it about the leading or it's about the age?
Because she's saying she would give somebody her age group grace, is what she said.
Yeah,
But go ahead,
I'm talking about age. So men usually recommend younger women to date older men because they are supposed to be more experienced and wiser than the men in our age group, right?
No, that's not what they say at all.
Say what?
Yeah, men do not say date older men because they're.
No, you're missing what she said. Date younger women.
No, I know. She's the woman. It is a man, right? The older man.
So she's the younger woman. Men are
Right.
usually typically older than the woman.
No, I know, but the men who's older, they want to date younger women, not because of what she said they say, it's because they just want younger women.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what age gap are you? We talking about age gap dating, right?
Yeah, based on what she just said, yes.
Okay, so that's what she's saying. If we are going by that criteria, that if she has to age gap date that older man, she cannot respect leading that older man because he's supposed to be the wiser person. He's supposed to be the more intelligent person. He's supposed to be the more experienced. If she has all those things above him in the age gap dating, she
I
can't
might
respect.
as well date somebody my age.
Right. Wow. Never
So
mind.
you
I'm like, if you're not interested in dating an older man, it would be because you not wanting an older man. Why you think because he older, he wiser? These old men be dumb as hell.
I agree, Bomb Cherry. I didn't say I didn't agree with that. I'm saying what it's supposed to be. But in reality, if you're not that, then why am I with you? If there's supposed to be all these benefits dating an older man per what the men say.
Per what?
Typically,
okay.
older
All
men
they
are
say
more.
is that he got older man more money, but it don't mean he wiser.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree,
mean,
but you know the men be trying to sell a false package. So,
but do we agree most older men are typically more wiser than the younger man? That's the fact.
No, clearly
No,
not.
I don't. No, that's not true.
No.
And the reason why, hold on, 6
Wait,
Pablo,
time out.
and the reason why we know that because we got this man Clifton that is 70 years old saying he just now learned
how to love.
Wait, y'all take one situation. So you took the younger me. I'm 45. The 20-year-old me is more mature than me.
It seems so.
No,
Yes,
the
there are
20-year-old Tim is not mature than Tim now.
All right, so now let me ask you a question. The 45-year-old you, are you in a relationship, or the 20-year-old you was in a relationship?
I was in relationships at 25. I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
What was
So
going
the
on.
45-year-old you was not in a relationship, correct?
No.
All right.
But what I got to do? What?
That's all I'm saying. Since hold on. Let me stop bothering my brother. Hold on. Hey, I want to read some of these super chats as well. PH Diva, would you respect me if you had to lead me through the relationship, PH Diva? I want to know.
Shadow the Titan lost $5. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. We laugh on mute.
Just in case.
I read it. Shadow, in case. Ronald 804. Happy New Year, Ronald. It's been a minute. $5. Ladies, if you ever got pregnant by the Holy Spirit, you might be eligible for compensation. The angel Gabriel called Mary a woman in Luke 1st chapter 28th verse. Ooh. Not the Bible files.
Hey, Diva, so can you respect a man that you are leading in the relationship? Is that something that you can do?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. So that's 2. So now
Wait,
we got.
you said yes?
Yeah.
She said she could respect the man.
I thought she didn't say that.
Y'all have an understand, ladies. You gonna be leading in your relationship. Y'all better stop looking for leaders. You gonna have to tell him all kinds of shit that you gonna think he should know, but these men don't be knowing. He might, even if he make more money than you, which that could be, but you still gonna have to teach him. Hey, don't pick that baby up like that. Why are you throwing that baby in the air like that?
Man, you always learn.
These men do crazy as shit, baby.
Yeah, I mean, we always learning. I'm always learning.
I got a cash up. It says, are men really supposed to be of service to
Of service?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I like that answer.
Right. That's why they got all those muscles, right? To serve.
Mm-hmm. More than just being the goddamn security guard.
Right.
You gotta lead them then too. You gotta, don't shoot the innocent baby. Don't leave the gun where the children can get it.
For you.
Don't shoot him when his back to turn. You gotta wait till he's facing you, baby.
Sean, question for you.
Go ahead, Jalen.
You see a bunch of 40-plus-year-old men who are not balding, fat, out of shape, walking around. Like, do you see a bunch of 40-plus-year-old men walking around with a six-pack?
I mean, that's American in general.
I have a six-pack, by the way, and I'm not bald.
No, we don't believe
a lot. Is there a lot of yous?
Don't
believe that. Sorry.
Is there a lot of yous?
But that's the American in general, Miss Jalen. American in general is overweight.
Hey, yo. I'm just asking a question.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just letting you listen. It's like it's out the people who I work with always say the older ladies look better than the younger women. You know, the younger women now in my workplace, they in shape, they come in shape, and the younger women, they coming in out of. I think that's just more of a American thing in general, obesity. But I would say that the older women are now taking care of themselves than the older men. I do agree with that.
Loud ass. All right. So so we good with the conversation? I can jump back into the video.
All right, yeah, I got to get ready for y'all. This was a good conversation. I wish I could have stayed longer. Y'all have a blessed day.
Where your ass going?
I gotta go to work.
Okay.
Oh, wow. You work like a night shift?
No, I don't work night shift. I
Oh,
work
so it's
mid
just
shift.
straight mid shift. Okay.
Make sure you hit a goddamn like in the share button, goddamn.
I got you. I see your you got that thing, the love.
What thing?
Yep, not you got that thing.
What the this controversial conversation hasn't given you a lot of likes. I've been working double time.
You send a group chat money thingy. What you call that? When you hit the dollar sign thing.
Super
chat.
chat.
Yeah, super chat.
Yeah, super chats. Yeah.
Yo, let me. You got this new. I'm on the live stream. Let me go to the regular support channel.
Yeah, I got
Sean, I've also got one more F-bomb.
Oh, here you go.
I got one bullet that you never let me use because you kept stopping me from using it. Yeah, I'm holding you responsible, sir.
That's right, because I want you to be responsible as well. I want you to hold on to it. Make sure you use it properly. I'm being wise.
Use it only on my proper target.
Who you trying to use it on?
I'm not using it on nobody today. This is a great conversation.
I'm about to say,
yeah, this is a good conversation.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No. Look, Jalen challenged me today.
Double time over here.
I'm about to say,
I'm trying to
Willie
get
not
you
here.
on likes.
Hey, Jalen, I'm gonna give you your props. You kept your head and we fought it, and we agreed to disagree, and even kind of I conceded in places. So I actually appreciate that.
All right. Let's see. Let's get back into what these men are saying. Let's see what they talking
about being here to trust black women. We cannot trust black women.
Why?
Unless every man that I know, and I'm still struggling with being monogamous in the streets because I'm well known.
Wow.
What? Is we got to start
You said yo, ain't no way you said Is he a baby daddy, Sharon? Do y'all know if he a baby daddy?
He is.
I'm sure he is.
Oh my god.
His actually, hey Jayla, his son is dating Barack Obama's daughter. So yeah.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
my god. Oh my god.
Thank you so much, 651. Appreciate you.
Oh
No
my
problem, bro. Y'all have a good night.
Yo, that was a wild statement.
He's still struggling.
No.
Yo, that was such a wild statement. For
Like,
all the
I'm
things
not
that he
even
was
trying to be
saying,
morbid, but you about to die soon. Like, you don't think you should settle down now? Like,
Okay, so now let's ask Shadow. Okay. This man's 70 years old. Should he be the leader of his home? Should he be leading the household, or should his more wise wife be leading?
I plead the fifth.
Is the younger
now
you
plead the
smarter, dumber than the older him?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Obviously,
that's
but
right.
look, in regards to Diva, because she didn't get a gotcha moment, nah, I plead the fifth.
Damn.
Somebody at 70 who said, I learned how to be monogamous today, in a conversation where he's praising the fact that he learned how to love, can't teach me anything.
Yeah.
I'm still learning.
It's happened in the same episode, though, right? That's the craziest part about it. He learns how to love, and then he said, "I'm still struggling because of how famous I am, and I could just take advantage of whatever situations comes his way." Woo!
He just said take advantage, but I see what you're doing, sir.
Welcome to the show, the VP.
Vice P. I'm the only P up here, baby.
That's right.
Keep it green. Keep it green.
What's up, Eda, man? Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
I think this leadership. Well, you asked. I had like 4 questions for you, right? before you introduce me, but you answer all my questions in my introduction, right? So I had like 4 questions. You answered that. That was the first part. The second thing is, I think we it's a misunderstanding between wisdom and smart. I know a lot of smart people who ain't got no wisdom. And I know some people who got wisdom who's not the smartest in the room. And I know some people might not understand that, right? And I actually agree with PhD, right? I agree that what PhD is saying is based on what she should strive to, what her spiritual belief is, the smartest person should be the leader. I'm not knocking that, right? Because what we need to start understanding, what believers do and non-believers do are not the same thing. I think sometimes we try to mix those two things together. But if you have 2 people who don't believe in God, or even if they believe in God, they don't subscribe to the Bible. Let me say that. They should run their house the way that they see fit. But if you're going to subscribe to the Bible, the reason that the man should leave is because the Bible says so. But that give you that caveat. If you say, I don't subscribe to the Bible, you don't have to follow those rules.
The thing is, it was when we were talking about the Bible, my issue was just that, right? You're saying like, okay, if you're not a Christian, you don't have to follow the rules in the Bible. But then when we start like pressing y'all about different rules in the Bible, then there starts becoming all these caveats all of a sudden, right? So then it's, oh, well, that's the Old Testament. Oh, well, God didn't say that directly out his mouth, and so that was my issue. Like, are we taking the Bible as, being prescriptive if you're a Christian, or are we not? Are we only taking the parts that's written in red that, apparently God said out of his own mouth, although where was there a man to record what God was thinking and saying? Nevertheless, it's in the Bible.
Absolutely.
So yeah, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No, and PhD, I'm agreeing with you. Like, if a person is questioning the Bible, they should not subscribe to it. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with 2 people getting together And when two people get together and they say, hey, check this out, we don't believe we gonna do what's work for us. I think Bomb Cherry is a good example of that, right? Bomb Cherry is a great example of that. Her and her husband got
Had to
together
put that dig
and
in.
they literally came up with something that works for them. And for what we know, it's been working for them for 30 years. Who am I to say that that doesn't work for their situation? But what I realized in my situation, since we do a foundation of the Bible, right? Then we going to say that what God is telling us to do. And that's why me and my wife are striving. I think I am a lot wiser than my wife, but I believe my wife is a lot smarter than me. And I think wisdom and smartness is not the same.
Yay.
Amen.
I believe therapy, or at least reading and going into ourselves, holding ourselves accountable, and say, yeah, I fucked up. Because the first thing, what am I calling my buddy? I said, man, she had my phone for you a fucking month. He said, nigga, just don't say you did it.
We gotta meet people where they are. Sometimes I think you.
He turned into Shaggy.
He pulling young man games.
It wasn't me.
Yo.
Wow. He's the elder
At
too. He's supposed to be
70?
teaching them, right?
Right, 70 years old.
He learning this from Nick at 70?
I told these men I'll be a better daddy than most.
Yo.
But I do just because you got grades and you old, don't mean that
You're
you
breaking
not
up.
so old fools.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you can't hear me?
Did I say the N word, y'all? Was that the N word?
Which N word?
Oh, I didn't say the N word, did I? I did.
No.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, I
No,
said
Mom,
these
you
men.
didn't.
You know, in my mind, I said the N word, though. I just thought I owed you $2. Okay, I'm trying to be good, okay?
Can you hear me now? Is
Hey,
that
Bob,
better?
if you would have said it, I would have paid for it for you.
Listen, and I think this is the conversation we got to have. Just because you old and grays don't mean that you ain't an old fool. Wisdom have no age. It's old fools as young fools. Sound like he been a fool for a long time.
The problem is, Edom, man, is that they ain't never grow out of being a young fool. And a lot of these
Well,
men,
that's what I'm saying. And we need to start saying that these men need to stay single. Listen, that is manipulation.
So the issue,
looking at the text message, Sharon. Oh, go ahead.
So the issue with that, Edom, man, even though majority of men don't have a problem with staying single because they still going to get boxed, they still going to manipulate women, they still going to do all the things that they want to do. That gives them less responsibility, and they're going to turn 70 and say, "Hey, now I'm ready to love." So them staying single is not helping. We need a mentality to change.
Yeah, but I get that, but it's almost like trying to force something. It's like move an enforceable object, right? A unmovable object. Like it's gonna be fools in our society. Like it's no way for us to get away from it. I wish that we can kind of weed them all out, get rid of them. I'm agreeing with that, but I know that to the end of time, fools are gonna be here. So what we need to do as men, in my opinion, is call these fools out. And I'm saying that man should not be married to a woman. I think we will be sentencing that woman to a prison sentence, and she have to be led by him. And that's the only point, man.
That's fine. The issue is that we got to get men to grow up sooner. We cannot allow men to grow up at 70. And that's what the conversation is about, is getting men to understand where they at 25. If they could understand that they need to grow up younger, then maybe we could have more responsible men than foolish men that wait until they 70.
But he haven't grown up at 70. Listen, I'm still hearing the words that's coming out of his mouth, and it still sounds childish. So that's the point that I'm trying to help you understand. Is like it's almost like he figured it out at 70. It's some men on this earth, Sharon, that is literally gonna be fools forever.
Right, but the issue is that he also pushes other men to be fools.
That's why your channel is so important. The fools are gonna try to make more fools. You're gonna try to make more upstanding men. And so it's this battle that's going back and forward. And what I am saying is that we can't stop the fools. But what we can do is try to influence more of the young people to go away from foolish ways with this channel.
I think we are in agreement. So I think we are in agreement right now. I believe so. Anybody else want to jump in before I go back to the video? All right.
You're saying reading. Reading is not the only important thing because a lot of people
I didn't say
I'm
reading.
saying people can read and not really.
Everybody's taking every fucking thing I said. Hold on, bro.
I'm not saying that.
Stop taking the shit that I'm saying out of context, bro.
I'm explaining a concept.
You talking about reading? I'm saying reading is a myriad of shit you got.
Right, but that's not what I'm even going to. People read and don't understand what they're reading. You just said that your woman, your black queen, she's the queen to you. And essentially you kind of alluded to the reason that she was a black queen to you was because she was gentle to you and was able to make you feel like, oh, I can open up and feel safe.
That's not what I said.
That's not what you said.
No, I said what I was trying to say. She's held me accountable.
Held you accountable.
And forced me, man.
You didn't not put you in a soft way that made you able to do it.
I'm sorry.
Because I'm about to walk the fuck out of here. We right here with you, okay? When I'm saying, in order for us to trust, if this is about fucking trusting black women, then you gotta be able to let your woman hold you accountable when you do patriarchal shit.
You agree?
Right.
And when you come from the streets, that's almost impossible. Because we grew up, like you said, fuck that bitch. It's just so complicated. And in order for you to grow, even at 50, and I agree with you, you have to take yourself accountable. But when y'all bring me in this motherfucker, I'm living this. The main theme is trusting black women, but how do we get ourselves as men fixed to be able to love them the way they need to be loved?
Well, that's the beauty of this conversation because we won't get to that. That's the beauty of this exercise that has been created here and that will continue on because it can't be figured out in this round table. But we talking about part two. We are taking the steps.
I got you.
This is one, but we are right now, currently, right now, everybody in this room, harmoniously trying to lay this one brick.
Trust
to create.
I like that. And I think that's where a lot of our brothers get things confused about laying that first brick first. And this is why people don't believe in the conversation piece. They don't understand that this is the first brick that we all got to get in sequence and say, hey, we agree with this, and then we can move on to the next brick. If we keep on trying to go straight to the house, the house is never going to get built. We got to do this thing brick by brick. I think that's the main issue that we having as men. We're not recognizing that this thing needs to be one step at a time. Let me also welcome in the show, AR. Welcome into the show, AR. Do you have any thoughts right now? So I know sometimes you jump in and sometimes you just be patient. Do you have any thoughts right now?
No, I'm just listening. Also, good afternoon.
Good day to you. I don't know why so many brothers have a problem with laying it brick by brick and not recognizing the first step to the solution. It's a very weird thing to me to see in real time. And this is with old and young, clearly. 70, 30, 25. It's a lot of, I don't know the percentage of it, but it seems like it's a very high percentage of men don't want to take the first step and lay the first brick. It's weird. But hopefully we can get past that. I don't know. I don't know how.
Well, you know the interesting part about that table? They already came to an agreement that they couldn't come up with solutions. Did you get that, or is that just something I saw?
I think that's something you saw.
Okay, I thought he said, hey, we already know that we're not going to have a solution. That's why it's going to be a part 2. Maybe I heard it wrong. I could have heard it wrong.
So I think laying it, having a brick is the same thing that we have the issue over here, right? When we have the solution, to agree to that solution. They want to pick apart that solution. As I say, okay, that is one solution, and let's agree to that so we can move forward. I think that's the issue that men have. They could never get past that first brick. Hey, the first brick is that you need to be mature at 25, not at 45. It's the first brick. They don't want to agree to that because they want to still be single out there having the idea ignorance and be out there and just putting a peen inside of any and everything that's moving. But they think that is better. Well, we see time and time again is not beneficial to the man or the woman.
So what do you think he meant by he said forcefully but softly?
He was saying because earlier in the conversation, he was saying that this woman that he's particularly with right now, she been through all of his trials and tribulations, even though she was always a beautiful, soft, gentle woman, and he didn't know how to treat that properly. He's just now learning how to love a woman like that properly.
And you think that woman should not go through that abuse for years and wait for a man to finally get to that point?
Now, if she's in her right state of mind, no.
That makes sense. So yeah,
that's how a woman ends up scorned in the end. We end up bitter and scorned, especially if he doesn't actually become actualized in what you're saying is supposed to happen. Right?
So Jalen, do you think that he have do you think he really changed at this point at 70?
He ain't changed shit.
No.
I think he's fighting the idea of that he needs to change. He's fighting that older self or that older mentality to where he has supposed to have been his whole life, and he's struggling because it got him to where he was at. So he have an issue with it. I think the problem is a lot of fathers, I don't know the percentage, it seems like of fathers though, they think like Clifton. They think like Clifton Powell. And they pass that on to the next generation. And that's why we are in the state that we are now. So I understand that we want to have the father-son talk, but if the fathers have the same mentality of Clifton, then we in trouble.
Yeah, Clifton, yeah, man. And he's still blowing up still when he's having this conversation. And if he's gotten to this place of this is a form of peace that he's saying he got into, he can't even explain that in a way. And even when he's getting whatever, there's not even pushback. Some people probably just stating their own opinions on things, and he can't even be patient enough with that. So how can we really believe that he's really changed and he got the patience now that he's going to need to talk with a woman, right? And he's just having a conversation with some men right here, and he can't, and it ain't even that type of vibe, you know what I'm saying? It really ain't that, you know what I'm saying? And he can't even do that there. So I think
and so now
that's why I was asking Cuzzo to be honest with his assessments, right? But he didn't want to. He didn't want to admit that the brothers that hit the link, a lot of them talk and they react and respond exactly like that brother. You know what I'm saying? And we got to be honest with these brothers and say, you know what? When we listen to him and we listen to you, y'all both pretty much saying the same thing.
In a nutshell, I concur. I concur with that. You know what I mean? Because at the same time, like full circle, he'll come here, but then he'll be with Big J over there talking, and he's gonna say, you know what I'm saying, yo, but if Sharon and them get that money, they gonna switch and they gonna say this and they gonna say that. But at the same time, he'll be over there giving the credit. So I'll give him that credit that he'll be over there giving the credit. But at the same time, out the next side of your face, you want to take away the credit. So it seems like he believes in this thing more than he wants to let on, full circle. But he got 1 foot in and 1 foot out the door. You know what I'm saying? It just seems more of that. In my
Damn.
you know, honestly speaking.
Well, you know, clearly Brownsville Uda got a little bit more context than I have. But that is that's tough. And we just we got to get men to stop being double-minded. At the end of the day, we cannot keep switching sides for the sake of because I like my homeboy over there. Like if Savage is stupid, then we need to say that. You know what I'm saying? If either man is stupid, then I need to just say that.
Sharon, can I speak?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, sir. Okay, this is for Uda. When you heard me, and this is just recently, I spoke to Brownsville earlier, and we addressed each other. The whole 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Now you, just like yourself, Uda, you go to different panels and different channels, to each their own. Much respect. When I made that comment about Sharon, no hate, not pocket watching, I meant I've witnessed men start off small, and once they get to a certain plateau, they change. So it wasn't saying anything against Sharon. Big ups to Sharon's channel and everything, but I'm saying you got that misconstrued because it was no hate. It was basically saying that the ones that I've witnessed, they change after they hit a certain plateau.
Now, I'm
So
not saying
please,
in the
like,
form of, I'm not
you
saying
know,
in the form of,
mhm.
I'm not really coming at you like that, but I'm just saying though, because
Right.
even in the same way, you could still, you be talking with Big J when you with MOT and y'all be having these conversations. You may agree with them on the majorities or whatever, but at the time you may be one of the only ones to say or something that could lean towards this side. So I will give you that. But at the same time, it seems like you agree more with some of the things that are said here. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It just seems like you agree more.
Right. And for one, and that's another example, I was going to add on to it. Actually, I wasn't taken away from it because Brownsville or yourself, and I might be wrong, correct me, that when you listen to me and you listen to this Mr. the actor, it's no different. What I see in him, he's angry, Uda. You can see it, you can hear it. And I don't want to portray that. Difference in age, totally different. Like I've worked with celebrities, I've been around them. I've done the whole Hollywood thing, the good and the bad. I know how to handle myself, bachelor at the time or in a relationship. But no way, shape, or form do I want to be like this man that's being portrayed in the video. He's upset. He wants to get his point across. And one thing I forgot to put out there, and this is for Brownsville. When I came on and I, so to speak, not literally, figuratively, jumped you with aggression, I apologize, sir. That was the one thing before I popped off, Sharon, that I meant to give to Brownsville, and I didn't get a chance to do that. So I said to myself, I don't want to be like this person that you saw and the person that you saw a couple of days ago. That's honestly not me. But I do apologize for the aggression that I gave you, Brownsville, or I went and took and put in your direction. I take that back because that was not meant and that was not me. I'll land.
But look, I just want to say one little half a plane. At the same time, look, you can have, because we could all have, as men and women, we can have disagreements with anything. To me, it's more about what can I do or what can we do to add to whatever solution. You got to get with people that kind of, the ideologies kind of alike and we kind of align, and from there we could kind of build on things to shape what we deem is perfect. You know what I'm saying? I think like that, right? But at the same time, you could probably say this, right? But don't you think that a person like Big J needs to be ministered to? The man can't even talk sometimes. I went over there and just fluffed him up a little bit and had some fun with him. But I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Just to have some fun with him. But at the end of the day, I don't mean nothing by Big J. I mean, shout out to him. But I'm just saying, though, don't you think that brothers articulate in their way, in themselves in a healthy way? You know what I'm saying? Especially a person like Big J, because he has information,
right.
And maybe some of his information may fall on a deaf ear because of sometimes how he may articulate it. Because I've listened to Big J for like 6-7 years. I've known Big J. So, but I'm just saying, sometimes the message may get missed or, you know what I mean, overlap by the way sometimes how we package it. You know what I'm saying?
I agree, but did you hear the whole conversation throughout the night, even if you had things to do? Did you listen to the entire? Okay, right. No, but my point is, my point is,
I proposed. I said, look, why don't you and MOT debate Sharon and Brownsville, not Big J, because he can't control his emotions. He cursed me out and said that whatever, but I was just being truthful. I'm not cursing him out, just trying to make a joke when I'm saying this. I was just being
right. But
honest.
I'm getting back to your point as far as like this Powell, not character, this actor Powell. He was mentioning to us. You saw who was on the panel. It was Queen Sunkiss. It was Rude, myself, and there was someone else, a silent. You saw him. You saw all of them. He was basically, shout out to them all. He was mentioning that he was dating or had dated 2 women off of YouTube. Now I might be wrong. He'll correct me later on, and he has that choice to do so. I'm not above approach. He was looking for advice. He wanted to know as far as, as far as being used, spending money, making the right choice. Now, in your mind, you might think like, well, he should come this way, send him his way, or give him that advice. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a therapist. I'm nothing like that. He was just basically looking for conversation to fellow panelists of what he should do, from the men and the women. All of us contributed to that conversation. So I can't come at who was it, Big J, Triple X, and just give him the gauntlet when it's like, you know what, maybe he's just learning. We have to have some grace, Uda. You know how we can come here and talk and know, give one up. Yeah, right. But do you agree? So do you agree when you say I should do this, I should do that? I could do that, but at the end of the day, he as MOT, and look at MOT is a married man. Who would I be? I would be the one to go to MOT and those ones that was mentioned earlier that are married. I'm not going to go to another single man for advice. Let's say if I am looking for that in my life, in my future, I know who to go to. Now, could he come to us? Yes, because he's not married. Rude and I aren't married. Queen Sunkiss is married. So she gave her input. But I'm thinking everybody had a choice to put their tidbit in it. And it was nothing wrong with that. It wasn't wrong, nothing wrong, Uda. I'm just saying.
Okay, can we get back? Can we get back to the topic? Well, no,
I don't know. If
I would like to go back to the video that we were watching. MOT is an idiot, and so y'all talking about idiots. Big J is an idiot, and everybody who hang over there with him, agreeing with him, are idiots. I didn't say the F word or the N word, right? I kept the N word out, right?
I think so.
Okay, good. Okay, because in my brain, I was thinking them.
But Bob Cherry, listen, I had a situation this weekend, right? And they said you and Sharon is doing this, that, and that. Right. I'm not defending this. So what? What are y'all gonna do about what we doing? Like at this point, we just gotta stand on something. Me and Sharon gonna do it. We gonna do everything that you accuse us of doing. Let's say we gonna do it. What are you gonna do about it? And the answer all the time is they ain't gonna do nothing. Sometimes we try to literally justify why we do stuff, and I just tell them, hey, me and Sharon gonna do what we do.
They jealous of Sharon and you. They're jealous of Brownsville.
Do what we do.
So, yes.
Listen, it's almost like me and Sharon show up to the park, we jumping you. If you don't like it, bring your cousins. Like at this point, it's one of those things that people keep saying, like, hey, y'all do this and y'all do that. Well, we gonna keep doing it. What are you gonna do with your people to stop us from doing what we gonna do? And the answer is they ain't gonna do
use their
nothing.
words. Hopefully use their words and not do nothing nefarious. How about I say that part? You know what I'm saying? Just use your words and don't do nothing.
I just say, what solutions do anyone else have? So it's just about everybody going to have their own form of solutions to some sort of a problem or some sort of an issue. So if you don't have a solution or you don't have something towards some kind of issue, then we ain't got nothing that we doing with our time. Besides that,
but hold on, Uda.
But is the problem that women are over here listening? What's the problem that they have?
I don't know what's wrong with that. First of all,
hey, let me throw this out there.
Men and women to be together is weird because we need to all be together so we can protect our goddamn kids. That's first of all. But what the hell are we talking about? It don't even make sense in life, man. Any real conversation, anything in life will take men and women too. Yes, women can have their space and have their time to have their conversation. Yes, men can have the time to have their conversations as well. We can do all of that, but it's not a problem if we want to have the conversation together as well. It doesn't matter.
I will say this, that I agree. Who mentioned that? Was it Brownsville or Sharon? As far as the dating with intentions, you said solutions, right, Uda? I'm with that. You guys have broke out with the whole start at a young age. I believe in that as well. So I'm not against that. Like when you mentioned like one foot is in one end, one foot is in the other. I'm my own person. So I didn't, if you notice, jump up and gave any of you pushback, including Brownsville, to a certain extent, where it went. But I was with the part of like, you know what? I love that. Date with intentions. Don't just jump from one to another. Now, I'm not out there like that. I can speak to myself because I'm at my age. So I don't even move like that. And then 2026 is dangerous anyway. But I will say for those ones out there at the age of, you mentioned Sharon, 25 or younger, have that way of thinking. Date with intentions and just be safe. So I'm not against that. I'm not jealous. I'm not attacking. I'm not doing none of that. And how I move to different, wherever I go is how I move. You know what I mean? Freedom, you know what I mean?
I can't knock
Yeah.
that. I just listen
Free
to
will as they say.
conversations, and I just see
Right,
where
right.
people's minds lie. For me, I just look at people's minds. You know what I'm saying? That's what I look at. So I don't have to judge people or nothing. I just see minds.
Right.
When you come here, you're still able to come up here and you want to have the conversation, right? You come here and you talking, right? And you're not coming in screaming and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you want to have the conversation. So I listen to you even speak on other side. You know what I'm saying? And even give a credit to this side too there. And you probably be the only person to do it still. So this is what I mean by the 1 foot there.
Right.
Because it seems like,
and even with the support, Uda, and even with the support, when I was called out on that, I wanted to be a man of my word. You know what I mean? It didn't happen then, and it could have happened then. I could have jumped in on that when it was the whole save somebody or save Big J. You know, with your bounty thing, I could have did all of that. It was to the point where it's like, I know where I stand. You know, I know where I stand. If I'm gonna be called out on it, here you go, Sharon, and here's another, because I love the topic. I'm here for the topic and the conversation. I love this conversation. I love the topic, even when it came to the religion. And I mentioned that to, I believe, Bomb, that some that are afraid to even go into that aspect of Christianity, Buddhism, all the different religions. They can't touch it. Some are rusty. I mentioned that when I was on her panel. I'm only human, but I want to learn. I'm not, as Brownsville would say, I'm not above approach. I'm imperfect as well. I'll land.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it. All right. I'm gonna jump back into it to see if we get some more gems out of this conversation.
More foundation that we can build on to be able to have a place of trust that Black women feel like they can come into this space with us, that we will listen and we will sit.
He must have just heard Uda. Had to be.
Be gentle and be but be gentle with ourselves, that we don't understand, that I don't understand what's being said, and I think somebody's hearing me wrong, somebody's saying wrong, somebody's talking over me, something's happening to me. These are all things that don't allow women to come and open up to us, because we are ready to play football every goddamn time.
Definitely.
Right now we gotta so that's why we gotta have our space to ourselves. A man has to have his space to himself.
It's patriarchal.
Patriarchal.
Can I ask a question to
right?
you?
Yeah.
People are living in broken marriage is not working in this culture. 3 out of 5 marriages end in divorce. So people are living in fear.
Is Clifton Powell red pill?
I don't know. 3 out of 5.
He just gave that stat like it was nothing. Like it was just off the dome. Only red pill niggas is capable of that. I'm joking.
Can't do it, bro.
I'm joking.
I can't do it.
And that's the M bomb, by the way, too.
I can't do it. So you might be right about that.
Okay, I owe you $5. Where do I send it?
Whatever. Super chat, cash, whatever.
Cash it. Okay.
Damn. From 3 out of 5 marriages are ending in divorce. First of all, that's not a true stat, right? We know it's really more 50-50 than anything. Man, this information is really hurting our people, man. A lot of people really believe this because he's not just saying it just like for information they get a different percentage. He's saying it because he feel like this is 100% fact. When he said that, in his mind, is 100% fact that marriage is not working, that married men and married women are cheating at a very high rate, and that they all gonna, 3 out of the 5 of them is gonna end in what's that, an 80% clip? Somewhere around there, 78%, something crazy like that. 3 out of 5. That's a wild talking point.
That's 60%.
60%. That's wild.
It's crazy. You got it offhand though. The stats offhand in your head though.
Right.
That's another thing. Yeah, hold on. Back you down with the stat.
I said, and one thing we don't talk about is that the divorce rate has actually went down.
Absolutely.
The 50% is a old stat. If you actually look up new numbers, the divorce rate, because the awareness is less people are getting married, and that's a good thing. I know that sounds bad, but if you know that y'all can't figure it out, you can't work with them, maybe y'all shouldn't get married, right? I'm at that point. But the stats I looked at, I think it's like 34 to 42% is the new. So that means that at least 8% are staying more married than ever before. So that means we're moving into a right direction.
Damn. It's an interesting point of view. I like it.
here inside of their own homes.
Yes.
So the question I'm asking is for guys who straight from the hood. Is it possible for those guys to sit in here with us and hear us?
Yes.
And
Being from Atlanta, being from the streets, I spent 2 years of my life locked up fighting 2 life sentences. It took a woman and
goddamn fighting 2 life sentences.
It took. Wait, is he about to say it took a woman to change him?
Let's see.
Standing by him. Standing by him. That's what he gonna say. Let's bet some money on what he gonna say. It took a woman what?
Go ahead, what you said, Uda?
Let's bet money. We could get a little poll going on. What you think he gonna say? It took a woman to what? What we think he gonna say?
Bring him back to life.
Standing.
God,
okay.
Yeah, bring him back to life.
That's a real one.
Bring him back to life twice because he was serving 2 life sentences.
2 life sentences. He was. Oh my!
I can't trump that. I can't trump that one.
Woo, man. Let's see. Tattoos on his face. Hey, Diva. The list don't list.
Being from the streets, I spent 2 years of my life locked up fighting 2 life sentences. It took a woman, and going back to what you were saying as well about how we as men got to stop relying on women. Women are natural nurturers and providers. It took a woman to show me love to say, this ain't how you do this.
Oh my God! It took a
Jalen,
woman.
leave him alone, Jalen. I can't let you abuse this man. I can't let you
I'm not
abuse
abusing
this man
him.
in front of me. This man said he
I'm
took
not
it out.
abusing. I'm not abusing him. I'm not
Soft
abusing
gloves
him.
with this man. All right, go ahead.
I'm not
Where's
abusing
Josh
him.
at? Where is
But
Josh
we
at
know,
this
but
plaza
we know
person?
the saying about men who go to prison and jail. They be hitting up women that they know that they could use and abuse to get by. Don't even do it,
Might
Uda,
have
with
been,
me.
Jalen. It might have been. The
Uda,
stats is
don't
high with
do
that.
it,
The stats is
Uda.
high. A pen pal and everybody
But we
need little
supposed to have a
everybody need little honey
patriarchal
buns in there. They need little honey buns, little Cheerios.
Uda. But we supposed to have a patriarchal system, Uda.
I get it. It's
We
true.
supposed to have a patriarchal system.
I know, man. But what that man just said, it took that man to be vulnerable to say that one. He said, man,
And that's amazing. That's
when
beautiful.
nobody loved you,
But
that man said.
it's beautiful, but at the detriment of a woman though. Because I'm pretty sure he's not with her. He didn't marry her, did he?
I don't
Is
know,
he married?
Jalen.
Do
Don't
y'all
bust
know
that
who he
shot
is?
yet, Jalen. He might
I
have
don't know who he is.
He might have
Do you know
did,
who he
Jalen.
is? You know
I'm
who he
saying
is?
he
Research
might
that right now.
have. I said he might not have married. I bet
Chat,
you
who he
did.
is, chat? Y'all know who he is. Chat, who is
Somebody knows. Somebody give us this. What's the rundown on this
he?
young
I
brother?
could
That
Google him up
was
one time.
I think he's still with that woman. He got a tie
I think he
on.
is, bro.
He
I think she changed
dressing.
that man's life.
Listen.
He changed that man's life. I'm gonna bet my dollar on that one.
Yeah. Either man, he broke up.
Yeah, y'all can't hear me. Oh,
People,
There you go.
wait. I'm
Piggyback
sorry.
I'm just
I'm
telling
sorry.
you,
One more thing.
when they get out of prison, they don't dress like that unless there's a woman involved. I'm telling you that woman's still in his
He got a
life.
turtleneck with a jeans jacket.
One more thing.
Let's do this.
People can find love anywhere, Jalen. You are not gonna find perfect when you are not. I ain't never served no 2 life sentences, ain't never got locked up, detained, stole a candy bar. You can go through life not living that type of life.
True.
So sure, he may not be perfect, but my man don't have no felonies. He ain't never tried to serve no life sentences.
Thank you, Jesus.
I think that's bare minimum of a ask, right, man? Like that's bare minimum. We should be able to ask for that.
And I think this is another saying that is very dangerous, right? The purpose of marriage is not love. And this is a very dangerous stat. And this is why a lot of men can get in relationships with a woman that they're married to and go ahead and spill their peen and push it into anybody they slip and fall into. Right?
Hold on. I really think people don't understand what love is when I hear these statements. Because the whole purpose of marriage is love. Why you think that man go out and he works those crazy hours? Like he's expressing his love for her. He wouldn't do that. Look, take most men. If you look at most men before they got the woman, they had a futon, a PlayStation 2, and they was working part-time. They wasn't working really hard. And then they got married and they start having a mission bigger than themselves, start working more because they was expressing they love to this woman. So like, we got to stop. The purpose of marriage is love. Don't let nobody lie to you and say that you got to get married without love. It don't even make sense.
I like it.
The problem is though, the description you gave of a man working extra hours is his love language.
Can you
That's
hear it? We
problematic.
can hear. I can't hear it.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Either man can't hear you, but we can hear you.
You don't start that bullshit right now.
Yeah, so it's problematic, right? Where he is saying that it's okay for a husband to express his love language by working extra hours. No, you express your love language by how you treat that woman, right? How you talk to her. Are you patient? Are you benevolent? Are you understanding, right? Are you the type of person who is going to comfort her, right? Are you going to inspire her? You know, it's so we got to get beyond just working hard and physically protecting her and saying that's loving her. No, we gotta, yeah, baby, we gotta get off of these surface level conversations and really start talking about what makes a marriage actually stand the test of time.
I like when my husband worked extra hours. It shows that he loved me. So we could pay these bills,
I will
baby. I'm
second
sorry,
both
okay?
ways. I will say a man
That's
with a
30
strong
years
work
talking,
ethic.
by the way. That's
A
30
man
years
with a
talking.
strong work ethic is very attractive. I'm not even about to cap like real stuff. Not even trolling. So yeah, go ahead and work them extra hours. Don't be a bum.
And I kind of get what he's saying, but it's mornings that y'all always see me in this car. I'm telling you, it's morning I get up and I want to say, forget this. I just want to sleep in. I want to stay in the bed. You know what I look over? I see my beautiful wife. I think about the type of education I want to provide for my kids. I think about seeing them with the palm trees of the world, traveling the world. Like, that's what I'm telling you. Like, I get what he's saying. Love is not just what I'm saying, but me making that decision to go against my will and do what's best for the family is definitely a demonstration of love.
That's beautiful.
It's one part of it for sure.
Yeah, but we gotta recognize, right? Because we hear these men say these things all the time. They'll say things like, well, I paid all the bills, I worked all these hours, but she still wants a divorce from me. And I don't understand why, Eater Man, right? And Eater Man will probably say, well, man, something wrong with her. But then when you talk to the woman, she'll say, well, he wasn't emotionally available. He didn't understand how to have conversations with me. He wasn't interested in spending time with me, taking me out, dating me, right? Because even when you're married to a woman, you still gotta date her. You still gotta court her.
Correct.
Right?
He's correct.
So what I'm saying is we gotta start just putting out these linear messages, right? And saying you just gotta do this. No, it's more to it to sustain a healthy relationship with a woman.
You're 100% right. And I didn't say just. I want to be clear. I did not say just, right? You absolutely. I think it is so important to sit across from your woman and just stare at her at the dinner table. We went to this restaurant this weekend, and one thing that I love is this whole weekend, my wife did majority of the talking. Y'all know I can talk. And she was just, pouring her heart out to me and all the things that she wants, the things that she desire, what her vision for our family, because a woman got vision too. Don't let people lie and tell you that the man only got the vision for the family, right? And we was just sitting over the weekend and having this conversation. You're right. You got to be able to love at multiple capacities. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just don't want to discount one love to say it's not love. And that was the point that I was making.
And I do want to say, if my husband sit across the table from me, just looking at me, we're not doing all that, okay? We're not doing all of that, okay? So either man, I'm just trolling with you, baby, holding her hand. And
I listen. I love my wife so much, man. Like, I love the sight of my wife. And I get some people don't have this, right? But I look at my wife, I be like, man, like, thank you, God, for blessing me with this woman. Because, like, I'm just telling you, me just sitting, like she could just be smiling. Sharon, she could be sitting right there smiling, eating pasta. She was eating pasta this weekend. Just sit there smiling, eating pasta, and it brings me happiness. Just to see her smile.
Edomit, you supposed to hate your wife.
Goddamn.
That's why you don't fit in on
Mm.
YouTube. You supposed to talk about
I
how
think
much you
that's
hate your wife.
beautiful, bro. I think that's
Yeah,
a
that's a
beautiful thing,
beautiful
bro. I
thing.
think that's a
Absolutely.
beautiful thing, bro.
So yes,
God bless you,
but that doesn't tell me I can't go to work and pay these bills. Like I can't just sit across the table. Like I still gotta run the lively duties. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and the reason why Cuz brought it up is because most men, they will hear that part of it because that's the easiest part of loving a woman is just to go out and go to work, and they will just try to focus on that, and that's why he's saying that let's get past that just surface part of it too, because we know that a lot of men choose to go to work because that's the easier thing to do than to go home and deal and help and be loving and be understanding and communicate and talk and do all these other things that is needed in the household when you just came home from work. So they say, hey, I'm just going to stay my ass at work. It's easier. It's easier to stay your ass at work for sure. And I'm talking about for the people that try to single it out to just work, not the brothers and sisters that's able to be multi faceted. PhD, are you there?
I'm scared to say anything.
Me too. I think it's for Mac. I think I'm pronouncing that right. With the Canadian $5. It says the purpose of marriage is commitment, not love. When people marry only for love, that feeling can fade under life pressure and often leads to divorce.
So that's not true, right?
That's not love.
Commitment is actually a tenet of love, right? Because all commitment is that you're dedicated to the cause of being married, right? That's a part of love, right? So you can't have love without commitment. That's number one, right? And love is not a feeling. I need people to stop saying that. Love is an action, right? You show love, right? You spread love, right? It's something that you do. It's not something that you feel, right? Anybody could say, I love you, but in a moment of need, when you need that person, that's when they're going to show you how much they love you.
I agree 100%.
True. I like it. Let me get back to it.
My first mindset being from the street, bitch, who you talking to? That's what I was thinking. But I had to understand it's two parts to that. You either want to be a better person or you can accept what you think is right. And so once she educated me on certain things, said, no, baby, you don't do it like this. You need to go to therapy. You need to do it. It was a lot of things that I felt like I should have been combative about, but I wasn't, because I know I talk to God and say, I need answers. My answers ain't always going to come through a man.
For sure.
I was taught to believe.
Goddamn, you heard that? That was a bar. That was a bar.
That it did, because a man should raise a man. But a woman is nurturing and caring. And if she cares about herself, she cares about her counterpart. So it's up to us to listen, to accept. We don't have to agree. 90% of the time, I don't agree. The fact that you can say, I accept, I receive what you're saying, you don't interrupt, you don't defend yourself. These are all.
I got a question. Is that hard for you as a street guy?
It's hard right now.
I get you. I get it. But I'm just making sure everybody get heard. All right.
No, it's not.
It is hard. It's hard because as a man, I know what I want to do, but I also know I'm trying to break a system that God is helping me break, because I have to unlearn what I thought was right.
Ooh, that was heavy. That was good.
But here go Clifton Powell at. Yo, hold up. I'm trying. Hold up, bro.
That woman did a good job.
Hold up. Like, what? Land this little plane. Yo, bro.
That woman led him to the promised land.
Not the promised land.
You let him, bro. Milk and
Promised
honey.
land of
But
maturity.
Uda's so disrespectful. Go call his plane little. Let him land his plane. Y'all
Hey,
ain't care.
be it the Clifton. It's a little plane. He don't want him to land.
He kept interrupting him with
That's what I'm
woo,
saying.
woo.
Clifton don't want him to land the plane. He making some points. He making some points
Yeah,
as a young brother. He making some good points as a young brother.
As
And
a young-
Clifton supposed to be the one saying these types of things and not even. As a street guy, don't you find this challenging? Yo, bro, I thought you figured this out and you found love already. Relax, bro. As a street guy, look what he want to ask him. Come on, bro. We got bigger questions to ask, bro.
Yeah, that was good. That was
No,
powerful, and it
Clifton
shows
wants the
the
old
people that
people
do the
to
work.
focus on the street dudes.
Right, that's what he was. Right, instead of focus on the things that he resolved within himself. I think that was another thing that a lot of men, a lot of our brothers, we have to unlearn a lot of things. This goes to like what Uda always brings up. Like we have to unlearn that bad means good, right? So we grew up in an era where not only in our life that the opposite meant something good, like, you know, damn, that's a bad bitch right there. That is technically a good looking woman. But no, you shouldn't be calling her a bad bitch. You should say that's a good looking woman, right? Things of like his friend being a virgin and everybody clowned him for that, where they should have been given praise for that, and so on and so forth. The person that got the 9 to 5, he got clowned to being a square versus like, so there's a lot of things that us as brothers we have to unlearn, because we thought that was the right thing for a very long time, generation after generation. So that was very powerful what that young man just said with that unlearning part. I think that was beautifully said, the unlearning part. That was a good way to put it.
Yeah, man. And it's systematic too, man.
Systematic. That's a very, yes, it is. A lot of it is. And we push the system too, a lot of us.
Her doing it. And not only that, you know, even going into becoming monogamous. Naturally, it's not instinctually something I want to do. However, I do understand the game of life to know that this is chess and you can't cheat. As a key, which I am.
Woo! Oh Lord.
Naturally, it's not instinctually something I want to do. However, I do understand the game of life to know that this is chess and you can't cheat. As a key, which I am, my key only goes for one lock. I can't unlock every house. So I have to protect my home. As beautiful it is.
He said, protect his home with the key, baby. You're not going to give it to
Figured out
everybody.
his self-worth. Amen.
I love it.
Woo.
That's great.
The young boy is cooking. And you know what's interesting about it? Most people would use that lock and key situation as a way to
Talk about 304s.
Right. I think that was the most interesting thing. They would use that and say, if a lock if any key can open up a lock, then that lock is broken. But he used it the other way around and said, hey, my key is for to protect my household. And
I like that shit. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that was a great flip of what needs to be spoken of.
Somebody called him gay.
I mean, a lot of people are questioning how men move with because a lot of men speak with their hands, and I think for a long time people are used to the only gesture a man can have is smoking a cigar and sipping a whiskey as masculine. So as long as the man is just like this, sitting there strong, and like, you know what I'm doing, that is masculine. But a man that is like using your hand is,
or you gotta sit there like emotionless, like eat a man, like right now,
like eating cucumbers.
Right.
HTB, you're right.
So I think that's what it is. I don't think majority of people are so adjusted to you. So many different personalities to communicate. Your hand movement is a part of your cadence as well. A lot of people don't understand that as well. So when you communicate, like you're trying to get out these thoughts, your hand movement. This is why rappers is all a part of your communication. The way how you move. You ain't supposed to just sit there emotionless. It's crazy. Well, let him been there just puffing a cigar the whole time. They won't say a thing. Or if he was just angry and say, and you, that would be masculine. It's weird, but you know, I don't know the realm, brother. So
it's outside is the same way inside. So,
but I do get it. His the way how he his vocal cords sound and that underbite, I get it.
Because of that, I can't trick myself out of position thinking that when I'm so focused on this, I'm focused on this. My kids, my woman, I don't have time to kind of step out and be like, I gotta come on. She ain't always gonna be, it's a distraction. And as a man, I'm trying to win this game of chess. I can't do it. But I need to feel that lust. I need to feel that because I know I'm built to overcome these obstacles that are set in my way to make me go off course.
I have a genuine question for you. When you say you don't naturally have an inclination towards monogamy, what does that mean to you? When you say, so there's like, I was going to clarify the question. You're like wanting to be in a monogamous relationship. That.
So do anybody know if this actually was a woman-born human being? Because that's what BMU was saying, that this man was woman-born.
I think he's gay. I've seen him. I think he's probably gay or bisexual. I don't think he's trans. I think he just has a beautiful face.
Now we know what you like.
No, I actually don't like beautiful faces on men. I do not.
All right, then take your time.
Shut up,
That's important to you and for your partner. So when you're out in the streets, what is it that you feel where you're fighting in order to like remain in a monogamous relationship?
So for me personally, I don't put myself in a situation where I don't with it no more. I don't go out to the club.
Okay.
I don't hang around women.
It's discipline.
I got discipline, and this discipline is what the reward for being disciplined is the outcome of what makes men so great and what makes men be able to understand. So if I know that there's certain things that's going to put me in those positions,
I'm putting you in that position hypothetically. Sure. So that's what I'm saying. So like when you were out in the clubs and you were presented, what was it that you're like, yo, fuck my girl, I want to be with this girl right now?
Because one, like you said, it's a lack of validation that I thought I needed, because the thing that made me feel like a man was that post nut. That post nut made me feel like, it made me feel wanted because it started as a child. As we become adults, we don't understand you grow. The inside of you is always that child seeking that validation, that satisfaction of whatever didn't go right in life. Right. That's what it was for me. So I learned that in therapy. I had to learn to discipline myself. I can't put myself in situations where that natural feeling, because if we only ask these questions when it comes to human race. We don't ask why.
Okay. He had to go to therapy. And so I want to know, so the dude that they saying that is a man, do he date women or do he date men? Because if he date men, is he technically straight? I'm confusion.
That's a mindset, bro. Your mindset ain't straight.
No, I'm saying that the man with the beard was born a woman.
Damn, my sister is for the other team. Her mindset is her mindset.
No, I'm saying the man with the beard, he was born a woman, but if he dates men, would that mean that?
That means he's straight. Yeah, he's straight because he's a woman dating a man.
Now you would be straight? I don't know, bro.
It's very similar to Caitlyn Jenner. He dates women, but we know that he's a she now. Caitlyn Jenner. But he dates women. Yeah. She dates women.
Above my pay grade.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about
I believe it alone.
I don't know nothing about that.
But you know what else? And you know what else it is? Either man, we didn't make it to our financial goals today.
Oh man,
I think we was cooking up today.
What you missing? You voice it. Tell everybody what you're missing.
I've been telling them. They know.
Okay, I learned something.
Where's it? I don't see it.
It's okay.
Well, let me announce it. Unless you want to end it. What you talk about? Was you trying to meet the goal? You know, be the man or myself, we could get it going. Listen, y'all, how much we
28. We got 28 minutes to raise. But we got another amount. What's the amount you
Wasn't it
want,
like
Sharon?
17 or was it more than 17? I'm not sure what
No,
it was.
it's $12 at this moment. $12.
Oh, 12. Yeah, come on. Hold on.
I
We can
know he
get
could have announced
oh,
that. Come on.
I think
Everybody
he ready to
needs
go. We talk about these amazing wives. I think he want to go spend some time with his wife, man. That's what I think. Let's see. $12. I know for a fact that Zero in the chat got $12. So go ahead and send that 20 piece so we can stay here for at least another hour. Just think about it like this. You guys say y'all want this type of conversation. Now we giving it to you. We just need to make sure that we can keep it going. So go ahead and drop that. This is how we like. We like PayPal. We like Zelle. We also like our Cash App. You could be anonymous, or you can tell everybody you send it. We okay, but we need it in the next 7 minutes. I'm gonna tell you right now, we got 7 minutes to get it. If you want the show, and listen, if you want us to go on by our business today, we can. But I think it's some people that want to continue this show.
I don't think anybody's been cussed out so far.
No, nobody
But
got. Nobody
I
got
do. I do because I think he's given a level of wisdom in that last while we wait on some people to contribute to the show. I think he was giving that, and we don't talk about this enough. We always talk about, oh man, you just don't supposed to have this feeling. Like you just don't supposed to, you supposed to got married and you just don't supposed to be attracted to women. That's BS, right? We need to talk about putting boundaries in your life to protect your relationship. Hey, check this out. I know if I go over to that club, it's a chance I might have too many Hennessy and I might mess up. So let me reject going to the club. That's wisdom. Hey, I know for a fact that if I go on vacation without my wife, I might do something I don't supposed to do. I'm not leaving the country without my wife. I think men, especially people who was raised in these environments that he's explaining, need to understand how do you put safe boundaries in your life so that you can protect your marriage even in your weakest point. So I think there was a lot of wisdom he was putting out there.
But to that point, Eater Man, right? We just seen Mika come out and do her own tell-all and spoke on the whole situation. She was really like tiptoeing around some stuff, right? She did a whole interview recently, just yesterday. But in this interview, she said towards the end, after dancing around, she said, I feel like he didn't protect me. And after that, I feel like he bolstered the situation. So he elevated the situation more than he did. And this is one of the reasons that she used for why she doesn't want to be around him or why she's not going to go back to his show, is because the way he handled it or handled her, she didn't feel like he really made it to protect her when she was under his covering, like some of the rhetoric that he uses.
But that's BS though. I think that's BS because she got a husband.
We need to know we meet now. Go.
They only got 2 minutes left.
Anton also said,
talk fast because they ain't sending no money.
Anton also said, if a woman under my covering, then
no.
We get
Let's be
access
clear.
to the.
I heard that BS. What I'm telling you is, if this woman have a husband,
true,
she need to be under the covering of her husband, not no other man. I don't care what nobody say, right?
What do you say to Anton as the Christian man? Why is he not? He met his woman met his wife. Why would he not make meet the woman's husband, even speak to the woman's husband, deal with it like that? Because he kind of dealt with it the way he dealt with it in the beginning and the end. Because in the end, he said that Corey snitched on him. He said that Corey snitched on him.
Hello.
Corey didn't snitch.
I tried to send some money and it says I couldn't send it.
I tried too, bro.
I got it done.
I'm on Cash App. You try
That much Sharon said he about to leave. He said
we having a problem. Okay.
Sharon, I definitely just sent it. So don't fake it.
Y'all ain't gonna keep me here today.
I thought it was me, Bomb.
I'm going to the playground with my kids. He said,
Sharon, tell me I didn't send it. I dare you. Hold up. I dare you. Tell me I didn't send it. Friend.
I guess that one, because sometimes I don't know what be happening, but people be trying to, I don't know. But so that Cash App is not where, but so the other one is. But
shout out to the super chat.
Let me shout out to the super chat. Hold on.
Going back to work.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to the super chat. We got it. We made it there, and we're gonna extend the show so we can keep on building on our beautiful sort of shout out to Shadow. Wow, and shout out to the people that to send in cash outs. I really appreciate you as well. It is not
what's that?
Appreciate Thank you so much for attempting to show love.
Is that Shadow?
Yeah, that's Shadow. Crazy ass. Yes.
They got Shadow. They got Shadow vacuuming out the trash cans.
No,
that's the truck. Yeah, that's the truck. Going.
I got you, but no, I want to get back to what Uda said because Uda said some craziness, right? I love Uda.
I ain't putting no words in that woman's mouth. That's what this woman
Uda,
said.
hold on, Uda, let me respond.
All right,
Uda,
I'm mute.
Uda is no other man's responsibility to protect my wife. We got to put this out there. If my wife is going somewhere to do business, my wife is doing I truthfully and honestly think this was a failure on her husband. Hold on, let me finish.
I'm not saying one word.
I just said letting her go. He didn't meet this man. He had no conversation with this man. And then she went and got hurt. Because based on this interview, we know that she was hurt. I think we all can come to that assumption. And so, Mika, because she felt like she wasn't protected by Anton, based on what Uda said. I ain't seen the interview. I'm going based off what Uda said.
Yeah, but he did hurt her.
I know. Okay, so she's hurt. I'm agreeing. Listen, I'm agreeing that she's hurt, and she was hurt by Anton. I'm 100% agree with the information that Uda done gave me. I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I am laying out, if she was under the protection of her husband failed to protect her by turning his wife over to another man. That was the point that I was making, Uda.
Yeah, but that's crazy. That's crazy.
So she is married?
She apparently she's married.
That's a fact.
That nobody knew about, right? Possibly because of Anton wanting to keep, but Anton was supposed to protect her because they business partner. He flew her out, and then he tricked her. First of all, right? We know that he tricked her. She thought she was gonna be, she thought she was gonna be on interview. She thought she was gonna be on the show, and then, when Witchcom accused her of being his B, he didn't say nothing about it. And then the next day he doubled down by saying that Corey Holcomb is a rat. Don't trust him. And everybody knew what he was talking about. He was insinuating that he told.
Hey, Bob, so what should I do? Should I end this stream and start a new one so we could talk about everything that they said that they don't want to talk about?
Oh,
yeah.
They said we tired. Hey, Uda, they're like, we tired to talk about.
I interjected it right in there at the end.
I know. We know what Uda really want to talk about. Listen, Uda want to talk about this situation. Listen, I know.
Bob, this should be bugging me out. Like, I guarantee if I was
if we want to talk about everything, why we can't talk about everything? Y'all want to always compartmentalize people. No,
Listen,
we can do all of that. Why we can't build?
If I would start a new stream right now and we review this interview that you are talking about,
you have to, bro. You have
listen, $500. Listen, you're gonna make $1,000 that stream. Listen, I'm telling you. Like people, listen, people literally say, I have learned, people say, I don't want you talking about this, but they dollars say talk about it. Like they mouth and their money is not lining up. I'm just telling you. Guess what? Shadow, you can stop spending money if you start talking about that. Because guess what? Everybody got something to say about that situation.
Look, if me and Bomb start fighting right now, I bet we're going to get $30.
I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be good. Y'all see?
Right? She's saying the N word in her head and not out loud. Like, come on.
Wait.
Well, I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I don't want to hear nothing about Bomb. At least not today. I don't want to hear nothing about Bomb.
Hey, Bomb.
Hey,
just
Uda,
letting you know it's gonna be different.
where's this interview at? That's number one.
Oh,
Where's
it came on a channel called The Talk Perspective. This man is running for president, and I'm pushing for it.
Me
This
too. He
man
good.
is sharp. Yeah, me.
Hey, Bomb.
It's on
Huh?
The Talk Perspective. It's called Talk Perspective. He's a guy from Fox, and he also connected with her in DC because he worked for Fox when she was working with Fox, and he met her husband. So this is why he was giving a pushback to say, "I met your husband, so why he can't meet your husband?" So what's your husband? This man did a flawless pushback.
Let me point my finger this way. So
Masterclass.
I'm going past Bomb, and I'm going to Uda to let y'all know this is an example of somebody with an agenda. This is what we call somebody come to a show with an agenda that they want to push. Right
It was
here.
the end of the show,
Anton
bro.
pushed that
It was
agenda.
the end of the show,
And that's
bro.
why you don't work with him no more. She
You
had
gotta
to
bring some
admit.
energy to the end of the show, bro. So it's a little gravy. We gotta see what's the gravy. Look like the gravy hitting.
Hey, Bomb, had she surrendered to the patriarchy, her husband would have known who Anton was. I'm just
No, her
thinking
husband
side
knew who Anton was, but nobody.
Anton ain't
Anton
know.
wanted her to
Anton ain't know.
play like she's single, so he can tell him the things that he tell them women up there. He uses all them women.
Damn, it's a long interview too. It's like an hour and a half.
There's like an
It's
hour, but it
different.
starts from like the 19th minute mark is when she started talking
Yeah.
about Anton all the way throughout. It just and she get caught up the whole way
Yeah,
through.
she get caught up, baby.
No, I wonder how much she got paid to do that interview.
It don't even matter how much
It do
was
matter.
Anton
That's
paying
not
her.
worth it.
Anton
It
was
wasn't
paying
worth
her.
it. She should have never did it.
It was no, it was worth it. Hold on, it's definitely worth it.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna put a poll in the chat. Should we go ahead and review it today, or should I wait until tomorrow when it's all nice and stale and review it tomorrow? Put a 1 in the chat. We're gonna start a brand new show and review it today, or we're gonna wait till tomorrow and we review it tomorrow. 1's for today, start a new stream. 2, don't worry about Sharon. Keep on with the conversation and review it tomorrow.
Hey, no, you do. Hold on, you do take. Hold on, no, because Uda's wrong. If she was done with Anton, you take the interview. If she was not done with Anton, you don't take the interview. Why would you not make money on the situation if you're done with somebody?
Yeah, she done
I
with
didn't think. I'm not even thinking about money. I'm not even thinking about as far as money because did she gain from the situation? Did she lose? I don't know.
Yeah, she might have gained 50,000. That's what I'm telling you. That sounds like a gain to me for 45 minutes.
Money, then.
Hey, look, 45 minutes, 50,000. That's 1,000 a minute.
If she got some money like that, then I'm not saying whatever's with
So
that. But I'm
one
just
is for what? Which one for?
to do it and
To start a new stream and review the Mika interview.
Oh yeah,
Man, it's hard. This is good. What we listening to is good from the men's perspective, but that's some drama over there, and that interview was really good. So you got to make your decision because y'all know I'm listen.
I just want to know why Uda did 3 ones. Why he could just do one?
Uda, you cheating.
I think he's trying to rig the election.
Why there's so many ones?
I think he's trying to rig the election. You got to watch some Democrats.
I did.
Uda, I'm gonna have to start
I did
IDing
not.
you.
You have to hold on, Zero. I did not. You have to send it to the other Cash App. That's why I had to make 2 because things be. I don't know what be going on with what they be trying to do. I gotta call them up and find out again what's going on with them. So I did not get it for the people that did try to send it for the goal. I appreciate y'all.
What that take?
Sharon, we need voter ID.
The
We need
last
voter
time
ID
they
on
did
this
that,
call.
did they give you an excuse or they? You might have to change your account like mine to a business account.
Well, I got a Cash App, Sharon. If you ever need somebody, I'll sell you the money. I got you, man. Just give me gonna put mine out there. Go ahead and send me $5 to make sure mine's work. It's all 100. I just want to make sure it works.
Hey, Silent. By the way, you came up here silent than a mofo. I forgot you was up here.
Hey, how you doing, Bob?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
All right.
So what
for sure, we got a bunch of ones.
I know, but hold on. We gotta get silent takes before you switch it, though, brother. I want to get silent takes.
I just got.
It's about like 3 2. So y'all go ahead, finish up the conversation. I'm gonna set it up. We got to do what the audience said to do, right?
I think this poll was rigged. I think this election was stolen. I think we need to have voter ID now.
So Solid, what do you think about these men at this round table having this conversation on what you saw so far, Solid?
I mean, I only saw a little bit of it, but I think it's a good thing if they go in the right direction. They sit down and talk about it.
I know. So, what do you think they're going in the right direction, or you think they're going in the wrong direction?
Do you need to link Sharon to the interview? Oh, you got it. You got it. Okay.
But then at the same time, if that's maybe I ain't gonna say that. I don't know. Because I'm thinking, why is the other guy there? If he gay, then why he in there like in the conversation? Like, oh,
No,
I know.
There's women.
About
no. I know it's a lot going on in the video, but if we look at the core of the video, like, is this a video you should be sending to your young cousins, brothers, and even maybe your male children, or you think that this is not productive to send to the next generation?
you can send it to them, but if they're gonna listen, I'm doing.
So you do think that if they did listen to these guys sitting around this table, you think it'd be fruitful for the Black community to listen to them?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Interesting.
You think they shouldn't have no conversations? Like,
No, I think anybody can have conversations, but this is what I heard, and I might have heard it wrong, like, because my mind works in a different way. A lot of people in this video, they said that it's okay to wait until you're old and gray to really make love. And then even in the hood, like I said, I just heard things different from what other people heard. I just wouldn't want a man that I'm mentoring listening to them.
Yeah, but only one man said that. The rest of them are giving pushback. They're not agreeing with him. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, I don't know how you missed most of it.
No, well, I'm just saying the part that I came up. Even the guy with the tattoo on his face that was 2 times in prison, he is saying some things that can be fruitful, but he also, instead of him establishing himself as a man, he want a woman to help him understand love.
But that's who teaches love. If you love as a man, you love a woman. She teaches you love in her way. Men can't teach you love.
No, I'm not agree with the abusing the woman to learn love, because that's kind of how he said it. He was like, such and such, B, why you talking to me like that? And he was abusing her while she was loving him. That's my issue.
Yeah, but I thought he said that was the wrong way. So through his experience, he's teaching the younger people not to do it like they doing it. Right? Isn't that what we learn? We can learn from others without having to go through it.
Yeah, I thought he was explaining that he didn't.
because wasn't he saying he was doing it the wrong way?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I took from it.
Yeah, I just won't let no man that I'm mentoring listen to these fools. But that's just me. Maybe listen, and it might be
you're judging.
I know. Okay, just say I'm judging. Listen. Let me say this. I am okay with who I am as a person. Whatever y'all say that y'all don't like about me, I'm okay with it. I promise you I'm okay with it. But I'm just saying, if I take my nephews, I wouldn't want my nephews listening to that conversation. I would try to be able to do something different with my nephews. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, can you give
But
me
it may not work. They may need to
hear.
They may need to hear from a different type of person. You know, we all got different personalities. So I think your way will work either, man. Some men will gravitate towards you, and then they're gonna be, some young boys who not. And so that's why I think they got a different type of men up there. Even
they talking to hood people in the hood. They keep that's one thing they keep saying. No, they keep saying, what about the dude in the hood? What they talking to the hood dude?
No, they talking to all the men. There's different types of men, though. They need to talk to the hood man too. The hood dude.
Everybody got their own lens.
Everybody got their own
speaking
thing
from
up there.
their own paradigm. So you know what I'm
The
saying?
hood dude is a hood.
There may be two of them, or one of them. Maybe the guy that was on the show acting. He got like a little street vibe on the show, but he was speaking. I forget his name. But I don't really see. I don't know if everybody had a hood energy on there.
Clifford Powell, him.
Clifford had that already. But then what's the next guy? I think he was on like ATL or some shit.
Yeah, everybody up there not on no hood thing. Or they saying they were at one point maybe, and they trying to unlearn those things. And
Now, that's
most
what
black
I
men
heard.
are on that hood thing, even if they really wasn't raised in the hood. Like my kids, right? Wanted to be rappers or drug dealers, because that's what our community pushes towards men. And what them young men was saying is, hey, I had to unlearn that. I had to unlearn that.
Play a little bit more of the video. I think we need at least about 2 more minutes of the video while you getting the other shit ready. I don't know. He might not exit out already. Okay. Let's play a little bit.
Lions go around fucking. We don't ask why monkeys go around fucking. The man is always allowed to go around and procreate in other animal kingdoms. But when it comes to us, instead of sitting there saying it's like men are dogs, that's all we know. But nobody gets to the bottom of why do men feel this way that they have to go and do this? And maybe that's just their natural being. But as a man, you still have to learn to discipline yourself, and you can't run with it just because that's how you feel. I might feel like killing somebody. That don't mean I won't go to jail. Right. And it's repercussions. So once you understand how to love yourself and understand karma doesn't always come back in the form of a woman cheating on you because you cheated on her. You may have been able to get a position and make more money, but because you cheated, you tricked yourself out of a position that you just didn't know what to come about. So it's necessary.
I don't necessarily agree that there's a natural order to men or women
that's what
being monogamous or polyamorous or polygamous or whatever. I do think that that's a social construct.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, it is about the responsibility that you hold when you know you're gonna have sex with somebody. What's gonna come out of that, right? And in that, a lot of the time, it is children, right? And are you gonna be able to take care of that child? Are you subjecting another human to some harm? You know what I'm saying? And in our society right now, we got to think about the danger, especially we in Georgia right now, in my home state, Texas, you got abortion bans. And what does that mean for that woman now to make that decision for herself, to be able to make that decision for herself, to be able to care for herself and that child? So I do want to go back a little bit to when we're thinking about trusting Black women and the origins around the abortion bans and painting Black women as more prone to whatever, like justifying abortion bans by our behavior.
I hate to say it, but I'm for abortions if a
That's a great place to pause it. I tell you, his skills so good. His skills is so good. Listen, we need to start telling Sharon how great of a host he is.
By sending cash after super chats.
You let them talk long enough. They might have said one thing that was good, but I'm just saying, I know Bob might disagree. If you take the
I heard
whole
you say nothing
statement,
but good stuff.
I know you did. I know you heard a whole bunch of good stuff. I'm just saying, if I take this conversation as a whole, I don't think it's fruitful for the youth. Now, Uda say it can. Listen, Uda can say, you know what, this is exactly what the youth need to hear. And I'm not disagreeing with it, right? But what I'm saying is, me being a man, I need to teach these young kids something different.
What you gonna teach them that they didn't say there? What?
Well,
Like
I can tell you the difference, because kids nowadays, it's not do as I say, it's do as I do. So you keep talking about how you want to do things different and all this kind of stuff, but guess what? What did you do? What was the example that you was living, Bomb? And I'm telling you, kids say, okay, he believed that. I'm just telling you how kids think. But I could be wrong. I'm open to being wrong.
Yeah, you're actually wrong, right? Because what they're saying is, hey, we was taught something different. And so we did what we did. But we're going to teach the young people different than what we were taught so they can do different than us. That's what I hear them men saying. Right? They were bragging about, like, even the belief that it's natural for people to cheat or men to be the wild kingdom and stuff. That's ridiculous. So that older man, or the last one, he said, well, I don't really believe that, whether you believe in polygamy, this or that, that's a choice. That's what he said, which is true. But what's out here, what's being preached to men is monogamous is not natural. That's That's what these people. That's what they teach men today. That it's unnatural to be with one woman, and
that's not good. But then right after that, he said, you know what? But I'm seeing you got to deal with self. You got to love self first. You got to, you know what I'm saying? He went past that place. So you know what I'm saying? So it's not like he just saying
no.
stuff.
He didn't say you got to. You do have to learn self first. You got to respect yourself before you.
But that's good things to say. He not like he was talking something.
No,
else.
the point that I'm telling you is it's a lot in here. And what y'all trying to do is say, well, I, with my mature brain, can pull out the positive and leave the negative. I'm saying it's so much negative inside of it. I think it's unwise to let a child try to pull out positive and negative in this situation. That's all I'm saying.
What are those negatives, though? What are those negatives, Doki? What
Well,
are
the youth. I'm talking about young men because that's.
what are the negatives though that they need that this video has, or what's being said? What are some of the negatives as an example? What are some of them that you think are your own negatives?
Because they're talking about discipline, they talking about the importance of children. They even talking as far as the woman respecting her and her decision to have an abortion or not. Like, I heard.
I want to know what he feel are the negatives. What are the negatives? So that we can.
I want to know
your viewpoint.
I want to know if he even heard any positives at all.
I
Because
don't know,
he's
but
shooting it
maybe
down.
possibly, but I ain't getting to those. But he spoke on his negatives or some negatives he sees, and I just rather stay right there, right? So I just want to know what are the negatives that you see, though? Or some of them at least.
Well, first thing is the idea that men are monogamous and they should just go around and sleep with people. Like, so what his caveat was, hey, men are designed this way, and in nature they're designed this way. And he said through therapy, he went and he learned not to do these things. But what he's projecting that I think is negative is that men are designed not to be monogamous.
And then but that's what's being spread out here. That's why he believed that. But then another man corrected him or said, well, I don't necessarily agree with that. Right? So now we got another man's perspective to say, I don't agree with that. That's why it's all types of men up there having a discussion.
Not wrong with being. Let me